diese Informationsquellen abgeschnitten abgeschnitten werden sollen, weil sie einfach den Mächtigen nicht gefallen. Und das findet man ja nicht nur in den Vereinigten Staaten, sondern das findet man ja in anderen Ländern leider auch in demokratischen Ländern oder Ländern des Westens. Also wir haben ja Journalistenmorde nicht nur weiß ich, in arabischen Ländern oder wo, sondern wir haben das auch in der Europäischen Union, wir haben das in Malta, wir haben das in Slowenien. Das heißt, Journalistenmorde und Aggressionen gegen Journalistinnen und Journalisten sind an der Tagesordnung, leider auch in der Europäischen Union. Und genau das ist das Problem. Und wenn wir hier nicht erkennen, dass investigativer Journalismus notwendig ist, dann schneiden wir uns selber die eigenen Beine ab, über die wir berichten nach sollten.
Ja, es ist ja leider auch ein Klima eigentlich, das im Moment den Dialog nicht sehr fördert. Es wird immer, also es werden Sachen nähen zu irgendwas erklärt und dann trauen sich halt viele Journalisten nicht an bestimmte Themen auch ran, oder?
Ja, darum geht es ja. Ich meine, wir haben hier mit einem Auswuchs zu tun, nicht? Assange ist ein Auswuchs eines Systems, nämlich das System, dass viele demokratischen Staaten nicht verstehen, dass es einen unabhängigen Journalismus benötigt, und zwar einen wirklich unabhängigen Journalismus. Und unabhängig heißt auch von Staat und Regierungen. Nur eine wirklich freie Berichterstattung, die nicht auf Gelder angewiesen ist, die irgendwelche Sponsoren in der Endkonsequenz geben, wird es sicherstellen, dass es einen unabhängigen demokratischen Journalismus geben wird. Der ist aber wieder wesentliches Bestandteil eines demokratischen Staates. Wenn wir keinen unabhängigen Journalismus haben, dann haben wir auch keinen unabhängigen, pluralistischen, demokratischen Staat.
Das ist halt schwierig heutzutage, weil ja viele Medien auch mit massiven Geldproblemen kämpfen heutzutage, oder? Und da ist dann ja schwer, das zu finanzieren und nicht sich dann nach Geldgebern umzusehen, oder?
Ja, genau, das ist ja die Schere, in die das ganze Spiel kommt, nicht? Also du brauchst einerseits Geld, um natürlich Medien zu produzieren. Gott sei Dank immer weniger, muss man sagen, auch mit den modernen Technologien. Aber man braucht trotzdem Geld. Und dieses Geld muss von wo kommen? Entweder kommt es sozusagen von den Leserinnen und Lesern, die einfach wollen, dass diese Medien existieren, oder es kommt eben mit Staatsförderungen, aber der Staat wird ein Interesse haben, dass über etwas auch nur berichtet. Wir haben in Österreich zum Beispiel ein aktuelles Problem. Was heißt, dieses Problem hat die ganze Welt, nämlich Corona. Die österreichische Regierung gibt irrsinnig viel Geld, Fördergelder an die Medien, um über Corona zu berichten, wie die Republik brav organisiert, wie sie die Medikamente organisiert, wo man spritzen gehen kann und so weiter. Das sind alles Inserate quasi, die mit Steuergeldern finanziert werden und die den Medien gegeben werden. Jetzt kann man sagen, einerseits ist das Information, weil natürlich sollen die Leute wissen, wo sie sich gegen diese fürchterliche Krankheit impfen lassen können. Andererseits ist es natürlich auch eine Abhängigkeit ein Mittel, Medien abhängig zu machen, nämlich dadurch, dass ich ihnen Inserate gebe. Und dann, wenn ich schon Inserate von der Bundesregierung bekomme, dann werde ich wahrscheinlich auch die Bundesregierung nicht beißen. Oh, jetzt habe ich für eine Ruhe gesorgt hier im Saal.
Ja, Sie sprachen gerade, dass es Medien halt jetzt leichter zu produzieren sind. Das stimmt. Die Reichweite ist halt oft dann das Problem. Also, dass die klassischen Medien oder einige von denen halt immer noch sehr dominant sind und dann ist es halt schwer für jemanden, der jetzt da eine kritische Haltung einnimmt oder zum Beispiel sich für Assange einsetzt, da eine Reichweite überhaupt zu bekommen. Das Gespräch mit Nils Melzer, wo er sein Buch vorgestellt hat vom österreichischen Journalistenverband, da waren, glaube ich, 70 Zuschauer, die dann dem UN-Rapporteur für Folter zuschauen.
Naja, freundlicherweise hatten wir dann mehr. Also wir haben am Facebook über 1000 Zuseherinnen und Zuseher gehabt und waren also während der Veranstaltung waren es knapp 90. Das heißt, es war schon okay, weil bei 100 hätte es auch zugemacht, das System. Also wir waren knapp drunter. Aber was mich mehr gefreut hat, war das Interesse auf Facebook. weil dort einfach wirklich viele Leute zugeschaut haben und das auch eine gewisse Nachhaltigkeitswirkung hat. Außerdem kann man diese Veranstaltung jederzeit nachsehen, A, über die Website des Journalistenclubs, B, aber auch auf YouTube, weil das dort für immer und ewig sozusagen auch abgelegt wurde, um auch eine gewisse Nachhaltigkeit zu erzielen.
Ja, das ist ja gut. Schwierig ist es ja dann auch bei diesen ganzen Online-Veranstaltungen mit Datenschutz, oder? Also
ich würde das nicht so dramatisch sehen. Also bei den Online-Veranstaltungen auf Datenschutz zu pochen, halte ich ein bisschen zu übertrieben. Ich weiß schon, dass die für Europa zuständige Behörde in Irland sitzt und nicht besonders aktiv ist. Das weiß ich schon, sondern sich besondere Inaktivität auch auszeichnet. Aber ich würde das trotzdem auch aus Wiener Sicht nicht zu ernst sehen. Ich glaube, dass hier wir mit einem anderen Problem zu tun haben, nämlich wirklich mit der Einflussnahme von staatlichen Organen. Dazu gehören für mich auch Geheimdienste, auf die freie Berichterstattung, auf die Verhinderung der freien Berichterstattung. Und wenn das von demokratischen Staaten kommt, wie wir die USA sehen, wie wir England sehen, wie wir auch Schweden sehen, Entschuldigung, so ist das für mich sehr problematisch. Und das, glaube ich, ist das große Problem. Warum also Staaten, die eigentlich sagen, sie sind für Pressefreiheit, sie sind für die Grundrechte, sie verteidigen die bürgerliche Demokratie, genauso agieren wie zum Beispiel das Reich von Putin oder von Erdogan. Und das verstehe ich, da habe ich eben Probleme, auch mit meinem Verhältnis dann zum demokratischen Staat, weil ich mir denke, so unabhängig ist die Justiz auch in demokratischen Staaten leider nicht.
das habe ich auch selber. Ich war ja im September in London 4 Wochen und habe den Assange-Prozess beobachtet. Und da war massiv, war man da eingeschränkt, was das Publikum, also die Öffentlichkeit, hatte auch mit Corona zu tun, aber von 30 Plätzen auf der Besuchergalerie wurden nur 5 besetzt. Und dann von diesen 5 waren nochmal 3 am Morgen 1,5 Stunden für VIPs freigehalten, die aber in den ganzen 4 Wochen nie aufgetaucht sind. Irgendwann kam dann mal raus, dass es 3 Plätze, die von der australischen Botschaft beansprucht wurden. Und die sind aber nie gekommen. Und da wurden sozusagen 3 weitere Mitglieder der Öffentlichkeit, die darüber hätten berichten können, oder Journalisten wie ich, wurden sozusagen rausgehalten. Die Journalisten selber saßen auch in einem Nebenraum, wo Technik, also die konnten sozusagen den Prozess im anderen Gerichtssaal nur per Video verfolgen, und da war man halt abhängig von, wo die Kamera gerade hinzeigt. Man konnte den Angeklagten, oder um den die Verhandlungen, es war ja kein richtiger Angeklagter im Auslieferungsprozess, der Julian Assange, und konnte den nur sehen, wenn der Kameramann selber die Kamera auf ihn hielt. Dann gab es öfter mal Tonausfälle. Und ja, dass Julian Assange auch nicht mit seinen Anwälten, er saß hinter Panzerglas, wird ja nicht als gefährlicher Häftling oder gewalttätiger Häftling eingestuft. Und die Verteidigung hatte auch beantragt im Februar, dass er mit ihnen sitzen sollte. Und da hatte selbst die amerikanische Regierung oder die amerikanischen Ankläger hatten nichts dagegen. Und es wurde aber auch von der Richterin abgelehnt. Das Personal am Gericht war immer, wenn man einmal drin war, sehr freundlich. Aber ja, man hatte schon das Gefühl, man wird total behindert. Es gab auch Vertreter von Reporter ohne Grenzen, und die sagten sogar, dass sie öfter in der Türkei oder in Russland besser hofiert wurden oder behandelt wurden, als sie sich jetzt hier in Herzen von London fühlten.
Eine sehr interessante Schilderung. ich habe auch immer wieder den Eindruck, dass wir ein bisschen, also wir, da meine ich jetzt die demokratischen Staaten hier im Westen, ein bisschen vor unserer eigenen Tür kehren müssen, bevor wir uns mit anderen anlegen, weil so ein Fall wie der Fall Assange, aber auch andere Fälle zeigen ja deutlich auf, dass auch wir einen dringenden Handlungsbedarf haben in Sachen unabhängige Justiz. Auch der Fall zum Beispiel in Malta mit der Daphne Garuda zeigt eindeutig auf, dass die Justiz eines Staates hat, der Mitgliedstaat der Europäischen Union ist, gröbere Probleme hat. Wenn wir uns anschauen, was sich in Spanien abspielt, mit der sogenannten Verfolgung der unabhängigen Medien, so ist das alles nicht sehr lustig und immerhin ist oder sollte die Europäische Union eigentlich ein Hort der Demokratie und ein Hort der Pressefreiheit sein.
Das ist halt, wenn man von der Sicht der Regierung, denke ich mal, ist es halt so, dass sie das Vordergründige sehen, dass sie sich nicht an den Karren gefahren haben wollen. Aber das ist halt, wie Sie vorhin auch schon sagten, wir Journalisten eigentlich zu einer der funktionierenden Demokratie dazugehören. Das wird dann vergessen und das kann sich halt schnell rächen. Und wenn zum Beispiel die deutsche Bundesregierung gefragt wird, warum man sich im Fall Assange nicht einsetzt, dann wird immer gesagt, ja, Großbritannien ist ein Rechtsstaat, aber es wird nie wirklich untersucht oder mal genau hingeguckt. Man muss auch wirklich nicht genau hingucken. Dann merkt man, was halt da für Verfahrensfehler und Herr Melzer hat das ja beschrieben, dass an jeder Ecke eigentlich Verfahrensfehler gemacht werden oder Verbiegungen des Rechts stattfinden. Und dann ist es halt, finde ich, eine unglaublich bequeme Position der Bundesregierung zu sagen, nein, Großbritannien ist ein Rechtsstaat und wir glauben denen das und damit ist für uns das Thema erledigt. Vor allem, wenn man sich halt, ich wohne in Irland und hier gab es in den 70er Jahren die Guildford Four zum Beispiel. Man kennt die aus dem Film Im Namen des Vaters. Da waren 4 Leute, waren 15 Jahre inhaftiert in Großbritannien. Fälschlicherweise. Und es gab Hinweise, dass also die richtigen Terroristen, die da an diesen Anschlägen beteiligt waren, die standen im selben Zeitraum vor Gericht und haben sogar gesagt, dass da hier Unschuldige, also die damit der Sache nichts zu tun haben, dafür angeklagt sind und dafür im Gefängnis sitzen. Und es wurde einfach beiseite gewischt von der Justiz oder vielleicht auch auf Betreiben der Regierung hin. Und wenn man das ist ja nicht der einzige Fall, dann gab es noch die Birmingham Six. Und wenn man das historisch kennt, dann einfach zu sagen, ja, Großbritannien ist ein Rechtsstaat, das verstehe ich auch leider nicht. Ja.
Also ich fand ja spannend bei der Melzer-Präsentation bei uns im Journalistenclub, die Sie vorher erwähnt haben, also die ja online stattgefunden hat, nämlich auch die Frage von einem Kollegen, wie er dann gesagt hat, ja, er hat das Buch aus Verzweiflung geschrieben. Ja, also wie weit muss es kommen, wenn ein UNO-Sonderberichterstatter ein Buch schreiben muss aus Verzweiflung? Ja, da habe ich mir schon gedacht, also da habe ich die ganz laut bekommen und habe gedacht, was bedeutet das? Nicht, das bedeutet in Wirklichkeit, dass der Rechtsstaat, so wie wir ihn kennen, sich selbst aufgegeben hat.
Mhm.
Und jetzt bin ich ein wirklicher Verfechter einer bürgerlichen Demokratie und denke mal, das ist noch immer die gescheiteste Staatsform. Aber dass ein Rechtsstaat sich selbst aufgibt, dass ein UNO-Sonderberichterstatter sagt, ich muss ein Buch schreiben aus Verzweiflung, weil anders kann ich die Welt nicht mehr aufrütteln, das ist schon ziemlich ernst, würde ich meinen.
Ja, also ich habe das Buch auch gerade gelesen und auch rezensiert auf den Nachdenkseiten und ja, also er schreibt da von mehreren Fällen oder das durchzieht eigentlich das Buch, dass er Nils Melzer offizielle Stellen anschreibt oder mit denen sich trifft und dann er als UN-Sonderberichterstatter ist eigentlich einem Regierungsmitglied gleichgestellt. Dann werden da Beamte hingeschickt, die sich bemühen, aber eigentlich keine Entscheidungen treffen können und wird ihm eigentlich dauernd signalisiert, dass er nichts zu sagen hat oder dass man sich um seine Meinung nicht schert. Und wenn er jetzt zu einem anderen Ergebnis gekommen wäre, würde ich mal sehr schwer vermuten, dann würde die britische
a little test, and in fact maybe I'll do that in just a minute and take some questions with my browser, and we can see how unique my browser is online, because of course if you're not very unique, it's a good thing if you are unique, that it makes it easier for advertisers or others to track that it's you moving around. Firefox is, probably used by many of you, but if you're not using it, get off Safari and get onto Firefox. There have obviously been some privacy concerns more recently with Chrome, and so Firefox is your answer there. NoScript, uBlock Origin, and Ghostery can provide different types of protection. They're browser extensions that give content filtering, including ad blocking, stopping trackers, and in some cases they say that they speed up websites as well. For example, NoScript sits on Firefox, and it blocks active executable web content. You can individually tweak that to modify that. Now, I don't think I've got too much time left, but the final thing I will say, just before I go to look at this, is more practical things that you can do for your privacy. Get off WhatsApp. That has just got to go. And get your friends off it, get your colleagues off it. On May 15th, the new policy of Facebook comes into force. They had said that they were going to all but boot you off if you hadn't agreed to their new policy by then. They've softened it a little bit and said they're going to prompt people over a set of weeks, will you, read it, decide, but eventually they will. Facebook says that it's not really going to affect individual users. It's really their commercial, their business users that will be affected, and that the individual users won't lose the functionality immediately, but it is coming. But there will be information that can be extracted and used for marketing purposes, and that may be something that you don't actually want. And in fact, when Facebook took it over, I think it was, when was it, for 2016, I guess. Already then, WhatsApp had started sharing some personal information like phone numbers and profile photos with Facebook. Then that was designed at that time to improve friend linking and matching friend recommendations and ads on the app. So it's a portent of things to come. It's very telling that Elon Musk said, he tweeted, use Signal. I think that says it all. Get off and get your friends off unencrypted plain old phone lines for voice calls. Get on Signal, and choose to talk encryptedly, even for everyday things. Make it a habit. Enable two-factor authentication. There's an extra F in there, sorry. But enable two-factor authentication to ensure that you and you alone maintain access to your accounts. This is where security and privacy begin to intersect. Use a password manager, because who has one password anymore? And if you do, you've got bigger problems. You should, of course, be using a unique password for every site. And then finally, update your systems and apps regularly. Now, I've done a giant whirlwind of activity, and I can see everybody's got comments and all the rest of it. Do you want me to open up for questions?
Yes, please, Solette. Would you like me, and firstly, could I say thank you very much for your contribution and for your work. Could I just remind the moderators to please unlock our various contributors. If you are on another window besides this, as in, for example, if you've got the lobby window open, or maybe the old session open on another thing, you might want to close that, just so that you don't end up unmuting yourself and making, inadvertently saying something. So we've got a few questions and comments from a number of people in the chat. Could I just ask N. Frank if you are willing and able to unmute yourself, and if you are happy to ask your question yourself. Thank you. Please go ahead, and Frank.
Hi, Sulet. Thanks for all this. Well, it's not really a question. It's a bit of a rant. I put some of it on the chat already. I think we have many deep problems with Signal. Sure, the crypto is done right, but besides the funding from Radio Free Asia, Moxie Marlin Spike decided that the infrastructure will forever remain Amazon, that you cannot federate your own Signal server with his server, so he wants to keep the users captive. He said that maybe we could use Signal someday without a phone number, but that was 5 years ago, and it didn't come yet. Recently, it turned into cyber Ponzi crypto casino scheme, even turning a Signal into a bank, which 80% of the tokens are actually detained by a company Moxie is part of. So I'm very much uncomfortable when Elon Musk says use Signal, actually, because Elon Musk is not my friend, and his capitalism and coup-based exploitation of lithium is not the way I want the Earth to be run. So I'm not saying that anything is much better than Signal. I think all is mostly crap. I think Wire is crap as well, but at least Wire doesn't require me to use my phone number, so I can use discardable identities in Wire. Matrix is promising, but most implementation of the crypto is crap. I'm not saying that anything is better than Signal, but I'm very much worried that we turn everybody into a software that is run on the same infrastructure as the cloud of the CIA.
So I agree with you that it is definitely not perfect, and I have no dispute on that issue. I guess the question is, if we are on a sliding spectrum of privacy, do we choose to be in a really bad place or a less bad place? And also, what's your threat model, right? So an activist has a very different threat model than Joe Blogs in suburban, wherever, London, Melbourne, who really isn't involved in the change society movement. Now, that doesn't mean they don't need privacy. They do need privacy. But for them, Signal is certainly better than plain old phone lines. You will definitely get better privacy from that. But I don't think, and certainly better than WhatsApp. But I agree with you. I mean, so that's one reason that I do work on Ricochet Refresh. I mean, Ricochet was a program that was originally written and then was sort of largely abandoned. And I've put a lot of heart and soul into reviving it. It was running Onion's version 2. We put time and energy into getting it up to version 3 because version 2 is being deprecated and it won't work by the end of this year. So this ensures its longevity. It's not perfect yet, but we've added, as I say, file transfer, which is a big step up. Our next thing is we've got to do some re-engineering at the back end, and we'd like to ultimately take it to mobile phones if we could. But that, you know, I put my sort of heart and soul into that partially for exactly the reasons you've just described. And I don't think there is perfection out there yet. But I also think that that is not a reason to throw our hands up in the air and go, oh, well, we shouldn't try, right? So it's like saying, I can't have a perfectly secure system, so I'm not going to run patches when they come out. And I think that it's much better to actually run the patches even if it's not secure, because you might solve 70% of the problems, even if you're not going to solve 100 of them. But I'm happy to have that debate with you. And I'm going to share, while there are other questions, I'm going to actually share this screen. Theoretically, I'm going to share the screen. There we go. Because I just wanted to show you over here. I've pulled up Google. I've done a Google search, and I've done that on purpose because I wanted to show you Cover Your Tracks, which is EFF, which does an analysis of how much protection you have against web tracking. And so in this case, it says it's pretty good. It's pretty strong. You can see there are a set of things up there that I've got Privacy Badger and a few other things up there. But the idea that it says, oh, look, your browser's got a nearly unique fingerprint. That's a good outcome. It's not perfect. You can learn some specific statistics. It's a pretty cool device and also a very good way of teaching people about the nature of their lack of privacy when they're browsing. And it's kind of fun to test your different browsers and see how they rate. Maybe you have some that are more privacy enhanced than others, but I recommend that you give it a go and install it and see if you how you rate on it. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off topic there, but I wanted to mention that. Any other questions? Thank you for that. And Frank? I can't hear anyone.
You take your time. Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Suet. I'm really sorry to interrupt. To say that, firstly, thank you for your contribution, but we're going to have to move everybody out of this room and into the lobby because we're going into question and answers in the lobby. Any more question and answers in the lobby, but the space is going to be used for the next session on creativity. We'll be there. We're very grateful you're here. Thank you for all the work you've done into trying to make this understandable and easy for us, and see you through the festival again. And thank you everyone for joining us from all over the world.
Thank you.
Hello.
Werden entschädigt werden.
Oh, hi there.
Arbeit von Nils Melzer zusammen, die ja auch auf Deutsch verfügbar ist. Ich weiß nicht, womit das zusammenhängt, aber was man auch sagen muss, das kommt zum Beispiel in dem Buch von Professor Melzer auch deutlich hervor, dass 2010 ganz eigentlich alle Journalisten die Story der schwedischen Behörden einfach unhinterfragt übernommen haben, ohne selber zu recherchieren. Man kann vielleicht sagen, viele sprechen natürlich nicht Schwedisch, da ist es, so wie Professor Melzer, da ist es schwierig, die Originalakten zu lesen. Aber dennoch muss man sich ja da Mittel und Wege verschaffen und vielleicht Dolmetscher, Übersetzer etc. hinzuziehen und da die Faktenlage überprüfen. Und das ist nicht passiert, und für Herrn Assange und für die Pressefreiheit insgesamt hatte das ja hochdramatische Konsequenzen.
Ich gebe Ihnen recht, ja, und ich verstehe auch, dass sich Leute, die besonders sich im Fall Assange engagieren, dass das wehtut und dass das auch manchmal problematisch ist. Ich habe ganz am Anfang gesagt von unserem Gespräch heute, und dazu stehe ich, dass der amerikanische Geheimdienst hervorragende Arbeit geleistet hat, professionelle Arbeit geleistet hat, in der Beeinflussung auch der Journalistinnen und Journalisten in Europa oder auf der Welt. Also diese Frauengeschichte ist ja ganz hervorragend geeignet, um den Assange unglaubwürdig zu machen, obwohl sie nicht stimmt, wie wir wissen. Und auch der Melzer das nachgewiesen hat. Trotzdem hat das gereicht, ja. Nur trotz alledem glaube ich, dass wir jetzt in eine Phase kommen, auch aufgrund des Buches von Melzer, was ich auch hoffe, dass das schnell in anderen Sprachen auch erscheint, wo einfach immer klarer wird, dass die Journalisten hier gemeinsam, mehr oder weniger gemeinsam, in Fallen hineingelaufen sind. Das glaube ich schon. Ich glaube, diese Fallenberichterstattung gibt es immer wieder. Das habe ich auch versucht zu erklären mit dem Myanmar, wo man einfach einer Quelle geglaubt hat, obwohl die Quelle nicht wahr war, ja, weil sie eigene Interessen verfolgt hat. Heißt nicht, dass ich den Militärputsch in Myanmar jetzt gut heiße, Gott bewahre, das soll jetzt keiner falsch verstehen. Ja? Natürlich heiße ich das nicht gut. Ja, aber?
Der Fall, nochmal darauf zurückzukommen, dass der amerikanische Geheimdienst oder Geheimdienste gute Arbeit leisten. Das ist ja nicht nur im Fall Assange so. Also wenn man sich zum Beispiel den Skripal-Fall ansieht, was einem davon verkauft wird oder was die Mainstream-Medien einem da verkaufen wollen, die Geschichte kann einfach nicht stimmen. Was die russische Seite sagt, dass die beiden Russen, die da in Salisbury waren, die russische Story stimmt wahrscheinlich auch nicht, aber dass die russische Story nicht stimmt, bedeutet nicht, dass die Geschichte der britischen Seite stimmen muss. Und da gibt es zum Beispiel bei ich bezeichne ihn als Journalisten, ein Kollege, Craig Murray, der hat einen Blog und der hat letztens einen Artikel über diesen Fall geschrieben, wo er in 10 Punkten die ganze Geschichte wirklich auseinander nimmt und dass da die offizielle Version kann einfach nicht stimmen und trotzdem wird die an allen Ecken und Enden ist es sozusagen als erwiesen angesehen, dass es so gelaufen ist, wie die offizielle Seite das sagt und das da einfach zu sagen, so und dieser Craig Murray kriegt vom britischen Journalistenverband keinen Ausweis oder wird nicht als Mitglied genommen und da informiere ich mich gern auch bei anderen Quellen. Und ich kenne ihn persönlich, natürlich nicht jeder kennt ihn persönlich, aber ich gebe da große Stücke drauf, was er sagt, dass das so Hand und Fuß hat.
Ja, trotzdem warne ich wirklich vor Fake News und Co. Es gibt jetzt im Journalismus immer mehr.
Aber das sind ja gerade Fake News.
Ja, warte. Ich wollte etwas erklären gerade. Ich wollte jetzt sagen, es gibt im Journalismus seit einem Jahr ungefähr, und zwar in mehreren Ländern, ob es in Großbritannien ist, weiß ich ehrlicherweise nicht, aber hier gibt es sowas, und Deutschland auch Faktenchecks. Begonnen hat damit die ARD, dass sie begonnen hat, die Fakten zu zerlegen, wenn Fakten kommen, und auch die Fakten aufzuarbeiten. Das haben sie auch im Fall Assange gemacht, haben sie auch gemacht in anderen Fällen. Worauf ich hinaus wollte, ist, das Problem des Journalismus ist, und das hatten wir schon mal kurz, war die Finanzierung, nicht? Des professionellen Journalismus, dass er teuer ist, relativ teuer ist, weil die Leute ja davon leben wollen und ähnliches mehr. Herr Blocker will ja nicht davon leben oder muss nicht davon leben, weil er macht ja was anderes. Oder die meisten. Das heißt, ich glaube, dass wir Formen finden müssen, wenn wir in einem demokratischen Staat pluralistische Medien erhalten wollen, wie wir diese Medien finanzieren. Das muss entweder, ich habe schon mal gesagt, entweder durch den Bürger erfolgen, dass der Bürger sagt, diese Medien kaufe ich und weil ich sie kaufe, garantiere ich damit ihr Überleben. Oder es muss über andere Formen finanziert werden. Andere Formen wie Werbung, wie auch Staatsförderungen haben natürlich das Problem in sich, dass hier Abhängigkeiten entstehen. Beim Leser am wenigsten noch nicht, weil wenn er sein Abo kündigt, einer nur, wird noch nichts passieren. Das dritte ist der Faktencheck. Noch einmal, ich bleibe dabei. Der Faktencheck halte ich für das ganz, ganz Allerwichtigste. Und ein Fall zum Beispiel, der mich sehr aufgerüttelt hat, ist das Snowden-Buch. Ich weiß nicht, ob ihr das gelesen habt. Das Buch vom Snowden über seine Geschichte, also wie er in den amerikanischen Geheimdienst hineingekommen ist und wie er dann in Moskau hängen geblieben ist für mich ein hochinteressantes Buch, weil es diese Mechanismen zeigt. Und ich gebe schon recht, dass Mechanismen, die, wenn du den Staat massiv angreifst, und der amerikanische Staat fühlt sich durch Snowden und auch durch Assange massiv angegriffen, dann wehren die sich mit allen Mitteln, die auch nicht demokratisch sind und die auch nicht der Wahrheit entsprechen. Und die Aufgabe von uns Journalisten wäre es nun, und da trennen wir beide uns, von uns Journalisten wäre es nun, diese Wahrheit nachzurecherchieren und nicht zu übernehmen. Das ist mein Aufruf an die Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Nehmt euch die Zeit und recherchiert die Fakten nach. Nicht? Und wie gesagt, da muss man vielleicht nicht Schwedisch können, aber vielleicht hat man einen Kollegen in Schweden, der das kontrollieren kann und ähnliches mehr. Es gibt ja auch wir Journalisten kennen uns ja zum Teil auch, nämlich die zumindest in gewissen Bereichen immer tätig sind. Und der Journalismus ist natürlich breitest aufgestellt. Da gibt es den kleinen Chronikjournalisten, der jetzt den nächsten Verkehrsunfall um die Ecke recherchiert und wahrscheinlich mit investigativen Journalismus nur am Rande zu tun hat. Vielleicht dann, wenn es um Polizeivergehen geht oder ähnliches mehr. Dann kann das schon passieren. Hatten wir jetzt in Wien vor kurzem. Oder es gibt eben die große Weltpolitik beschreiben. Und auch hier werden natürlich Abhängigkeiten gemacht. Es gibt zum Beispiel, ich weiß nicht, ob Sie das wissen, ein CIA-Programm, wie Journalisten ausgebildet werden. Da werden so Journalisten aus der westlichen Welt nach Amerika eingeladen, auf Kosten der CIA, und werden dort einfach informiert, wie ihr Staat funktioniert und so weiter und so fort. Das ist natürlich ein Indoktrinierungsprogramm, ist ja gar keine Frage.
Ja, ich weiß auch nicht, warum Sie gerade gesagt haben, dass wir uns hier trennen. Also bei Faktencheck und Recherche und Quellenprüfen, da stimme ich Ihnen voll zu. Es ist halt nur diese Trennung, dass die professionellen Journalisten das machen und andere Quellen, die sie oder andere Berichterstatter, die sie quasi einfach so als Fake News bezeichnen. Ich finde, das muss man von Fall zu Fall, muss man sagen. Ich würde auch jedem, der irgendwas liest oder hört, und das sagen wir auch immer, hinterfragen, prüfen, stimmt das, was die Presse schreibt, stimmt das mit dem überein, was ich auf der Straße sehe, wenn in den Medien überall steht, das ist ein Aufschwung und es geht uns allen gut und die Wirtschaft blüht und Deutschland ist Exportweltmeister, und dann schaut man sich an, was los ist auf der Straße und was die Leute für Löhne kriegen. Da kann jeder seinen eigenen Faktencheck machen und sehen, wo was an Nachrichten dran ist und was nicht. Und das finde ich, diese Trennung von althergebracht oder professionell und ein Blogger, der vielleicht von was anderem lebt, der ist vielleicht ja viel freier und braucht sich ist nicht abhängig von irgendwas. Und wenn der sauber recherchiert, kann ich nicht sehen, was dagegen spricht, dessen Informationen erstmal auch zu prüfen und zu sagen, ja, das kann sein, dass der Mann recht hat. Also
ja, das werden ja Rechecks und Double-Checks nachher ergeben, ob er recht hat oder nicht. Wogegen ich nur bin, ist gegen die Weiterverbreitung von Fake News. Und das passiert leider massiv. Also ich habe vor zwei Sachen...
Entschuldigung, die Weiterverbreitung von Fake News passiert da auch bei den professionellen Medien. Der Guardian hat getitelt, Manafort der Wahlkampfmanager von Trump, habe Assange 3-mal in der Botschaft besucht und da waren Russen dabei und es sind ganz tolle Quellen. Dann wurde es am nächsten Tag wurde das so ein bisschen, wir haben davon gehört, also es wurde ein bisschen runter, das ist nicht mehr so angreifbar juristisch. Mittlerweile ist klar, also der NDR hat gesagt, oder hat herausgefunden, dass er Guardian wissentlich die haben vorher bei der Botschaft nachgefragt, dass diese Besuche nicht stattfanden. Diese Nachricht ist immer noch auf der Webseite vom Guardian drauf, das war auf dem Titelbild, und massenweise Medien haben es auch nacherzählt und diese Fake News weiterverbreitet. Und das waren keine Blogger, sondern und alternative Medien. Das waren ganz Medien, die eigentlich, wo man sagen würde, die Ressourcen hätten, um das selber zu prüfen.
Darum habe ich ja vorher gesagt, glaubt keinem einzelnen Medium, sondern nehmt euch aus verschiedenen Richtungen die Medien. Dann habe ich schon einige Geschichten gehört, die nicht...
John, excuse me. Did you show some videos and artwork that we sent or not?
I don't know. I mean, I've not been involved in the organisation of this really. Okay.
Okay.
Deepa just asked me if I did. I was going to. So I've sent some images in as well. I'm not sure how that is working, or whether they will appear on screen at the same time as when we talk. Maybe Deepa can answer that when she's back.
It's okay.
10, so we are nearly ready.
Hi, John. Just to let you know that Peter's just trying to get in to the room. He's just getting himself sorted. He'll be there in a second.
Can I just quickly check well, there's lots of people here already, isn't there? But I just check the pronunciations of the names. Christina Godoy Navarrete, David Domino.
Vorher was anderes sagen, wenn mir das wichtiger scheint. Weiter drücke und das an meine Freund verteile.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, John. Peter's here as well. I'm just promoting him to moderator. For those of you who are listening from all over the world, welcome. Thank you very much for being here. My name is Deepa. I'm one of the organizers of the festival, and I'm very glad to be here alongside people whom I really admire in terms of their strength, their courage, their resistance. I just wanted to make sure that all the people who are moderators now know that you can mute your computer so it doesn't echo back from somebody who's speaking. So on your screen, you will see a little thing that looks like a microphone, Christina. You'll be able to mute yourself.
Yeah.
If you hover on your screen, you'll be able to mute yourself with that. So I'm going to try and mute Christina for a second because I think she hasn't realized that her computer's still on.
Yeah, I'll just come back in a minute.
Perfect. So I'd like to firstly welcome our different speakers. Peter Kennard, you'll need to switch your camera on. So if you hover on your screen, you'll see a little thing that looks like a camera.
Yeah.
Christina, I've already muted you, so you don't have to worry about finding it.
Oh yeah, webcam settings, start sharing. Is that it?
Yes. Yes.
Wait a minute, allow. And then start sharing. And it says
We can still hear you. Peter, I'm just going to mute you while I make the introductions, and hopefully
has my image come up or not? Or,
Jemand in der U-Bahn.
so it's the camera at the bottom, share webcam, that one, is it?
No, if you, yeah, sorry, exactly that one, beg your pardon.
Yeah, and then it says start sharing.
Yeah.
But it's got a line through it, it won't let me do it for some reason. Will you allow, it's got a thing at the top, will you allow Octuna to use your camera?
So yes.
Allow, yeah. And then start sharing. All right, has that come through? No.
You're here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Hi, everybody.
Hi there.
Okay, Peter, if you don't mind, I'm just going to mute you, but you can unmute yourself on the screen whenever you're ready to speak. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to John Russell, who's going to be chairing this panel and organizing everything for yourselves, and to our amazing contributors whom I'm really looking forward to hearing from. My name is Deepa. I'm one of the co-organizers of the festival, and the International Festival of Whistleblowing, Dissent and Accountability is intended to be a warm, welcoming space where journalists, activists, artists, technologists, lawyers, and all of us who are concerned about the way the world works and how dissent is allowed and how we have freedoms and how we care about democracy and solidarity come together to build something which is fun and amazing. And of course, the fun and amazing part comes from art. Also, just to remind you that you're in the Hanan Saleh Mathrood room. Hanan was a young 8-year-old girl who was shot by a soldier in Iraq. And her family was paid £390
Nennen kann,
or thereabouts.
runtergekommen für diesen Rufmord.
Of course, we commemorate her, and in the other room we are commemorating our wonderful inspiration in some of this, somebody called Gavin McFadden, whom many of you will know through his work in setting up so many places, including the CIJ, and also revolutionizing how we think about whistleblowing, and inspiring many people, including Eileen Sharp, Julian Assange, many filmmakers like Juan Passarelli and others, to engage with a new form of journalism. So these are the two rooms. Over to you, John. Sorry to take a few minutes to say that. And thank you so much to everybody for joining us. This event is being live streamed, by the way, so you can see it all around the world. So please feel free to put your where you're calling in from in the chat. And just to remind the speakers, you can mute and unmute yourself whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Very pleased to be asked to do this session, and I guess I've been asked to chair this session, although I'll be doing that. I'm not particularly qualified to do that, and I will be doing it in a very light touch. But I will be trying to collect questions that I see in the chat over the course of the session to ask at the end of the session. So please ask any questions. I'll try and make sure I ask the participants at least some of them. So the way that the format of this session is going to be very straightforward. Each of the participants will talk for around about 10 minutes. The title of this session is Creativity, Dissent, Speaking Truth to Power and Finding Ourselves. So each of the speakers in probably very different ways will address those themes. And then, as I said, I will be trying to collect questions to ask for a question and answer session.
Nur noch übrig die Klage nach dem
So I hope that's fairly understandable. The running order, which we've decided on, was going to be the first speaker will be Clara Lopez Rubio. Then Peter Kennard will talk. Then Christina Godoy Navarrete. Then Clara and David Dormino will have a quick conversation for 10 minutes to sort of vary the format. And then depending on how much time we have, I may say a few things myself, and then about my own work and my own opinions on this. And then we will move on to the question and answer session. So, okay, I don't want to waste any more time. So first of all, we'll start with Clara. I'll mute myself.
Okay, hello to all of them, all of you. I'm very, very pleased and honored to be with Peter, Davide, and Christina this morning. It's really, really great. I'm really very excited to know what they are going to tell me and to learn a lot from you. And I'm a filmmaker, and I just finished in January a film about the legal team of Julian Assange. I followed the Julian Assange case during almost 8 years, and then I will tell you some things about my work and about my thoughts about these themes. So when we started our documentary, Hacking Justice, you can see the film in this festival. I think it will be available during 1 week. When we started making this movie, we would not have believed we would be working on it for 8 years. We knew that there was a story to tell behind Spanish Judge Garzón, the person who ordered the arrest of Chilean dictator Pinochet, becoming the lawyer of Julian Assange, but we didn't know the details of the case, the protagonist's motivations, their underlying conflict, or where this trip would take us. We were familiar with the world of human rights and universal jurisdiction, but the topics of mass espionage, whistleblowers, and exposers of war crimes was an unknown field to us. In addition to our ignorance, we faced all the difficulties. A film about lawyers, those people who spend their days in meetings or type memorandums on a computer. And to top it off, it was an open case with confidentiality requirements. And this gave us many headaches. But fortunately, the reality of Baltasar Garzón's daily work was fascinating and not at all routine. So I see the creative process, documentary filmmaker making is like playing with life and reality. It's like a playing without concepts. We started this trip without having concepts about how is reality, and we started getting the feedback of the reality of life. And we realized you have a plan, but this plan is never fulfilled. Life and reality always surprise you with unexpected moves. And documentary making is a constant work of dropping concepts and of letting go of expectations. So in order not to pour our own subjectivity into the film, that it was very much in the vision of the side of the lawyers, we opted for a less involved, more distant voice to create a breathing space for the watcher and give him or her the possibility to reflect. And when you reflect, when a person reflects, you often come into dissent. Something you hear, you read is not coherent, so instead of accepting it, you decide out of curiosity to research, to understand, to learn more about. That's something that we humans can do. And the first thing that seemed not coherent for us was that the media and the press, when we were filming, that was 2014, 2015, 2016, the press was calling Assange a fugitive of justice and a rapist. And at the same time, we were spending a lot of time with lawyers. Most of them were human rights lawyers, altruistically working to defend Julian Assange's rights. And it was clear that there was something important behind all this effort. None of the members of the legal team were there simply to defend the founder of WikiLeaks against sex crimes committed in Sweden. For the lawyers, there was more at stake in this case than one man's future. They talked about freedom of the press, the right of information, transparency, the technological revolution. And it was immediately clear to us that these lawyers were not fighting for a fair battle. They were not fighting a fair battle. One of them told us about his moments of despair when he really noticed that there was a big barrier at the political level on which they could do little or nothing. in spite of giving up, because the state's interests are often above the law and because the fight between justice and politics is nearly always a lost battle, these lawyers continued pressing on with their law books under their arms and a faith in the system that at times was hard for us to share. For them, their conscience leads the way, and we learned how important these qualities of endurance and perseverance are. And there are many people whose conscience leads the way, many artists, whistleblowers, writers, philosophers, filmmakers, but also doctors, scientists, teachers, and many more. And events like this festival make possible that we connect with each other. And when you have this conscience, comes the next theme, speaking truth to power. When you have this conscience that leads your way, you notice that there are abuses of power, and you have the necessity to speak out this truth. And bringing abuses of power to light has a high price. All types of threats, losing jobs, ending legal procedures that lead to financial ruin, years in prison, exile, you know, all of that. And it's really great that there are platforms like WikiLeaks and many others, and Courage Foundation, that support those who take the step to put themselves at risk to tell us the truth. And of course, artists and filmmakers.
So erscheinen, dass selber liest.
Comes the next step, that's finding ourselves. And all humans, each of us, can come to terms with our dark sides of fear, aggression, longing, loss, ignorance. And if we want to live freely, these dark sides cannot be neglected. And collectively, the force of these same dark aspects create enormous suffering on Earth, like war, racism, environmental devastation, hunger, illness. And to alleviate these forms of suffering, if we don't want to repeat past mistakes, humans, that's my thoughts about it. We humans will have to face greed, hatred, and delusion at their root. And I think that no amount of political no amount of political or scientific change will end these sufferings unless we also learn to work with these aspects in us, individually and collectively. And this is why art and every creative process, that's what that does, no? What art and creative process does. It starts a conversation with these dark sides, with these dark aspects in us, instead of fighting them. And so we can heal them. So these are my thoughts to the themes of the talk. I'm finished. And I'm happy to give it to Peter. I know you have been working many of these aspects, and I'm really, really happy to hear you.
Hi, thanks, Clara. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah. That was, I mean, I think what Clara said about conscience is vital. And in terms of art is, to me, something that's has become more and more important, because we're living in a increasingly corporate world. Our space, our cities are increasingly corporate and privatized. So the artist's voice, by artist I mean everybody creative, it becomes more and more important, because it's a voice against the machinery of state And obviously, in a lot of countries, artists and writers are risking their lives doing what they do. And obviously, we're talking about a situation here where Julian Assange has been disgustingly imprisoned for being a journalist. So it happens here in specific areas. It doesn't often happen to artists. So I've always thought that the sort of privileged position that I'm in, being an artist in this country, that I can make political statements and I don't get locked up for it, or haven't done so far, or whatever. So I think the role of art has become more and more important, and the sort of canon that art had, you know, they had this sort of canon of white male artists that sort of stretched from Cézanne to Jackson Pollock or whatever. That canon is being exploded now, and everywhere in galleries, in discussions, you're getting women artists, you're getting black artists, Asian artists, you're getting a panoply of world artists, and this is something new. You know, I've been making work for about 50 years now, and at the beginning it was a very small elite of white male, mainly male artists who are and curators who are leading the art world, and that's being exploded by young artists and arts and sort of cultural workers who are actually not accepting the fact that on the board of, say, the Museum of Modern Art, you've got trustees who produced the tear gas that was used in the demonstrations for Black Lives Matter, things like that. Artists are not just signing petitions, but they're actually saying we're not going to have this structure within the art world. We're going to fight it. And I mean, I was involved in an exhibition at the Design Museum in London, and it was an exhibition called Hope to Nope. And it was of young political artists. It was good that they put it on, but they, I mean, it had a £15 entrance fee or something like that. Anyway, it had a lot of young artists, and then the artists discovered that the gallery was actually sponsoring or having dinners for arms dealers, as well as showing this exhibition. They're having arms dealers in for jollies in the evening who are paying to be, you know, to have a nice scene so they could discuss the sale of obscene weapons together. So the artists in the exhibition decided to try and fight this and say, look, you've got to, don't have any morality in terms of your sponsorship. And the gallery just backed down, said, you know, we're not going to change our policy. We're having this. So 50% of the artists in the exhibition took all their work out, which is quite a big thing for young artists to do. Here they are in the Design Museum. I had a work in the permanent collection, which I took out in sort of solidarity, but they took all the work out and showed it for free in a big recreation centre in Brixton, which was great. So, and to me, that was an important example of artists, young artists, not just talking about it, but actually doing something with their work, you know, which they suffer for in terms of the sort of showing of their work. But they were solid in their feelings about it. And I've been involved quite a lot of campaigns about sponsorship, and we all know the famous ones at the Tate Modern of BP, which in the end, you know, the Tate did pull out. So, and I was involved in one at the National Gallery that was also had jollies by arms dealers coming in, and we demonstrated, and in the end, the gallery pulled out of that. So those sort of demonstrations that are being made by people in the, you know, artists and the creative industries are really important, and they sort of a part of this thing of the canon are exploding, and different forms of art being allowed to materialize that are dealing in political events. And we've just seen yesterday the Turner Prize, the nominees for next year's Turner Prize, for this year's Turner Prize, are all social collectives, art collectives that work very closely with communities. So those sort of things that have been going on quietly for many years are now coming out. And there may be a lot of reasons that one will question, but it's very important that we're seeing that art now is taking on a social purpose that it's always had. You know, you think back to the Mexican muralists, you think back to the anti-fascist work being done in the 1930s by Hartfield and Brecht, and all cultures need voices of dissent and activists, visual activists and visual dissenters. It's absolutely crucial for our society. And as I say, I think it's more crucial as our media just becomes sort of yay-sayers to the political quo, most of the culture that's actually shown on terrestrial television is crap. You know, like there's a place now where one has to say that one is outside the system, and the art world, you know, has its blue chip scene, and you have this connection between galleries, sale rooms, curators. There's a sort of nexus, and big corporate collections. There's a nexus of that world, but there are lots of other separate worlds that have become more and more important, and they become important in terms of protest. And I think that's what one can do as an artist. I mean, I haven't, you know, in terms of like Julian Assange, I've done a few posters that have been used around. Other people have done much more, like Clara doing this film. You know, that sort of work is so vital, and it's very difficult to fund. It's very difficult to do it, so one has to find ways around the system. But that sort of creativity is vital, and to me, all creativity is vital now in whatever form. When we've got a planet that is, you know, sort of moving into extinction almost as a through climate, and the horrendous sort of rise of right-wing dictators, presidents, dictators around the world. All these things mean that the artist can't really sit, well, can, but it feels more and more compelled to not to just sit in their rooms or studios and work at distance, but to actually get involved in what's going on and see themselves as a sort of, I mean, I call it a visual arm of protest. Okay, that's me. It's Christina, is it?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, thank you very much for your interventions. And thank you very much to Deepa for inviting me to participate in this important meeting. And I'm actually also very honored to be here, sharing my views and experience on on a topic that it was a bit difficult because it was quite broad, and the emphasis, it wasn't very clear. But anyway, there's so many things that we can say about whistleblowing, dissent, creativity, that it's something that I could perhaps can contribute. Obviously, I seem to be the odd one out here because, unfortunately, I'm not an artist, or I'm not. I don't have any special skills in the art forms, but I could say that perhaps I am a protagonist or a subject of artists. And throughout my life, I have seen the importance of the art and the different forms of expressions in denouncing, which I feel very strong, which is injustice and inequality. And I certainly have not only a lot of respect, but a lot of admiration for those people that commit or give their skills, their creativity to the cause that is so just, so much. I mean, my closest connection perhaps would be that I am the proud mother of a journalist and filmmaker, Pablo Navarrete, who's also produced a film for Julian Assange's father, no extradition. I guess my strong connection with the arts has been since throughout my life. Is almost 50 years now. It's going to be things that have been sort of what I would call an activist, a human rights defender. I'm Chilean. I was a political prisoner during the Pinochet era. I had the good luck of surviving and being able to come to this country. And throughout my life, I have tried to maintain my belief and contribute to the various activities of many human rights causes. But even during the time in prison, we already saw the importance of the arts and the creativity when we use the possibility of us creating, knitting, embroidering, things that we could sell, not only to obtain money to survive and to earn money for some of the people who were in prison that didn't have any money or resources, but also as a way of us communicating, being able to get together, communicating, passing on information. These were workshops where we could talk about things that were going on inside the prisons and the various concentration camps and the secret places of torture, that we could pass also to the outside world in hidden blouses or embroideries or objects that we were designing and producing. We were able to pass messages to the outside world, which was very important. And even the role of the art during the government of Allende in Chile was so important in transmitting the message of what we wanted to build. I mean, there was an incredible production of all sort of expressions of artistic expression in the music, in the theater, which certainly contributed in that case, not to the denunciation of the human rights abuses, but of what we wanted to build, the society we wanted to create. And it was extremely powerful and important during that time. And throughout the years, I mean, I have been involved. I came to this country, I was able to study, I made my contribution, I worked in the NHS, in academia, I am retired. But throughout this time, I think what has been important is to keep that we've been able to keep our ideas, our strong desire to resist and to fight for a better society and future. And it's always been in communication with people like you here in the panel who are producing documentaries, producing exhibition, and through that communicating at each step what has been going on. And more recently, we have been here involved in a very nice project called Crafting. There was a very nice project, first of all, called Crafting Resistance, which there is a documentary that is going to be shown a little bit later on. That was the product of a project initiated by one of my Chilean friend who also in prison, in trying to collect all the objects that had been produced in the Chilean concentration camps. And we managed to collect an enormous amount of material, which is also happening in other countries. And there was an exhibition that was put in here. And through that, we were able to produce a video. And we've also, through the involvement of younger generation, Chilean and Latin American generations, and through, again, through the art, we've been getting together in a project called Bordando Memoria, which is embroidery the memory, which is to try to produce arpilleras, patchwork and embroideries of, initially it was about the Chilean people who had disappeared in Chile. And then it's been extended to other situations in Latin America and in other parts of the world. And through that, not only help us to remember and to talk about what happened and what the situation was, but also to reconnect with the younger generation of second generation Chileans and other Latin Americans, refugees who came to this country, to document in that form the history, and an important part of the history of Latin America, sad history of Latin America. So although, as I said, I don't have a personal contribution in a filmmaking or an exhibition, I feel that this relationship between what's happening with the people who have been part of different processes and the artists, in order to document, to record, and to leave this as a testimony of memory, is incredibly important. It's not only for the present, but particularly for the future. In any way and form in which this can be achieved, be a documentary, a painting, a book, a song, those are so powerful and important for us, people who are actually, as I said, protagonists of social changes or different activities, but also to leave as a legacy for future generations. So I've always been extremely grateful, as I said earlier on, and a great and admired and of all those you who put your enormous talent to that cause, and I know some of you also believe in that strongly.
Das ist mein Gedanke dazu.
We are able to leave these important archives and memories and documents for future generations, as I said. So I guess this is why I have been put in this Augustus panel here with some with people who have made themselves important contributions, but certainly I just feel that we in one way or another we need to maintain this form of expression. It's a very powerful way of getting to people that otherwise would not listen the messages that we sometimes try to give them. And finally, certainly more recently, it's been so important in the struggle and in the support for the release of Julian Assange. And as you probably have seen, the incredible work that many people here in this country are doing in defending Julian Assange, and those activists that day and night, rain or shine, I think is the word, are there outside protesting and supporting Julian Assange, and hoping that he will soon be released. So I think that's what I have to say. I am an all-age activist, and I am very proud to be that. But I think that who has a tremendous gratitude and admiration for the art, for the artist, of all those that still think that we can make a better world. I think that would be my contribution. John?
Davide, I would like that you present yourself and maybe you tell a little bit about your creative process as an artist.
Hello everyone. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm totally agree with what you said, Peter, Clara, and Christina. I also discovered that with the very important galleries in London, the Richard Sultan, that I think is a feminist gallery. Is it correct? Yeah. It's okay. Anyway, yeah, I can say just something very quickly. I believe that art and cultures create conscience and critical thinking. And imagining new words and drawing routes to aim at reality is certainly the role of the artist. So understanding the spirit of time and make it visible, it's what we have to do. Sometimes without art, some phenomena could remain hidden, and this is exactly what moved me in this way. And as an artist, I feel the duty to defend freedom of speech and expression, and the right to know. This is the way why I create the itinerant sculptures, Anything to Say. I have the fortune to meet Clara and work with her. We create something very special, I think, together. An amazing video putting the statue of Julian in a film without anybody, free to breathe. It's another way to tell this story as this view. I would like to say something very, some updates about this project. We will have a very important event in Geneva on June 5th. We will exhibit the statue. There's a huge event in supporting of Julian with a lot of guests, as Nils Meltzer, Stella Morris, John Rees from their campaign, and some people from DM25. So this artwork to me is a really part of my life. Since almost 7 years, I work every day in this direction, and to support Julian and all the whistleblowers. So that's it. So Clara, you are preparing another event next to Berlin, huh?
You mean an event? Well, let's see. It's because of it we may do it in the summer, because everything is very restricted at the time in Germany now. And yeah, for us, I don't know how it was in Italy and in England, but for us it was very restricted year. So it was, we didn't have theaters, or we didn't have music, we didn't have anything as of art. So I think I notice now I have missed it a lot, and I think I start to notice the importance.
You muted your microphone. You muted your microphone, Clara.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear anything. No, it was a very restricted time in the last year, and for the artists, there was no music, no theaters, no film theaters, and I just noticed how important the art for the well-being of the society is. How important, and I hope that yeah.
Art is a very powerful virus too.
So how was it in Italy? How was the last year in Italy?
Yeah.
It was.
They are trying to open something, but it's just a fake to me.
Yeah.
So, John, do you want to say something?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Sorry, I was not sure. I tried to unmute myself in between some of the other talks, but something went wrong, and I was so apologies for that. That my chairing has been so even more light touch than I was intending. So apologies for that. Yeah, there was some. Thank you very much for everyone there for those discussions. I just wanted to say a few things myself as well. I'm also an artist, and I was very interested in the descriptions of the different ways, different types of political intervention, or the different roles or effects or functions people were describing for art. This obviously a very complex argument, the very complex discussion about what art does, etc. I guess my own art maybe operates. It feels a bit on a slightly, maybe a more trivial level. In that, I guess I've been mainly involved in when my work has been more might be described as political, although I'm not sure whether that would be the right word completely, as a kind of institutional critique, which is an attempt to kind of criticize the institutions. I'm sure everybody is familiar with these definitions. A critique of the institutions which display and preserve art as art, and the function of those institutions, how those functions operate politically. This isn't unimportant. Institutions decide, art institutions, art museums, art galleries have been criticized from 1960s onwards as protecting and preserving the hierarchies of culture, often in very conservative and traditional ways. I think others of the speakers have talked to this issue. Obviously, there are very, as I said, complex arguments around what art is, what art does, who has access to art, who has ownership of art, and what ownership might mean in different contexts and different kind of structures of value, and how art communicates and who it communicates to. Obviously, these are all simple things to say, but very difficult to actually answer, and then often there isn't an answer, the negotiation or ongoing process. And I just wanted to briefly connect this to, I think it's relevant to the issue of education. This is partly based on my own, and I share this with Deepa as well. We both working within the education system within the university system in England. And are witness to, amongst, along with a lot of other people, to its the current marketisation of the education system, certainly in England. And again,
I'm here, Deepa.
Are you gathering into the gathering room for the talk? I see you are missing still. I don't know if you called, I don't know, but Frank or
Nice.
But I'll just check with all the people who've been promoted to moderator and who can unmute themselves. If you have the lobby window open, you might want to mute it now so that you don't have any difficulties joining. Just to also let you know, in the sense that you might hear an echo from the other room, just to let you know, Claire Daly will be joining your panel. We're just waiting for her to arrive. Sami Ramadani is unwell.
Unmute Deepa.
Sorry?
Unmute yourself, Deepa, please.
I am unmuted. I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
I think your microphone isn't on in the lobby.
Okay. You can hear me. Thanks, Loki. Moritz, you need to be in the Gavin McFadden room. Sorry, somebody was trying to get into the room. We're just waiting for Claire and one more person. Oh, John Reese is here, and David McBride is here. Loki, you're muted, so I can't hear you. Sorry, Kareem. And Joe Laria is here. Brilliant. Were you trying to say something, Kareem? It's across the bottom of your screen. You'll have to unmute. Can you see that?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, good.
Thanks. We're just waiting for Claire now, I think, and then we should be able to start. And are we waiting for anyone else, Kareem?
Frank McGuinness.
Oh, yes, of course.
How are you, John? You okay? Oh, I can't hear John. It seems quite a complicated process actually unmuting. How was it done? How did I do it?
Hi, I just unmuted everybody, so maybe it works now.
You all right, John? You want to say something? What I found, John, was when I clicked on the phone icon at the bottom, it gave me an option to make myself, to sort of unmute myself. So it made, yeah, there we go. Okay.
Sorry, I was a couple of clicks away from you there.
All good. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Welcome to everybody who's here. We're just about to start just from the, we're just waiting for a couple more speakers to arrive, and we'll be going in a couple of seconds. David, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Just to check deeper, are Claire Daly and Frank McGuinness here?
We've been checking. They're not here. I'm just calling them on the other line just to find out where they are, because I just want to make sure they aren't stuck in the wrong room or something.
Okay.
Frank McInnes is on his way. He misread the time, so he'll be here in a second. And I'm just finding Claire Daly, so we should be there in a second. Okay, I'm really sorry. I'm trying to get Claire on the other line. She will join shortly and Frank will be here. For all those of you who are watching this live streamed, we'll be starting in just a few minutes. Our apologies for the delay. For those of you who are here live in the room, just to remind you that you're in the Gavin McFadden room, which is dedicated to someone who's contributed a huge amount to investigative journalism and to the protection of whistleblowers and inspired a number of people who, including those at the festival, such as Eileen Chubb and, of course, Julian Assange, who is in Belmarsh prison for doing his job. We also have another room, which is the Halan Saleh Matroud room. That room is named after an 8-year-old child who was shot by a soldier in Iraq and whose parents were paid of a compensation of about £390 as supposedly compensation for the horror that was imposed upon them. In both the rooms, we are streaming live via the Courage Foundation and via various other sources, including Truth Defense and Resistance TV and anonymous channels, as well as Action for Assange. If you're here in this room, please remember to make sure you're on mute. And if you've got another tab open with another room or the lobby open, you may want to mute yourself, just so that mute that tab so that you don't hear things twice. I think Frank is now in the room, Kareem, and thank you so much, Kareem, for agreeing to host this for us, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Deepa, for your tireless activism and for arranging the festivities that we will enjoy and learn from and will enrich our knowledge over the following days. The war on terror has lasted 2 decades and cost $6.4 trillion. It has entailed on average 46 bombs being dropped per day and displaced 37 million people. We today look at those who took that leap of faith to perform a vital public service. That service was making the public aware of how their money was being spent in killing other people around the world. How, in such an imbalanced equation, can we get some form of justice? We live in a time where war criminals like George Bush and Tony Blair are free, delicately humanized, solemnly listened to, and even revered, while Julian Assange and the others that took that leap of faith and published information about those war criminals and their war crimes are cursed, spied on, imprisoned, and ignored. As Peter Gallison put it in the book Agnotology, The Making and Unmaking of Ignorance, the classified universe is very much probably larger than the unclassified one. We know that in 2001, the year the war on terror started, 33 million classified actions were carried out by the US government, and it spent $5.5 billion per year to keep those documents classified and secured. When thinking about Daniel Hale, who has been charged under the Espionage Act for revealing that 90% of the US military kills via drones are innocent people and bystanders, he is potentially facing 10 years in prison. We think of others who took that leap of faith to make the public aware of what Donald Rumsfeld called the unknown unknowns. When thinking about the test and the challenge that many are facing, the words of Ernest Jones, a leader of the Chartist movement in this country, who was sentenced to 2 years in prison for what was defined at the time seditious speeches. Of course, the Chartists were merely asking for people that did not own property to be able to vote for parliamentary representation. Following his sentencing to 2 years in prison, he said the following: "Because I tried to extend your liberties, mine were curtailed. Because I tried to rear the temple of freedom for you all, I was thrown into the cell of a felon's jail. Because I tried to give voice to truth, I was condemned to silence." When we think of understandings of just reparations for the victims of the war on terror, but let's not forget that the war on Iraq did lead to reparations. It did. It led to reparations for Halliburton, who collected $18 million from the Iraqi government as reparation for lost profits during the government of Saddam Hussein. Bechtel, Shell, Nestle, Pepsi, Philip Morris, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Toys R Us, and Israeli travel agencies were all given reparations for lost profits during the government pre the 2003 invasion. This perversion of justice is something that we see within our societies. How do we challenge it? When thinking about whistleblowers and the ways to best protect them, I think of the words of the son of Daphne Galizia, who worked on the Panama Papers and was later killed in a car bomb. When he was asked what was the best way to protect whistleblowers, he said it was to act on what they reveal. And today we are hoping to hear from those who have experience and have taken risks to really show us the reality of the war on terror. Now, the first speaker today is a lawyer who practices in public and civil, criminal defense. He has stood with workers on the front line of pickets and suffered persecution by the state. Perhaps he can give us a legal perspective on how we can get these war criminals into The Hague, potentially. I would like you to please give a warm welcome to Frank McGuinness.
Thanks very much, comrade. It's really great to be here, and thanks to everyone who's organised this wonderful festival. As was explained, I'm a practicing barrister, and I suppose what I want to talk about is what accountability might look like, what criminal accountability and civil accountability might look like, specifically in the case of Tony Blair. And then I want to conclude my talk by thinking about some of the political and strategic considerations. Because what I think is vital is that we cannot see law as this isolated solution to what are essentially political problems. So the structure of my talk will be to look at criminal accountability, first of all, thinking about the crime of aggression, and also thinking about the crime of misconduct in public office. And then I'll look at two forms of civil accountability that we might explore. The first being to have Tony Blair expelled from the Labour Party, and the second being to have him disbarred and kicked out of Lincoln's Inn, where he's called to the bar. And then, as I say, I'll finally conclude with some kind of political reflections on what that legal analysis actually tells us about how we can try to advance the cause of accountability against him. People on this call will be aware broadly of what Tony Blair is said to have done. He waged an aggressive war. The crime of aggression is a very, in many ways, intuitive crime. And it was, of course, used to justify prosecuting and executing Nazi war criminals at Nuremberg. Now, the thing about those Nazi war criminals is that they were prosecuted under a specially constituted international military tribunal. And that's what created the jurisdiction for trying the crime. In Blair's case, the problem we face is that there is no jurisdiction for trying the crime of aggression. There was a private prosecution previously attempted against Tony Blair, as well as Jack Straw and Lord Goldsmith. And that culminated in a July 2017 case of Al Rabat and the Westminster Magistrates Court, which was a High Court case. So let's think about what was happening there. People tried to bring a private prosecution. To do that, they needed a warrant from a magistrate's court. And when they tried to get that warrant, the magistrate's court refused. And so they brought an application for judicial review in the High Court, challenging the magistrate's court refusal to grant that warrant. What was said in that case was that, well, the judges agreed with the Attorney General, who had intervened in the case, to argue that the crime of aggression was unknown to the law of England and Wales. So the British state is happy to prosecute Nazi war criminals for the crime of aggression, but whenever Tony Blair does it, it's unknown to the domestic law. So much for domestic law. What about international law? Some of you will be familiar with the International Criminal Court. The former ICC prosecutor, Luis Moreno Ocampo, refused to start an examination. Fatwa Bensouda, who took over in 2012, is pursuing a preliminary examination of the UK for war crimes in Iraq. And that's helped by the UK decision to close down the Iraq Historic Allegations Team investigations. So again, let's think about what's happening here. The ICC is an internationally constituted court that has jurisdiction to try crimes under the Rome Statute 2002. And crime of aggression is defined there. One of the big issues that we face in trying to pursue justice in the ICC is that the ICC will only investigate whenever there's been an inadequate domestic investigation. And so the broad contours of the problem that we face, they revolve around the fact that the UK government held the Chilcot inquiry. And so the government can point to that and say, we've had an accountability process, there's no need for the ICC to intervene. The long and short of it is that it seems unlikely that crime of aggression is something that Tony Blair will ever be prosecuted for. I mean, there's another issue, which is the question of retrospectivity. Domestic legislation, say we had some left-wing government that was willing to pass, this is a bit of a fantasy by this point, but say we had some left-wing government that was willing to pass domestic crime of aggression, it would need to have retrospective effect to cover Tony Blair's crimes. The other thing that is worth exploring then is misfeasance in public office. So misfeasance in public office is again a pretty intuitive offence. The offence is committed when the following four elements are satisfied. A public officer acting as such willfully neglects to perform his duty and/or willfully misconducts himself to such a degree as to amount to an abuse of the public's trust in the office holder without reasonable excuse or justification. Now, it is a very complex offence. It can result in a maximum sentence of life imprisonment, so it is a very serious offence. And you can see it's pretty easy to understand the contours of what such a prosecution might look like. Essentially, you would import the elements of the crime of aggression, and you would say that the willful neglect to perform his duty and/or willful misconduct in this case coextends with the crime of aggression, which is to say, it coextends with the role that Tony Blair played in bringing the United Kingdom into an illegal war in Iraq. It's not clear to me whether misfeasance in public office was also part of the attempted private prosecution. And it would be worth, if we're serious about trying to pursue criminal accountability, it would be worth speaking to the lawyers who brought the judicial review and understanding exactly how and why they pursued that case in the way that they did. Because it may be possible to bring a private prosecution on the basis of misfeasance. And it may also be possible to persuade the Director of Public Prosecutions to bring a process, although unlikely. Much for criminal accountability. So I turn out where he's been convicted of a serious criminal offence. So if you were to be convicted of misfeasance, it might be thought that expulsion from the Labour Party would follow. Currently been convicted of a crime, so Rule 2.8 might be thought more relevant. That rule states, quote, "No member of the party shall engage in conduct which in the opinion of the NEC is prejudicial, or in any act which in the opinion of the NEC is grossly detrimental to the party." Now, that rule has been criticised, especially by people on the left, because it's very broadly drawn and it creates a lot of discretion. But the process, if we were to seriously pursue an attempt to have Tony Blair turfed out of the Labour Party, would be something like this. Someone would submit a complaint. The complaint will be sent to the Governance and Legal Unit. The GLU investigator would decide if the complaint should go before the National Executive Committee. If so, the NEC would send any changes and their view to the National Constitutional Committee, which is a sub-body of the NEC. The Labour Party would then appoint a presenting officer, usually a barrister. Then there's a hearing, and the outcome of that hearing could include expulsion. Now, the most important thing to understand about how that Labour Party procedure operates is the politics of this whole process. Members are usually expelled in tranches. That happened with the militant tendency back in the day. And the Labour Party has a history of prescribing internal organisations and using that to justify mass expulsions. So the point I'm trying to make here is that if it's to succeed, we have to understand that the legal aspects of this procedure and the kind of aspects are only part of the process. Really, success is going to depend on political support for his expulsion within and beyond the party's machinery. And I think it's instructive in this regard to think about how other people like Jeremy Corbyn have been treated by the party's machinery. I'll come to that in a moment. The second avenue of civil accountability is Lincoln's Inn. So Tony Blair was called to the bar of England and Wales, like myself. He practiced for a while before fully transitioning into parliamentary politics. The Bar Standards Board is the regulatory board which has a number of functions governed by the Legal Services Act 2007, as well as a number of other statutes. And those functions include considering reported concerns about barristers and taking enforcement or other action where appropriate. So what I'm contemplating here is that we might bring a complaint by a member, a member of the public or a coalition might bring some complaint alleging that Blair has engaged in discreditable or dishonest conduct, or in the alternative that he has acted in a way which was likely to diminish the trust and confidence the public places in him or in the profession. Now, on the face of it, conspiring to illegally destroy millions of people's lives in Iraq might fall foul of those definitions. And again, part of any such complaint might include importing the elements of the crime of aggression and referencing Chilcot, referencing the other evidence, looking at polling data and trying to demonstrate the way in which he has called the barrister's profession into disrepute. We can get expert barristers to assist. We could get the kind of necessary legal firepower to try and build a really strong case against him and to have him turfed out. But the principle here remains a political consideration. It feels also somewhat inadequate as a remedy to have him. It's almost like symbolic. It's not a proper criminal prosecution, but I think it has some important symbolic power to say that, well, we may not have been able to criminally prosecute you, but just know that any civil organisation of which you're a member, we should sort of go after him. So we can go after him in the Labour Party, we can go after him in Lincoln's Inn, and there may well be other organisations of which he's a member where we might pursue similar tactics. But this is where I come to the concluding thoughts, sort of political context that I'm trying to convey here, which is that, as I've said, people like Jeremy Corbyn haven't committed mass murder of Muslim majority countries, and yet he's had the whip withdrawn. a lot of comrades, many of them Jewish comrades, have been expelled from the party. Jeremy Corbyn himself had the whip withdrawn in circumstances where people don't even seem to be saying that he said anything that wasn't true. It's just that there's a really bitter factional dispute taking place around the question of support for Palestine, as well as the very important question of what it means to combat racism and anti-Semitism. What's clear is that a lot of left-wingers have been turfed out of the party, and yet someone like Tony Blair, who no one seems to really be in doubt that he committed the crime of aggression. There doesn't seem to be that much doubt around it at all, and yet he hasn't been turfed out of the party. So I think we need to think about why that is. I think partly it's about looking at the constellation of social forces that support those two men, Jeremy Corbyn, Tony Blair. Tony Blair has the support of capital. He has the support of millionaires and billionaires. Those are the kind of politics that he represents. And so the social forces, the economic forces behind him, very powerful, and they don't want the symbolic defeat of having one of their former prime ministers turfed out of his own party. Compare Jeremy Corbyn, he didn't have very much support from capital. He did have a lot of support from Labour, which is to say from, Labour with a small L, from workers, from trade unions. And I think that's how we account for the disparity in the treatment. It's that Labour, workers, the institutions of working class power, the trade unions are much less powerful in the Labour Party and wider society than the forces of capital and neoliberal consensus. So if we're serious about accountability, then we need to find a way of building a coalition that can actually exercise the kind of power within and beyond the Labour Party that can hold Tony Blair to account. I also think we need to think about the framing of why we're trying to do this, because I think some people will say that we're sort of fighting yesterday's battles, and Tony Blair's not the Prime Minister anymore, and he's not an MP anymore. Why are you still going after him? And I think we need to have a really clear answer to that question. We need to talk with each other about the basis on which we seek these forms of criminal and civil accountability. And I think that's going to take some serious thinking. But I am of the view that it is possible to create a coalition that seriously pursues accountability against him. And if I can be of any assistance in forging that coalition, then it is something that I'm deeply committed to. And I really welcome the people who've organised this space for us to discuss what accountability might look like. So yeah, I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much for your analysis, Frank. We really must build that coalition that you spoke of to force that accountability. And perhaps today is really the initiation of some such movement. Now, next we have a person who can be described, in my opinion, as one of the heroes of this war on terror period. He is currently potentially facing life imprisonment for, in essence, telling the truth to the Australian public, to Australian taxpayers, the truth about how their money is being spent in Afghanistan. Despite passing his complaints up the command chain, David McBride was met with silence. Eventually, he passed information on to the Australian Broadcasting Corporation detailing the types of activity and killings that the Australian military were up to in Afghanistan during the 2 tours of duty which he had. He is now in a situation where, having pled not guilty to the charges put before him upon the basis that his disclosures were in the public interest, he is now awaiting trial. It's really great for me to introduce to you today former soldier, lawyer, and whistleblower, David McBride.
Thank you, Low-Key. Thanks, Frank. Yeah, no, you speak beautifully, and it's inspirational to hear what you say. One of the hardest things, maybe the hardest thing about being a whistleblower is you feel very alone. And coming to something like this, when I see so many smart people out there, I'm a bit of an Anglophile, I have to say, and one of my big ambitions, if I don't end up in jail, would be to come to England and to work with all of you, because there's a lot of power over there. The special forces of activism, and I think I like what I'm hearing with Frank as well about accountability. And Low-Key, you summed it up beautifully at the beginning, and I didn't think anyone else had ever said that before. But what whistleblowers want is not protection, not some sort of a law that means you can't lose your job or whatever. If you get to the stage when you're a whistleblower, you're so angry, the only thing you want is accountability for the people that you've revealed the information about. I mean, this is one of the advantages. I mean, Frank's McGuinness's points were very good. It's not always easy to get accountability, even in Blair's case, where there's plenty of evidence against him. A strong prima facie case, let's say, but trying to get action on that is difficult. And I'll come back to some of the points that Frank raised later. But the great thing about being a defendant in a criminal trial is that you get to raise issues and someone has to look at them. And I had this kind of, moment of madness or moment of genius where I wanted to be a defendant. My life has got easier since I've been arrested. And I know that there's a good chance, there'll be a lot of legal shenanigans, of course, but a good chance that I can probably get a general or a minister from the Australian Army in the witness box, and we can start out without their spin doctors and without their big PR machine and say, did you know about war crimes in 2012 and did you cover them up? Hard questions like that, which you can't ask outside the courtroom. And even if you're a defendant, you can ask some very hard questions. That's my plan. It's obviously a high risk plan, but I'm reminded that I'm not doing it too tough. Again, in that fantastic introduction, you mentioned how many people have died, and Deepa talked about it, and how many kids have been shot, how many people have been run over. And that will always happen in war, but it's happened in a very malicious and sinister way, in that we, instead of admitting responsibility, we have increasingly covered it up. And my story is quite interesting. I guess it's not that different from Chelsea Manning in the sense that I was a true believer. I grew up on stories of the Second World War. I believed in the Western democracies being the good guys. I knew we might make mistakes. You'd have individual bad people, but I went to Oxford University. I felt very privileged to be there because it was sort of the pinnacle of what I considered, Western democratic, using your brains for good, I'd say. And then I went to Sandhurst and I felt very privileged to be there. I was a soldier in Northern Ireland, and even in Northern Ireland, it never occurred to me that I was on the wrong side or I might be the bad guy, even though there were various inquiries, a stalker inquiry, I think it was called, and I began to see a dark side, but at that stage I still believed, and I think I was probably right, that there were exceptions. And I slowly, it doesn't happen overnight because your team is your team, but Guantanamo Bay shook me up. And also I'd been to Afghanistan. I'd been to Afghanistan in 2000 when the Taliban were running it. So I had a deeper understanding of the country, and I knew what wasn't true and what was true. I knew, for example, that despite the propaganda, the Taliban had actually destroyed the opium poppy. They did control the country. They were the de facto government. And they were the victims of a lot of sort of corporate media propaganda, or even before we went there. They weren't angels by any means, but they were a product of their context, like any you know, and the context was something that we, the Western world, had created. John Pilger found out that we had, the Americans were sponsoring hardline terrorists, you know, Islamic terrorists, very sort of fundamental, barbaric people, even before the Russians invaded. We created chaos in Afghanistan, and then we kind of got upset when, you know, the chaos came back to bite us. It's the similar thing to what's happening in Syria, in that we create chaos. And it used to make me particularly angry in Syria when I'd find out that the Pentagon was sponsoring these, you know, terrible people to fight the Assad regime, and people who there was no way they would let them take over the country without having learnt the lessons of Osama bin Laden, to think that if you sponsor hardline rebels and then, of course, you double cross them and say, well, we weren't really trying to help you, we were just using you for our long-term aims of expansionism, they're going to come back to New York City. And the fact that they were doing the same thing again made me very angry. In Afghanistan, I began to see on the micro and macro level, and this is, not only were soldiers killing people, but they were getting medals for it. We wanted war in Afghanistan, and I could see it wasn't just a matter of a few bad apples. It was something deeper than that. It's good to speak to people like yourselves, because you, it won't come as a shock to you, but it came as a shock to me, and again, it won't come as a shock to you that I could not get anyone in the corporate media, and it's all corporate media in Australia, to be interested. They might be interested in a murder or a rape, but they weren't interested in the idea that the whole war was a kind of rigged casino. And it was actually it was really a win for America, in the same way that you talked about Iraq. It was a win because they turned a lot of public money into private money, in that although, you know, they didn't beat the Taliban, they probably never wanted to. They just wanted to spend billions on it, of taxpayer money, on it. And then the Halliburtons and all those companies that you mentioned, there was a really terrible company called DynCorp who ran all the bases, and the bases was a huge business. And of course, they would give George W. Bush or Barack Obama, they'd give them big donations back. The fact that they got $100 million base deal, or probably 500 million, and so they'd give 50 million or 10 million back to the probably the Democrats and the Republicans, and so it was a win-win for those people. I don't think they wanted to win the war, or well, they knew that they were already winning. They were winning by making money and getting a foothold. There were lots of pluses for it, but of course the losers were the Afghan people. And as a soldier, I was still a true believer in that. One of the big losers, of course, was the soldiers. And these are people that a lot of them are really good people. They come from poor backgrounds. They dedicate their lives to the country. They do tour after tour. And the idea that we were wasting them in order for some large geopolitical game, which was like a joke for people like Tony Blair. We had people in Australia. And I think I really flipped when I found out that there was a famous soldier, or a couple of famous soldiers who'd won all the medals And they were actually pathological, murderers, and they were just making shit up. And they would just shoot somebody and say, "Oh, look, he was a Chad." And they'd talk themselves up so much they'd get bravery medals for murders. The leadership, it was such a sort of thick plot. They either knew or were reckless to that fact, and they'd give them medals and they'd say, "This is great," because the leaders were using them as much as these crooked soldiers were using the leaders, because the leaders, by having heroic soldiers, it allowed more people using that kind of nationalist, almost like a sporting team. It allowed people to support the war. The wars always helped electoral, standing in front of an Australian flag or an American flag and saying, we need to fight the war on terror. Won elections. Election after election was won by people who wanted to use that imagery about standing strong and making sacrifice for freedom. And so both sides were using each other, unscrupulous soldiers and unscrupulous governments. War crimes were covered up, and I think, as I said, the real kicker was we were prepared to sacrifice innocent soldiers, not just on the battlefield, but we would, when words started creeping out about war crimes, and they needed to be seen to be doing something. It was all a Potemkin village. Everything was about being seen to be doing something. It didn't matter what the reality was. And so they found some scapegoats as some soldiers who had done nothing wrong. And they wanted to put them in jail in order to hide as a smokescreen this pathological kind of murdering. And that really flipped me to say, this is not some sort of heat in the moment idea where our soldiers got carried away fighting the good fight. This is something so cynical where we allow murders, we cover up murders, we reward murderers, and if there's ever any problem, we throw innocent people in jail. And of course, the mainstream media played along with it. There's only really two streams of media in Australia. And it's very easy to control them if you've got a bag of money. And I couldn't, my disillusionment got deeper and deeper because no one was even interested in the story. You'd think that's a pretty bloody big story. As I said, it was an Australian Watergate, not just the war crimes, but the fact that the political leaders must have known, just like the sort of Watergate burglary, and to say that wasn't about the burglary, it was about who knew what and were they manipulating it for wider ends. But no one wanted to carry the story. Eventually the ABC did. They were scared of the wider implications because it's just too big. And one of the things that will come up in the Whistleblowing Fest is the psychology of being a whistleblower. You've done a good job with Tony Blair and in Frank McGuinness. I'll grant you that. In everyone I know in England or whatever, they think he's a criminal. Everyone thinks he's a criminal. So at least people get it over there. They might not be able to do that much about it, but you have done a good job in that people understand that it was kind of a bit of a big conspiracy, People make jokes about conspiracies, but it was a conspiracy. It was a conspiracy at a very high level, and with the consequences of thousands of lives. And it was just like you said. It was corporations manipulating the state, or the state going along with it, and a lot of really good, honest people dying as a result. And accountability is what we need. That's my next step, and it links into sort of Julian Assange's case, when obviously the corporate media have a lot to answer for. People can be convinced that these things did happen, but they just need a little bit of persuading, a little bit of pressure. And one of the inspirational things for me is the Watergate case. And the fact that did happen, and the Vietnam War, the withdrawal. People power can work. We may have to work out how to put pressure on the corporate media to actually covering the truths of what's going on. As I said, I've got an unusual strategy, whereas I'm prepared to go to jail in order to bring light on it. In some ways, the worst thing that could happen to me now is that the charges are dropped. I've got a platform, and you talked about that. I'm going to have to look him up, but the founder of the Charter Movement, that's my idol, you know, to do some jail time and just make it quite clear I'm prepared to go to jail to get accountability at these highest levels. I'm a middle class, well-educated guy who used to work for the machine, and I still believe in the rule of law, but my country is not the country of lies. My country is the country of truth. It's not a matter of, you know, my country right or wrong. And there are people who I would call my countrymen in every landmass in the world, and there are people who are my enemies who are in the Australian government. I think we moved on from the idea that depending on where you live in the world, you're either good or bad, and it's actually depending on your moral standards that you're good. I want to move on, and I'd like to come and help you with the Tony Blair thing. I think it's a really good idea to try to even get him chucked out of the bar. I mean, that sort of stuff can hurt people. They might pretend it doesn't, but that, you know, even getting someone banned from it, I mean, it's worth pursuing those things, because as a whistleblower myself, the one thing that I won't feel a failure if I go to jail. The one thing I will feel a failure about is if I never get any kind of accountability. And at least with Blair, you're a couple of steps down the road. The head of our armed forces at the time of the war crimes, he should be accountable. The Minister of Defence, he should be accountable. But we're a couple of steps behind you over here, in that people don't really see that it started at the top. Maybe after my case they might. But I think I would urge you to go on with that, because that's the sort of thing that gives a whistleblower a great heart. And it doesn't matter. You just need to make examples of some people to say you are not immune from accountability when you make these decisions. You may think you're going to be, because you've got corporate media. Anyway, I've talked for too long, but I'm obviously very excited about being here. I'll take any questions. And it gives me such strength to see people like you guys around the world, and I will be fighting from my end, and I hope very much to come and meet you one day.
Thank you so much, David. And when you spoke, it made me think of the Charlotte Bronte, when she said, if all the world hated you and believed you wicked, while your own conscience approved of you and absolved you from guilt, you would not be without friends. And actually, you are far from without friends, David. When you stand in court, you not only represent millions, but possibly billions of people across the world who do not see the war machine as a necessity. So thank you so much for what you have done, and we will be here in support of you and hope to see you in London soon. We had a few other speakers who were scheduled to be here, Rod Driver, Sami Ramadhani, and Claire Daly. We still hope that Claire Daly will be able to come, but Rod Driver and Sami were not able to make it for different reasons. So we do have a little bit of extra time. If you have any questions, please do put them in the box, and I will do my best to get as many of them as I can to our fantastic panelists. Now, the next speaker is one of the co-founders of the Stop the War Coalition. Now, we can never forget that over 1 million people took to the streets in London, 2003. But simultaneous to that, it is believed that 30 million people were mobilized globally. That is the largest simultaneous demonstration in recorded human history. And as John said, in the years afterwards, that when a decision was being made so clearly against the will of the majority of the public, a death of civil liberties would be seen as a necessity by the establishment. He has a wonderful book on the Levelers' Revolution and the People's History of London with Lindsay German. I highly recommend that one for sure, and has been a very important figure in the Don't Extradite Assange campaign. So please, people, give your attention to John Rees from Stop the War Coalition.
Loki, thanks very much for that very kind introduction, and my congratulations to Deepa and others who've organised this event. I want to start with the Assange campaign. As Loki says, I've been working on the Don't Extradite Assange campaign for a couple of years now, and I'm sure that the case is very familiar to most people listening today. The case is, however, reaching an absolutely decisive point, and it's the urgency of matters at the moment that I want to speak to at the moment. The facts of the case, the rights and wrongs of the case are, despite all the years of swirling rumour and accusation that have surrounded Julian Assange, remarkably simple. They boil down to this. If you think that you have the right to know what the government and the major corporations in your society are doing in your name, then you are a supporter of Julian Assange. If you think that the only thing that the press should have access to are the PR releases of government departments and corporations, then fair enough, he did something wrong. But I think there are vanishingly few people in our society who believe the latter. I think that they believe they have a right to know how their sons and daughters are expected to die, and they have a right to know how the money they pay in taxes is being spent. And I think they think that it is a public service if people reveal to them the truth of those matters. And I think when the argument is put as simply and clearly as that, there are very few people who would defend what the United States government is trying to do with the Espionage Act in jailing Julian Assange, and what the British government is doing in assisting them in the extradition of Julian Assange to face those charges. But it's not the substantive issues involved in the case that I want to dwell on, it's the urgency of taking action at the moment. People will know, I'm sure, that the Westminster Magistrates Court found on the 4th of January that Julian Assange should not be extradited to the United States because the US prison system is, in the words of the judgment, oppressive, and that he would be a suicide risk if he were put into that system. The judgment was, in every other respect, a terrible judgment. It found in favour of the United States case on issue after issue to do with freedom of speech and freedom of the press. The reason why things are now so urgent is that within the next few weeks, the next 3 weeks in fact, the appeal court will decide whether or not it's going to hear the United States appeal to have that decision to stop extradition overturned and to restart the process of extraditing Julian Assange. In the same kind of timescale, we'll know whether or not the cross appeal by Julian's defense lawyers to have all the bad stuff that came down the line in that judgment overturned will also be heard by the High Court. And if the High Court decides that it will hear the case, and I'm pretty sure, seeing it's the United States government request, it will decide to hear the case, then perhaps within a matter of weeks and certainly within a matter of months, a definitive decision will be made about that extradition case. So, if you are already involved in this discussion, please do redouble your efforts to make sure that that decision goes the right way. If you haven't yet been involved in it, now is the time to get involved. And whether you are newly involved or have been involved for a long time, please begin the process of speaking to as many people who are not yet involved on as wide a basis as you possibly can. This is, and I don't believe this is an exaggeration, this is the definitive civil liberties case of the 21st century. and we cannot afford for it to go the wrong way. And not just because of the rights and wrongs of the imprisonment of Julian Assange, this is the second point I want to make, but because of the context in which this case is now taking place. It isn't a deliberate decision of either the US government or the British government that this should be the case, but it is nevertheless the case that this is happening in the timescale, in the same timescale, and in the same political framework as the alterations to the Official Secrets Act to make it an even more draconian and authoritarian piece of legislation than it already is, for the police bill to be passed through the House of Commons, although that's been halted for the moment by the protests against it. I'm sure, however, that this government will bring it back into the legislative timetable as soon as it feels it's able to. And it's also happening in the same timescale as the Spy Cops inquiry into the behaviour of the Special Demonstration Squad. Now, I declare an interest here. I'm a core participant in the Spy Cops inquiry, as is the Stop the War coalition. It's quite a thing to read through the police reports of your own political activity, to see them forwarded directly to the security services in this country, not remain within the Metropolitan Police, to see the level of deployment of officers into the Labour and Socialist movement. Now, I spread out all this before you because they are connected. These are multiple examples of the way in which the police and the state machine attempt to suppress, subvert, and criminalize dissent. Entirely peaceful consent, by the way. You may have seen the reports from the Spy Cops inquiry of the sustained, over a 25-year period, sustained police spying on Peter Hain for his work in the anti-apartheid movement. This was a civil liberties, civil disobedience movement at its most extreme. It was, in fact, a mainstream democratic movement of citizens exercising completely legal rights to protest, yet it was systematically spied on by the state. Julian Assange, of course, was simply doing the work that any reputable investigative journalist and he finds himself, I don't know, perhaps that was a moment where the state directly intervened to mute the speakers in this. I'm not sure, but you see my point, that we're not looking at a single instance of justice gone awry. We're looking at the systematic attempts by the government to silence perfectly legitimate forms of democratic argument and democratic protest. And so I encourage you to see the context of this, and I encourage you to draw from that context that these specific cases that are in the public eye at the moment are perhaps even more important than you might see them if they were taken individually and separately. The third thing I want to say, and this will be my final point, is to draw the connections between whistleblowing and mass political protest, the role of resistance movements more widely. I think it's sometimes, understandably, because people who are involved in whistleblowing take enormous risks and are incredibly brave in deciding to speak out. But I think that sometimes generates a kind of sensibility that there are kind of the heroes that do this and the mass which watch them doing it. And I think that's a disabling framework. And I want to speak a little bit about why it's fundamentally inaccurate. To take Julian's case, for instance, when WikiLeaks released the absolutely devastating logs on the Iraq and Afghan wars in 2010. Those wars and the subsequent occupations had already been going for 7 years. The demonstrations and protests that Loki referred to by the Stop the War Coalition and others internationally had already created an environment, an audience that wanted to listen to that kind of material, that knew in general what the truth of the war was and were particularly receptive to and had a particular use for the kind of material that WikiLeaks released. So there was a symbiotic relationship between the people making the leak and the people who built the mass movements. It's even clearer, actually, in the case of Catherine Gunn, the subject of the recent Official Secrets film, when she released the leak from GCHQ showing that the Americans were spying on delegates to the United Nations. Where did she take the document that she took from GCHQ? She took it to Yvonne Ridley, who was working as part of the Stop the War Coalition and was a journalist, who put it in the hands of the Observer. Where did she go immediately after she'd made that leak? She went on to the demonstration of February 2003 that the Stop the War Coalition organized. In her case, there was a direct political link, direct political participation of the person making the leak in the wider movement of resistance. And of course, the leak that she made sustained the arguments, proved the arguments in detail that the anti-war movement had been making. And the same with Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. They provided irrefutable evidence that what the anti-war movement had been saying and protesting about for years was absolutely the truth, and what our enemies and opponents have been saying were a series of grotesque lies. And that both advanced the debate and empowered the movement. But I like to think that also the movement created an audience that was willing to listen to that, and for which those pieces of information had meaning. Those of you who've heard Mozambique speak will know that when he was a prisoner in Guantanamo Bay, the one thing that he says gave him more hope than anything else was the news of the mass protests against the war. So my point is this. I'm nothing against the old hippie mantra that the truth will set you free. It's certainly true that the truth is a precondition of freedom, a necessary condition, but as the philosophers say, a necessary but not sufficient condition of freedom. A sufficient condition of freedom is that you know the truth and have the capacity to act on it. And for ordinary people, the capacity to act comes from collective organization. They don't have power, they don't have money, and they don't have guns. They have numbers and organization. And even the numbers aren't any good if they don't have organization. This is a truth which goes back at least as far as the Chartists that Loki mentioned, certainly perhaps as far back as the Levelers, which I've talked about. Fundamentally, if we don't have numbers and organization, we don't have power. And truth without power is impotent. So there are not just the whistleblowers, there are the people who act on what the whistleblowers tell us and who act collectively. So my final encouragement to you is to get organized. If you aren't in a collective organization, get in one now. I don't really care what it is. Get in a trade union, get in a left-wing political organization, get in a mass movement, get in them all, but get organized. Because everything that we say today depends on ordinary people taking action tomorrow. I'll end with this. My proudest moment as an organizer is actually to do with my family. I come from an ordinary working class family. My father was part of a mining family in South Wales. It's not a very radical family in itself, but I have had this effect on it, or rather the political work that I've been doing has had this effect on it. My mum and my sister, who works in Sainsbury's, have only ever been on 2 political demonstrations. One was for the miners in 1992, and the other was against the Iraq War in 2003. And for me, that's the mark of a movement that is being politically effective. It's not when the politically committed are willing to act. It's when ordinary people take a day off work, get somebody else to look after the kids, have somebody else to do the shopping, take time away which is precious to them because they have little of it, and decide to take a stand. And that, I believe, is what everything that we do should be aiming at, involving ordinary working people in changing the society around them.
Thank you very much, John, for that beautiful conclusion to a very important contribution today. And as I say, we hope that today is the first step to collectivizing these forces. It's also important to remember that while the special branch were infiltrating and spying on anti-apartheid activists in London, the apartheid government had bombed and attempted to bomb the ANC headquarters 3 times throughout the 70s and the 80s. And rather than protecting anti-apartheid campaigners, or rather than investigating the apartheid government and their agents in London, the British government and special branch collaborated with the apartheid regime in monitoring and spying on activists. We know that the spy corps from 1968 onwards infiltrated groups as vast and as wide as Eat Out Vegan Wales, anti-fur campaigns, Houseman's Bookshop, a group called the Rebel Clown Army, a group called Veggies Catering Nottingham, and even a group that rescued hedgehogs. How is that for Britain as being a force for good in the world? We know about the UK military having a global network of military bases of 145 sites in 42 different countries. We know that its network of tax havens are responsible for 37% of losses that governments face due to capital flight, shall we say. But now we were hoping for Claire to speak next. I think she's here, but we're still just sorting out a few issues. We have some interesting questions, mainly really for David. We know that there are 5 countries around China that Britain have military bases in. We know that the United States is pushing Australia into a more confrontational position with China. When considering that China is Australia's #1 trading partner, what do you make, David, of what appears to be an escalation, at least of verbally, between Australia and China?
Yeah, it's a good point, and it's an embarrassment. And it was one of my motivations, actually, was to say it's not about the last war. And both Frank has touched on this, John has, and you did as well, Loki. It's not about trying to go through past events that are no longer relevant. It was about the next war. And I wanted to point out the fact, as I said, that the wars were being used to win domestic elections and to make money. And we needed to, if we realised this, we wouldn't be talked into the next war quite so fast. In fact, my phones are bugged by the police. You know, one of the conditions, it's not even in question, one of the conditions of my bail is that I give the police any phone numbers that I have. So that can only be for one reason. I used to say to my lawyers, I said, look, because things are looking pretty good for my case. I've got quite a lot of support. I'm very clear that I've done the right thing as a lawyer and officer. But I said the only thing that's gonna harm me now is another war, and or a terrorist incident. And not that it's all about my case, but then in that same week, our government started talking up war with China, or they had been doing it for 6 months. And the security services held a press conference for some reason and said, oh yeah, we're very worried about threats of terror, you know, it's going to happen. Not that there's any reason for them to tell the public that. They could obviously just go about their business quietly, but they want the public to know that because they know that that gives power to the established government. It shows everything that is wrong about Australia's position to China. And it's actually some good comics in Australia, comedians have sent it up. Because Mike Pompeo, obviously the US is trying to antagonise China. They see a war. Wars are good for the US. They see, or the worst people in the US, the moneymakers, the corporations, the congressmen. So they want to talk up enemies. They like enemies, and they particularly like a technologically advanced enemy like the Chinese, because that means that we have to buy more expensive arms. I think one of the frustrations about them fighting the Taliban and ISIS was it was hard to justify a $6 billion single plane with all this equipment when you're fighting a force that doesn't even have an air force. So China and Russia, the pivot, I think one of the pivots back to them is they can sell a lot more equipment, a lot more expensive equipment if we have to fight China or Russia. So the Americans always want to antagonize China, and Australia being such, we are so owned by them now. We immediately started rattling the saber towards China as well. And of course, China is our single biggest trading partner by far. The prosperity we have enjoyed for the last 20 years has been as a result of harmonious relations and good trade. And the people that suffered when Australia started saying China's bad, and what used to stick in my throat was the things they used to say was China has very bad human rights records. China has secret trials. China puts whistleblowers, on trial. They're a really terrible country. And the corporate media didn't pick up on it and say, well, all of those things we are doing at the same time. But the people who suffered from this saber rattling against China were the Australian farmers, the Australian businessmen, who a lot of them lost their contracts because China retaliated. But of course, the government doesn't care about the people that they're meant. There was a bit of a pushback. Again, the comedians did it really well. Imagine the Australian Defence Force headquarters, and they're saying, we need to protect our trade routes from China. And then the straight man saying, well, who do we need to protect our trade routes from? China. And it was just so ridiculous. So we've made a problem for ourselves simply because the Americans told us to. We've realised it's a mistake, but now there's an election coming up, and our Prime Minister, his opinion is going up because, as I said before, nobody loses an election by saying we need to have a war. George W. Bush was returned with an increased majority in 2004. Obama launched more aggressive actions than George Bush. He did it in a smoother fashion, but He certainly learned, you know, as you guys know, there were more wars under Obama's presidency than any other time. And he was re-elected. He probably would have been re-elected a third time if it was possible. War is good for saber rattling. Is unfortunately good. You will get elected for it, and this is one of my goals, is to point that out to people, to make them understand that when we say there's an enemy over there and we've got to go and fight them, they're coming for our freedom, that is really snake oil salesmen talking up fear, talking up nationalism in order to get themselves voted out. We had the most classic example of this the other day, that after our Prime Minister had been talking up, it's hard not to laugh when I'm saying it, he was talking up how about, you know, we will defend Taiwan, and Taiwan is, it represents everything. And he was kind of quoting Churchill, and it was like, yes, this is like appeasement. This is like the Germans invading Czechoslovakia or something. And then he did an interview on the radio, and they brought up the subject of Taiwan. And the same Prime Minister that was saying Taiwan is so important to him and we're prepared to go to war to stop her, he said, oh, in regards to Taiwan, we very much believe in the one country, two systems thing. And basically, he put out the Chinese Communist Party position to say that Taiwan is part of China, and as long as China treats them differently like they did Hong Kong, that will be okay with us. This is the same guy that was pretending to be Winston Churchill. So he was going to go to war over Taiwan. You know, not realizing that that he didn't even, you know, he thought it was kind of part of China, and they were going to go along. You know, that shows you what a charlatan. All of our politicians are, and they use this as they don't care about Taiwan. They don't care about their own soldiers. They don't care about their own people. They care about getting elected, and they will say whatever they want. Luckily, he's getting caught out, but you know, that's one of the things that we have to be aware of. It really is the next war which is the problem, and unless people see the problems of the last war, we won't fix it.
Absolutely. Thank you, David. And so we have our last speaker, who we're so glad that she is with us today. Member of European Parliament, please give a warm welcome to Claire Daly.
Thanks very much, Loki. And I don't know if it's my appalling level of competence in terms of technology, or somebody is trying to frustrate my presence in being here, but absolutely everything that could possibly have gone wrong has. So I'm really sorry. I don't think my camera's working, but I hope people can hear me, because I really wanted to participate today. It's unfortunate that I wasn't here to kind of launch this panel. It looks like I'm kind of summing it up now, and I kind of missed some of it. But look, I suppose the point I wanted to make first out was that I think this event is something different. Often when we meet to talk about terrible things and injustices that have happened, which can sometimes weigh us down. But I think this event is different in that what we're doing is we're celebrating whistleblowers and truth tellers. And I mean, obviously the word whistleblower, we think, you know, I think we mean something broader. You know, whistleblower normally means somebody from within inside an institution blowing the whistle. And of course, we do mean those people, but we are also talking about people of conscience, people who stand up when they have to tell the truth, even when it hurts, because it's the right thing to do. And I think what this event is about recovering that idea, because these people are heroic. Their stories can become tragic, and we have to change that. But it's their existence that gives us hope. And I think the event is about restoring that, because over the past decade in particular, there has been a concerted effort to discredit whistleblowers and truth tellers, not just as individuals, but actually as a group, to defame and destroy public support for them. And I think this is something that has particularly taken place in what is called foreign policy in the West, but what we should actually call war, imperialism, and the criminality of Western states, which is obviously the topic of this panel. And the reason that this has happened is because in the last 20 years, whistleblowing and truth-telling have become the last resort of justice in our societies in imposing war and imperialism. The tradition, the so-called free press, which of course isn't free at all, which should have played a watchdog role, should have spoken truth to power, should hold the mighty accountable, is not free. It's owned privately by billionaires and corporations, the same billionaires and corporations the West goes to war to enrich. So it's no surprise then when the likes of the Robert Murdoch-owned press treat war as a sort of a spectator sport. When wars happen, they swing into gear with their pro-war propaganda, promoting the government line, demonizing victims and so on. So they haven't been a vehicle in challenging war. We know the law as well can be politicized, and I know the other panel have given examples of that, and Julian Assange being the key example of that. But when the stakes are high, the law is used and politicized. I mean, to me, he doesn't get mentioned often enough, but in the United States, we see the lawyer Stephen Donziger has been under house arrest now for nearly 2 years for fighting a private prosecution being brought against him by Chevron for his work as a lawyer for indigenous communities in the Ecuadorian Amazon, suing Chevron for its environmental destruction on their homes. And what we see here is that both federal judges in the cases have questionable ties to Chevron. So here we see the law, again, failing to protect against war and criminality. We see independent bodies and institutions can be influenced. We saw it during the Iraq War with the pressure being put on Jose Bustani in the OPCW, the pressure being put on the weapons inspectors in the myth of the weapons of mass destruction lie that was used as a cover in the Iraq War. And we see it again now in the OPCW report into the alleged chemical attack in Douma that I'll maybe mention in a minute. But I think also we see the failure, I suppose, or the exposing of this myth that our democratic leaders, so-called, respond to peaceful protest. It's utter nonsense when we see in 2003 the biggest anti-war movement in the history of the world, and they ignored that. So what we see is all these checks and balances that we're taught work in a democratic society have actually not worked. And the last resort then, and what it's come down to, has been really the people of conscience who refuse to go along with this wrongdoing. Even when their self-interest is at stake, their conscience doesn't allow it. They have to say something, even if they lose their jobs, their freedom, their lives. And that's the last resort for justice. And that's what we're talking about today. When all of the other mechanisms of accountability in society fall down, we depend on the conscience of ordinary people acting selflessly. So in that context, to answer the question of the panel, how do we get war criminals to face justice? Well, it's very clear that that was the question behind the philosophy of WikiLeaks when it emerged in 2010. Julian Assange obviously set it up as the publisher of last resort for whistleblowers to help them get the truth out without any risks to themselves. And once a publisher like that was set up, it was absolutely inevitable that it was going to be on a collision course with the war and criminality of the Iraq War and the war in Afghanistan. You know, it would become the last resort for justice in a time when state criminality was open and unaddressed. And when WikiLeaks put out the collateral murder video in 2010, they put a quote from George Orwell on it, which said, and I think it really sums it up, "Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable, and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind." Turned out to be pretty prophetic, because since 2010, there has been a coordinated attempt to destroy whistleblowers and truth tellers in the public imagination, because they're a threat to the criminal warmongering of the Western powers. And obviously, very powerful interests are at stake. I suppose that's why they've targeted people of conscience so much, and there's been a coordinated campaign against them. It's taken the form of legal persecution. But legal persecution alone actually only makes them more prominent. So along with the legal persecution, there's a huge campaign to defame, to discredit, and to destroy the reputation of whistleblowers. We've obviously seen that with WikiLeaks and Julian Assange, where they've largely succeeded in alienating the public from standing by Julian. We saw it in the obviously industrial scale smear campaign against Jeremy Corbyn, which was absolutely unbelievable that we see. And we see it in so many other spheres as well. So we have not just governments who are exposed in this, but also the so-called free press, who have taken a part in this smear to marginalize dissent, to convince the public that it's not worthwhile. So if you like, we had flowing out of the opposition to the Iraq war and the work of WikiLeaks a really healthy public distrust in imperialist governments after the Iraq war. So what's happened since has been a concerted effort to undo that through the wars in Yemen, in Syria, the blatant interference in Bolivia, in Venezuela, in Ecuador, and now the escalation of anti-China and Russia-phobia that is very much underway. And the idea is to make criticism of the criminal aggression of the UK, the EU, and the United States unacceptable, and that the front line of that fight is attacking and discrediting whistleblowers, trying to marginalize them and their supporters as cranks, as lunatics, losers, extremists, freaks, or useful idiots to foreign agents. And we had that really recently in the OPCW scandal, where the chemical weapons inspectors who went in on the ground for the first time in Syria into the alleged chemical attack in Douma in April 2018, we know now, found no evidence of chemical weapons, and yet the OPCW a year later publishes a report which said that chlorine was used, most likely implying that it was the Syrian government who were responsible. And since that has come to light, the OPCW, Western governments, the media, and everybody has massively jumped down on this story to denigrate, demonize, undermine the whistleblowers themselves and anybody who speaks up for them. Myself and my colleagues spoke up and simply asked questions to the Director General of the OPCW in front of the European Parliament, questions which the whistleblowers themselves, the people who were on the ground, posed in the public domain. We were shut down by the chair of the meeting, who happened to be a minister in the French government when the French went in and bombed Syria after the so-called alleged chemical attack. We've been demonized in the media as agents of Russia and Putin and so on, and this goes on and on. So that's what they do. They try and make you feel to doubt yourself, to demean you and smear you and so on. So how then will the war criminals ever face justice? And for me, actually, and I'll kind of finish on this, but I don't think it's really a big mystery, in the sense that we already have the mechanism, and that mechanism is truth-telling. You know, if we care about opposing war and imperialist slaughter and holding the ringleaders accountable, then all we need to do is be resolute, unapologetic, and not back down. We need to defend whistleblowers, truth tellers, and people of conscience. And we need to make sure they obviously survive the persecution against them, but we also need to push back against the attempt to turn them into figures of hate, but to do as we're doing today, to put them up as people who are heroes, who are people that we should all be very grateful to, because the truth will out. There's no doubt about that. It takes longer sometimes than it should, and sadly, during that gap, terrible crimes can be committed. But the truth does come out, and educating people, empowering them with knowledge, is a mechanism that will eventually impact on the so-called free press, the so-called democratic governments, and the so-called independent legal system, because it's the people who are the check against wars and criminality. And this conference is so important because we're here celebrating those people who produce the information, held power to account, and our job is to mobilize public opinion around them. So thanks very much. I'm so glad I had the opportunity to even tune in for a bit, because the event is really critical. So thanks, Loki.
Thank you very much, Claire. Thank you to David. Thank you to Frank. Thank you to John. Thank you to Deepa and everyone involved in this festival. I hope you will find yourself at home in the other rooms. There are plenty of other great talks to see. Thanks very much and hope to see you out there.
Thanks,
to understand the whole issue of how the media manipulated and distorted this issue, we have to just consider what is the true story. And the true story is, without doubt, that the Corbyn leadership met with obstruction and obfuscation by a deeply politically hostile, ideologically hostile party machinery. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Justin. Now, a minute or two ago, I did see that Michel had reappeared, and I'd heard he'd been a bit ill, so I was going to try and fit him in early, but unfortunately he's just disappeared again. So would people be happy if we went over to Peter Oborne? Peter, would you be happy to introduce yourself and do your presentation? We don't have your microphone, I don't think, Peter. Okay, I'm really sorry, Peter. We're not getting anything. Deepa's going to try and work with you to get it working.
Sorry about this. Can you hear me now? I think of it.
Yes. Yes, we've got you, Peter.
Yeah, I apologise for being technically incompetent. It's very wonderful to be here. And particularly, can I just... George Galloway, well campaigned, sir. Really great. I've been looking at the points you've been making about the failure to create a unity candidates across Scotland. I mean, you've given real energy to that campaign, and it's been a pleasure to watch you at work. I'm looking forward to hearing from you later. I'm here to speak. I'm speaking here today, having written a few books on this very subject of political lying, and I want to very much endorse a lot of what was being said already, and I so much agree with a great deal of what Justin has just been saying. I tried to make a study of political lying in British politics for some considerable time. I wrote a book in the wake of the Iraq War called The Rise of Political Lying, in which I looked at the various ways in which, and documented in great detail, a lot of the ways in which New Labour lied about Iraq's weapons of mass destruction, and then subsequently with the smear campaign against David Kelly, and then out in the aftermath of that, and how a pattern of political lying, which some people will disagree, but I felt was novel in modern British politics, developed. And then I wrote another book very recently, The Assault on Truth, which deals with the political lie, a new outbreak on a really prodigious scale of political falsehoods connected with Boris Johnson. And I try and explain how one of the essential ingredients of Mr. Johnson's methodology is not just lying, but he needs and gets the full-hearted complicity and assent of the mainstream British media. Justin's just been talking about the 2019 election. And it was a staggering two things. One, the scale of the lies from Johnson, which were regurgitated, the same ones, day after day after day. The 40 new hospitals, the extra school extra policemen, endless lies about the NHS. Endless lies about Jeremy Corbyn's plans to wreck the economy, to reduce the country to penury. As you said, Mr. Corbyn had a fairly mild social democratic agenda, which he was considerably to the right of the post-war conservative governments. He was nothing abnormal in modern Europe, and yet he was portrayed as a demented Marxist. I think that what was staggering was the way that these claims made against him were never challenged, and were indeed repeated and became part of a fake narrative. And it shames what happened. And what was curious about the lies told by Johnson was they became, the press became part of the lie machine, in a way in which it had never, and the media, in a way which had never happened before, quite to that extent. We did see it at the height of Thatcher. We did see it to a great extent in the run-up to the Iraq war, but we have entered a new epistemological universe, and it's going to get worse now. These very important local and national elections we've seen has changed the political landscape. They are going to be seen as a vindication of the Johnson methodology, which namely is to invent what you like and move on. And anybody who questions this, as we've been able to do up to now, will be said, you don't understand the new politics. So we have a new politics now. I think we're going to have to understand it with a great deal of, navigate our way through it, where challenging the political dominance of the Prime Minister, or pointing out that his corruption or his cronyism or his malfeasance, or even his incompetence, are going to be accused of somehow not joining in the national conversation. If we think we've been a bit unpopular or out of the loop, it's going to get an awful lot worse. And the Labour Party is going to have to address this issue too. Is it going to buy into this new Uber narrative, or are we going to, or is it going to have to go into a very remorseless kind of opposition? I do hope it does the latter, because never has a strong opposition been more needed than now. And I think the nervous breakdown of the Labour Party could well take it in the wrong direction. I so hope it doesn't. Actually, this can be the moment for Labour, rather than the reverse. And it's also a moment for journalism. Telling the truth is going to get more and more important. Finding ways to tell it is never going to be more important. That is why today's event, which is full of investigators, investigative journalists, people who try and tell the truth, is of such enormous importance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Okay, so I've noticed that Michelle is back with us. Michelle, are you ready to present? And
yes.
Just begin by introducing yourself, please.
Yes, my name is Michel Collomb. My specialty is analyzing war strategies and media lies, propaganda of war. I found a web page in 2004 called Investigation, active in French, a little bit in Spanish, and it is a publishing house too. I would like to know how to share my slides that I have prepared, a little bit amateur, and for that I have some difficulties. I think start my presentation. You have your slide and I cannot show my slide. I don't know how to do it. Before I was seeing my slide, but now you have your general slide. Sorry. I saw it before, and now I don't have it. I write the name of our organization, which you can
Michelle,
find on the
we
web.
can hear
Yes.
you. We can hear you.
Yes.
And if you want to share your presentation, on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, there is a
Yes.
little thing that looks like a presentation. If you can please click on that, it will allow you to...
I do, and it doesn't work.
Are you able to continue with your presentation without the slides? Because this is
Very
being
difficult.
recorded live. Okay.
Very difficult. I just saw it before you.
Yes, we saw it before.
Yes,
well.
you saw it. Could you take another person and then bring back my slides so that I can share them? I think they really add something.
Okay, sure.
Oh yes, sure. Deepa, does it is it that Michelle needs to be promoted to presenter?
He is presenter.
Yes.
So there should be no reason why he doesn't have access. There is only one Michelle Colon account, right, in this room?
It was at the top. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at another Michelle. Sorry.
Thank you.
Before it was written become a presenter, but not now anymore.
Right. I'm really sorry. I think it would be best if we moved on to the next speaker. Could you mute yourself, Michelle? And then I will, if you send me your phone number on by email, I will call you and sort this out because I don't have a number to reach you. Thank you. And we'll just move on to the next presenter, please. I'm sorry for the inconvenience to those who are waiting.
Sorry about that, everybody. So we'll try and sort out those technical glitches. So shall we continue with Piers Robinson? Piers, would you be happy to introduce yourself?
Sure. Can you hear me clearly? Good. Okay. My name is Piers Robinson, and I'm an academic who researched propaganda, media, and conflict for many years now. Now run an organization called the Organization for Propaganda Studies and involved in a number of working groups relating to the global war on terror and also to the war on Syria. And my research area and expertise has generally revolved around looking at conflict, war, international politics, propaganda mainly, really in the last 10 years. And what I wanted to do today is to talk a little bit about a case that I've been involved with, a controversy over the last 2 years concerning whistleblowers. And I wanted to talk a little bit about this controversy and then to try to link that to a broader set of points about where I think we are today in terms of the ability of whistleblowers to speak the truth, where we are today in relation to the media and academia being able to actually perform their roles in our society, to actually challenge power, speak truth to power. So without further ado, the case I want to talk about, or what I've been involved in, is the controversy surrounding alleged chemical weapons attacks in Syria, and its controversy surrounding the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, the OPCW, which is being tasked with investigating alleged chemical weapons attacks in Syria. And for those of you who aren't familiar with this case, this has involved quite a high-profile alleged attack in Douma, Syria in 2018, which some of you might be familiar with. And where this has become controversial, and of course the whole issue of the Syrian conflict is controversial in a sense, But where this case has become controversial is being because of the emergence of scientists and also officials within the OPCW who have been raising very serious and very substantive concerns about their investigation of the alleged attack in Douma, which of course has always been claimed by the British, French and American governments that it was a Syrian government who carried this attack out. And what these scientists, what these effectively whistleblowers have made clear over the last 2 years is that the investigation of attack was manipulated, was noveled in a sense, in order to reach a preordained conclusions. So this is a major controversy, and it's controversy involving, in whistleblower terms, eminent, very significant scientists from within an organization. And the last 2 years, we've seen this battle on their part and others who have supported them to try to get this out into the mainstream media, try to get the truth out about what's happened within the OPCW and how effectively it's being co-opted by the US, French, and the UK. And in a way that there has been some success in terms of speaking truth to power in the last 2 years, that there have been some, even some within the mainstream media, most notably Peter Hitchens in the Mail on Sunday, also Fox News and Tucker Carlson has covered it to a certain extent. But primarily it's been independent alternative media who have in effect supported the whistleblowers and helped get some of the information out. But what's been most remarkable about it, and also I should add as well, WikiLeaks have released a significant number of documents which essentially corroborate and confirm that there was manipulation of the OPCW's investigation, starting most remarkably with an original interim report which was produced by the team who deployed to Douma, or emerged from their investigations, which was then secretly changed at the last minute in an attempt to publish a doctored report. So some pretty blatant direct evidence of wrongdoing within the OPCW, eminent scientists, in a sense, adding their name to that, and documents confirming what had gone on. But the actual extent to which it's really been properly picked up by the mainstream media it's remarkable how little that has actually occurred to date. I think it probably still will reach that point at some point, but it's been remarkably stifled. The questions raised have been suppressed and pushed down by governments led by the US, French, and the UK in a remarkably successful way. And I think this tells us something, and coming to the points I want to make, this tells us something about the state we are in with respect to whistleblowers and the state we are in with respect to the mainstream media. Because it's not as if we haven't had earlier periods in history where we've had emergence of whistleblowers, documents and leaks which have created significant mainstream traction. Of course, if we go back to the Vietnam era, we have the Pentagon Papers, Daniel Ellsberg, and so on. And you had a point in that conflict where information and leaks and whistleblowers were able to really start to bring some of the truth of that conflict to the attention of the American public and the world. And 2003, Iraq invasion, of course, we had, following the invasion, we had Andrew Gilligan and the now infamous, stroke famous, reporting of Dr. David Kelly's assessment of British intelligence manipulation in the run-up to that invasion. And that became mainstream news. Catherine Gunn's own experience and her involvement in whistleblowing in relation to the spying on the Security Council by the Americans in order to get the vote they needed to invade Iraq, that all became mainstream news. And so it's not as though in early eras that we haven't had documents emerging, whistleblowers emerging, and then finally mainstream attention to the issue. And it really is quite remarkable with the case of the OPCW controversy that you actually have it in a way as many more documents than you had in the case of, say, the Iraq War with the David Kelly, Andrew Gilligan reporting, or with Catherine Gunn's experience, many more documents. And you also have, very clear testimony coming from OPCW scientists regarding what had been going on. And yet you still have effectively a media blockade of the issue. And so I think it tells us something about where we are today. And what is that? You know, we've had whistleblowers. The truth has come out in the past. We have a major example here, which you would expect by now would have received some degree of attention, but it hasn't, or not to the extent you'd expect it to have received attention. What does that tell us? I think it tells us some very important things about how we understand the dynamics of our societies in the West at this point in time. It tells us, first of all, I think, about the mainstream media. And for any analyst of media or any critical analyst or scholar of communications and media, we've always known that the mainstream media is very closely located to political power. And of course, the famous Herman Chomsky's seminal Manufacturing Consent documents this, and that was written back in the 1980s. So we've always known that the mainstream media does a pretty poor job, especially in wartime, especially in relation to conflict, a very poor job of maintaining proper independence from government. And there's a whole variety of factors which are described to explain that. I think what we have with the current OPCW controversy in relation to earlier eras, it's quite clear that those factors that Herman and Chomsky and the manufacturing consent of the media identified, those are much more intense now at this point in time. The constraints on the mainstream media and the mainstream media's proximity to the state is at unprecedented levels. So it really isn't functioning in any meaningful sense, certainly not in relation to war and conflict. The second thing it tells us, and this is from my own experience as a scholar who's trying to research and also to talk about this in public, it's remarkable the extent to which academia, the kind of problems we see in the mainstream media with its proximity to political power, we see this in academia now to a remarkable extent. And I think one of the features of the OPCW controversy and my own engagement with academics supposedly working in the area is just the absolute reluctance to even touch the issue, the kind of concern that if I go there, if I look at that issue, I'm going to be smeared, I'm going to be attacked, and so on. So academia is not functioning in the way that it should be anymore. I think that's very clear, and we learn that from this case. Smear campaigns, this is another feature that you can see. Anybody, and this has parallels with the anti-Semitism issue in Labour and the Labour Party, but anyone who raises questions about Syria, even pretty mild ones, is subjected very rapidly to ferocious social media abuse, trolling, accusations of being Russian agents, Syrian agents, war crimes apologists, and that's very ferocious, and that's a new development. The ability that social media provides for individuals to be targeted, high-profile people who speak out about an issue, for example, and to be targeted with abuse, some of which is quite threatening, is a feature of our media landscape today, and I think that sort of adds a layer of constraint on what academics can do, what journalists feel that they can do in relation to issues. More than ever before, I think we're at a point where the only place you can get accurate or remotely accurate, truthful information about wars such as Syria is through independent and alternative media. I used to say to students when I was working in universities that, well, now look at the mainstream media, take what you can from that, look at alternative media. I think we're now at a point where, for the reasons I set out before, the mainstream media is so broken that it's not even worth going to as a resource. You might as well just stay focused on looking at independent alternative media. And certainly in the case of Syria, people like Grey Zone, UK Column, Off Guardian have done a good job. Independent journalists such as Vanessa Beeley, Aram Matei, and Eva Bartlett have done a very good job. But we're really in that era where the mainstream media is just very broken. People just have to give up on that and go somewhere else. And I'll come back to that point in a few seconds. More broadly, I think what we have, and this brings me to Julian Assange, is we have a cancel culture, and we have a culture of dissent suppression now, which is unprecedented in history. We have now run through 20 years of the 9/11 global war on terror, multiple conflicts, all of which the West has been heavily involved in fueling, starting, etc., and maintaining, with huge loss of life. And yet 20 years on, we don't see the kind of emergence of a genuine anti-war movement that, say, we saw during the Vietnam conflict. And I think that speaks to the level of suppression of dissent that there is at this point in time. And regrettably for Julian Assange, he is clearly being used by the powers that be, by the establishment, in order to send a powerful signal to all of us, all people listening to this broadcast today, and everybody else who's trying to talk about the wars that the West is involved in and trying to challenge power. It's designed as a powerful signal to anybody who goes into that territory is going to suffer serious consequences, and they're trying to make an example of Julian Assange by doing that, which is why, of course, it's so important that we must fight for him and we must support him, because he's a symbol for the powers that be, and clearly that is what is playing out at the moment. To conclude, and I'm aware of the time, I think what we all have to accept at this point in time, that we have to start rebuilding our media, and we have to start rebuilding academia as well, coming from my own position. The existing mainstream media, existing academia is simply no longer fit for purpose in any meaningful sense. And the only way I think we can move forward now is, in addition to trying to save Julian Assange from being sent off to America, is to then start to really try and find ways of building alternative structures, both academic and media, building upon the alternative media scene, etc. But also academics need to start doing that as well, because the existing institutions are thoroughly hollowed out at this point in time. And we have to give up on them, I think, and start afresh. And the positive note on all of this, there is a huge audience. There's a huge audience out there who do understand, for example, the OPCW controversy, and understand what has gone on outside of the, as it were, the elite mainstream bubble. So there's a huge audience for this. There are people out there who want the truth, and there are people out there who do want to be able to challenge the wars that the West has been involved in. But in order to serve them, I think, alternative structures need to now start to be developed as we move forward. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Piers. And some of your comments there about the need for change in academia as well as the media, really something that I'm very interested in. Okay, so I'm going to pass over now to Michel, who we believe that he's now able to get his presentation up and running. So good luck, Michel. Please spend the first few seconds just introducing yourself. Michel, I'm really sorry, you're still muted. Can you unmute your microphone?
Yes, no, sorry for the trouble. Thank you for your help. I hope you can see the slide below or on the other side, the first slide, well, my presentation. Can you confirm?
I can see an orange slide with
yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on it. Yeah.
Yes, that's it. My presentation, the idea is to concentrate on the methods for demonizing whistleblowers and dissents, considering the old methods, the new modern methods, and present proposal to counter it. My specialty, as I said, is analyzing the war strategies and the war of information, and the 5 principles of war propaganda I many times exposed are: hide the economic interest, hide the history, what colonialism did in these areas, demonize, mainly with images, reverse aggressors and victims, and monopolize, make sure that there is no debate. And this you can apply to every conflict: Iraq, Afghanistan, Yugoslavia, Libya, Syria, Yemen, Cuba, Venezuela, every conflict actually. So this has a big impact on the attitude of left forces considering the war, which means before left was a synonym of anti-war movement, of peace movement, and now you have a big part of left who is pro-war, pro-NATO, or just hesitating. So this is a big problem we have. And in the book, Left and War, we analyze with Saïd Bouamama, a French sociologist, the attitude of war and the ideological weakness of war. And I analyze especially the big impact of the CIA strategists about manipulating the opinion. Edward Bernays, very well known, was saying the conscious and intelligent manipulation of the opinions of the mass is an important element in democratic society. This constitutes an invisible government which is the true ruling power of our country. This is well known, but actually it has been developed and improved by a less known theoretician, Laswell, who said every war must appear to be a war of defense. There must be no ambiguity about whom the public is to hate. And in the book I mentioned, I developed, because actually the CIA thinkers expose themselves what they are doing. And it's never on television, but if it was, then people would say, okay, we may not believe what is presented in the media. And the last one, sorry if it's too small, I can forward a better version after that. Raymond Jr. at the National Security Council staff was nominated to actually what he exposed, killing an honest messenger. And this was done by distributing white and black hats. And Raymond Jr. explained, everybody who is criticizing a war, a journalist, an academician, an artist, anybody, has to be really demonized and destroyed. And actually, these lessons have been really applied and improved by the Zionist apparatus of strategic affairs. It's a very discreet ministry in Tel Aviv, and they have a lot of forces, and I exposed this. Yes, this slide was about another quotation. No, this was the good slide, sorry, but very small. In this video in French, I exposed, based on their quotations, how Israel is very well organized with the Ministry of Strategic Affairs and a very important budget to demonize everybody who's criticizing Israel. And if I can, yes, it is very small, but actually I took it from a book of Ilan Pappé. Ilan Pappé explained in The Idea of Israel, which we have published and translated into French as Propaganda of Israel. They explained, I will try to read it from the English. Whoever is delegitimizing Israel should be fought in a war, as in a war. They should be targeted and fought, not engaged intellectually. This means they will never discuss with you about the facts. And all the means not used before should be employed. This means their strategy and their goal are really to destroy anybody who is criticizing Israel, and this is applied also for the lobby of war. So it is very important to learn and spread the methods of the enemy, because based on this, and this is a slide showing many soldiers in Tel Aviv engaged in this program of demonizing. They are very well organized. As soon as anybody posts anything or organize an event in the world, they notice, they send it to the officer, and he decides what is to be done, either counterattack immediately, suppress, or send to the people in the country of the concerned person. And this is a very important strategy. So I will. So the question is, Israel has lost the battle of opinion in Europe. It was completely out of the game after the crimes committed in Gaza in 2009. And so Ilan Pape explains very well, they had a lot of think tank, symposium, colloquium, and discussions and debate. How should we sell Israel? And there was a huge campaign with huge budget, brand Israel, to present Israel as a modern country, startup, gay friendly, and so on. So Israel is just like in the West, but this failed after 2009. And so they changed the method, and they used the method to make war and destroy, kill the messenger who is criticizing Israel. They don't talk anymore about the facts. They don't talk about Israel himself. They only try to label you as anti-Semite, extreme right, paid by dictators and things like that. So that's very important. Another important method we face now is that the GAFA, Google, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, are closely linked to the CIA, to the NATO, and to think tanks like Atlantic Council and others. This is documented. So actually they are cooperating to marginalize you, to make sure that even if you have an article of a video which is very popular, people won't see it, because with the algorithm, you will be reduced to the people who already read you or look at you. So this is a big problem we face now. This is not open censorship, but the result is much more efficient. So we have a big problem with that. So, okay, I've nearly finished. So the modern methods is, for example, France, the paper Le Monde has introduced the Decodex, which tells you if this web page of information is reliable or not. And actually they tell everybody what they may read or not. And you have the same in English with NewsGuard. No, this, I forgot the slide. But NewsGuard has been organized as the same way to select for media journalists who don't have time or don't wish to have time, and also libraries to select what people should read or not. And NewsGuard is presented as an independent organism with journalists to tell you what is reliable or not. But when you look at the Council of Administration of NewsGuard, you find many people from the Clinton and Obama and Bush administration. People have been working very close to the generals and the ministers. You find Michael Hayden, former director of the CIA, National Security Agency, and very important, theoreticians like Stengel and so on. So this is really a new method of excluding you, marginalizing you completely from the public opinion. So to conclude this very pessimistic analysis, I would have to make some proposals. Excuse me if they are very short. The proposals would be no, this is not, the proposal is, I think we would need a web page about whistleblowers to centralize, coordinate, and exchange the information, which seems to me, but I have not much time, fragmented. I think we need to translate and promote revelations on media lies. We need to expose the structures who are demonizing methods, financing, links, and so on with books and video. we have to use better WikiLeaks. I think it was a big mistake because WikiLeaks tried to get to the public opinion through New York Times, The Guardian, El País, and Le Monde, which are the enemies. And this minimized their impact. And I think we should make a book or other ways to represent how WikiLeaks was destroying not only a few points, but all of information we got about war and conflicts. And the fifth proposal would be to have more popular channels on the Media Lies working research group, trying to make an international film, translate existing investigations. So these are a few proposals because I think we are, most of us, small and poor, so we really need to mutualize and to coordinate efforts. There is a problem because there is a fragmentation between English-speaking opinion, Spanish and Latin America, who doesn't speak English, French-speaking in Africa, Arabic, so we should try to coordinate. And I just want to conclude. I think the enemy is in a deep crisis, economic, financially, military, and morally, and they maintain themselves only with lies and disinformation to discourage the people who are really more angry than before. Look, for example, at the question of the COVID. There is a complete censorship about the real causes of the problem and what should have been done to avoid all these deaths and sufferings. So I think Israel too is very discredited, and we have really the possibility, if we can organize and coordinate, to have more impact to help whistleblowers and Dissent. Thank you very much, and sorry for the technical and my many faults in English.
Thank you very much, Michel. Okay, Alan, would you be happy to introduce yourself and give your presentation?
Yeah, sure. Just give me a shout if there's some interference going on, but I can change the audio. My name's Alan McLeod. I'm senior staff writer at Mint Press News and a contributor to Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting. I did my PhD at the Glasgow University Media Group, and my specialist subject was media theory, propaganda, and fake news, and that's what I write about at Fair and Mint Press a lot. So I suppose fake news is really the major media framework that we're living in this era. The term really came to prominence in the wake of the stunning 2016 election that saw Donald Trump upset Hillary Clinton to take the most powerful position in the world. And facing such an upset, the establishment, for want of a better word, had to come up with some way, some framework of understanding their loss. And very quickly they came upon the concept of fake news, particularly foreign fake news that had been spread online, to really understand why they lost. And no doubt there is a ton of fake news circulating on social media. But what I want to argue today here is that we really have to think, if we really want to have to understand lies, falsehoods, and misleading statements, they go much deeper and farther than some Macedonian teenagers blogging, putting out cheap posts that get shared on Facebook. I want to argue that the most pernicious and devastating lies that do the most damage do not emanate from tiny bloggers, but come from the voices of trusted establishment media, precisely because they have the platform to affect entire nations and reach tens of millions of people. Now, I think most people in media land would say that the biggest fake news story of the 21st century was the Iraq WMD hoax. And this was not promoted by conspiracy theorists online, but actually the biggest outlets in the world, like the Washington Post, the BBC, the New York Times, CNN. And so I'd like to read a little short statement from a 2003 Washington Post editorial board article. They said, after Secretary of State Colin Powell's presentation to the United Nations Security Council yesterday, it is hard to imagine how anyone could doubt that Iraq possesses weapons of mass destruction. Powell offered a powerful new case that Saddam Hussein's regime is cooperating with a branch of the Al-Qaeda organization that is trying to acquire chemical weapons and stage attacks in Europe. Mr. Powell's evidence, including satellite photos, audio recordings, and reports from detainees and other informants, was overwhelming. Senator Joseph Biden, the senior Democrat on the Foreign Relations Committee, called it powerful and irrefutable. And it was much the same in the UK. We saw the BBC's chief correspondent, Andrew Marr, going on television and saying that Tony Blair's decision to invade Iraq was completely vindicated, and even suggesting anti-war voices and those who questioned his motives should apologize. And that was broadcast on the nightly news. And so what we had is a situation that journalists who unquestioningly went along with it and promoted it are now up into senior positions in the media land, whereas those who challenged this obvious lie were shunned, shamed, and lost their jobs. So in the US, we saw people like Phil Donahue and Jesse Ventura lose their shows on MSNBC, or Chris Hedges was essentially fired from the New York Times for opposing the Iraq War. Likewise, Al Jazeera was turned into this hysterical enemy force in the West. We saw the Hotel Palestine in Baghdad shelled by coalition forces. That was where all the Al Jazeera journalists were staying. We saw Sami Al-Hajj, an Al Jazeera journalist, locked up for 6 years in Guantanamo Bay without charge. It happened to politicians as well. I see George Galloway is set to speak here today. I'm sure he could tell you a thing or two about the consequences of standing up to pro-war thought in the UK. The point here is that in media land, you often fail upwards. As long as you are willing to serve power, you will be promoted. It's kind of like the Peter principle, you know. The most craven, cynical journalists always rise to the top, while those that have a sort of moral core are going to get filtered out, or at least passed up for promotion. Lies also got us into all sorts of conflicts in the 21st century. Who can forget the lies of the Gaddafi Viagra-fueled rape squads roaming along in Libya, killing babies, which sent us into a devastating war that's destroyed that country. If you go further back, the first Iraq war was started with lies, with the Naria testimony, a girl who went to Congress purporting to be an Iraqi nurse, saying that Saddam Hussein's forces were bayoneting babies in incubators. She had a very suspiciously good command of English, and only later, after the invasion had started, did it come out that she was actually the daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador. And propaganda goes back, you know, as we've heard already, to World War I and people like Edward Bernays, where the British blitzed the US audiences with false stories about, you know, atrocity porn where Germans were crucifying prisoners of war. And that really helped turn the tide and push the US into World War I. So this continues to this day. We live in a world, in particular a media landscape, filled with lies. What do we do about it? The most popular proposal right now is some sort of censorship, and that's pretty much the model that's being used right now. I think that has a lot of problems. First of all, it's not clear whether censorship works. Often it draws a lot of attention to things. And secondly, I think people listening to this should be very worried about who is actually in a position to censor and what they will censor. So, for instance, in the wake of the 2016 election, we saw all the big social networks like Google, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, all change their algorithms very quickly to filter out what they saw as unreliable information and promote reliable sources. But the immediate effect of that was actually to hit high-quality anti-war alternative news sites. So, for instance, overnight, commondreams.org lost 37% of its Google traffic, Democracy Now! Lost 36%, WikiLeaks lost 30%, The Intercept lost 19%, Mint Press, where I worked, we seem to have lost about 75% actually. And the people who are actually in the position to censor, well, we know who they are. Facebook signed a deal with the Atlantic Council to curate their news feed, which 2.6 billion people worldwide use. The Atlantic Council is a NATO aligned think tank, which on their board has such esteemed people such as Colin Powell, Robert Gates, Condoleezza Rice, and Henry Kissinger, so planners of war. They also have no fewer than 7 former CIA chiefs on their board. And these are the people who are putting in place the people who decide what we see and what we don't see. And when I say we, I really mean the entire population of the world, not just the US. So what that means is it's pretty much, we're getting close to a situation where it's like tantamount to state censorship on a worldwide level. Another problem with that is that the Atlantic Council are among the forces that are themselves pushing some of the most crazy conspiracy theories that we see right now. The Atlantic Council, for instance, is the source for a lot of the most wild Russiagate allegations. In a series of reports they've put out called the Kremlin's Trojan Horses, they've labeled pretty much every political movement which is outside the neoliberal establishment in Europe as secretly tools of Vladimir Putin. So that went for Corbyn's Labour Party and UKIP in the UK, Syriza and Golden Dawn in Greece, Podemos in Spain, the Lega Nord, and Five Star movements in Italy. Pretty much all of them were tarred with this brush of Moscow. So I think anybody arguing for censorship from a genuine anti-war position should be wary about what they wish for, because ultimately that could rebound on us very badly. One of the words in the introduction was accountability. And I think really accountability starts with media literacy. I think the way we have to change this and fight back is to really have a nationwide, worldwide campaign to try and really inform people about the media. Ultimately, it's totally fine if your number one issue isn't media reform, but it better be at least number 2, because if it's hear your opinions, your proposals, because they're just not going to reach people. There's record levels of mistrust in the media. I think that's quite right. I think we have to turn that mistrust into something positive by building alternative structures, alternative media that really challenges the power rather than upholds it. And I hope that this conference can be a small part of it. And with that, I think I'll yield my time.
Thank you very much, Alan. And in fact, there was a specific point you mentioned early there, which always makes me laugh, where you were talking about Colin Powell's presentation to the United Nations. And I remember watching that. And at the end of it, I just wanted to scream at the TV and say, is that it? You know, because if that had been a court of law, a judge would have picked up the physically biggest book he could have found and thrown it at him. He made no case at all. The closest he actually got to anything that remotely resembled evidence was some blurred photos of some soft-sided trucks that Colin said, there, you see, chemical weapons laboratories. And you just realize the whole thing was nonsense. So the mainstream media reaction to that presentation, I just found frankly completely astonishing. But anyway, so I won't talk about that for too long. We still have one more speaker to go. So George, would you be happy to introduce yourself and give us your presentation, please? You're still muted, George. Would you be happy to unmute your microphone?
I'm George Galloway. I was for almost 30 years a member of the British Parliament. I'm the leader of the Workers' Party of Britain. Nowadays, thanks to RT and Sputnik, I'm a broadcaster. I'm also a writer and a filmmaker. And my latest film, Killing Kelly, about the strange death of Dr. David Kelly, is due out any day. Indeed, would have been out by now, but for COVID and elections and so on. I'm delighted to be with you today. In fact, after 3 death threats in a week, I'm delighted to be anywhere today. And congratulations on bringing together such a widely disparate group of people. Clearly, obviously, we are not responsible for what anyone else says on this panel. For the benefit of the law enforcement community, it's important to say that. But I want to acknowledge something or things said earlier in the meeting by Justin. One of the things we have to acknowledge is that the best propaganda has within it a kernel of truth. And where there is a kernel of truth, it is vital that those of us who are fighting against the propaganda acknowledge the kernel of truth and disinfect it with sunlight and genuinely and honestly tell the truth about it. There are many still on the left who outraged, as everyone ought to be, about the weaponization of the anti-Semitism issue against Mr. Corbyn, who deny the existence of anti-Semitism on the left. As Justin pointed out, that is not true. And it's a disservice, therefore, to the struggle that I certainly and others on the panel are involved in to pretend that things that are true are not true. A very good friend of mine, let's call him Ben, a very prominent person from the Jewish community, persuaded me in the starkest way at the height of the Corbyn affair that anti-Semitism truly does exist after an incident which occurred when he and his family were upstairs in a private restaurant in London that was effectively broken into by leftists, I'm sure not members of the Labour Party. Mr. Corbyn has no responsibility for them. But when he told me the discourse, the abuse to which he and his family were exposed, I also decided that it was important to challenge anti-Semitism on the left in the way that Justin did earlier in his presentation. I appreciate that all of us are worried about censorship and its twin, self-censorship, the arrow that flies in the night, as Francis Bacon put it, and it is indeed everywhere. But if you think it's bad now, you're obviously very young, because this censorship was much worse before. We are, all of us, even in different countries, able to meet and have this discussion. And the informed public are still able to find us and listen to us and share us. And that is a very big step forward from when I started out in politics, where you had to type on a typewriter, if you recall those. I see Peter just resumed his seat, on a stencil, and put that stencil on a Gestetner machine and turn a handle and run off sheets of A4, then cut them into A5, then go into the street and hand them out to bewildered passers-by. We are vastly better off now in our ability to combat the lies of the lying liars and to put our version of the truth into the public domain. So please don't be despondent about where we are. Don't be complacent either, of course. But don't imagine that this is some dark era for people who campaign against war and imperialism and so on. It's much easier today to do it than it was in the past. I was struck by something Chris Williamson said at the beginning when he correctly described the program of Mr. Corbyn as being basically a very mild form of social democracy compared to the European mainstream and compared to previous Labour leaders. In 1974, I, having joined the Labour Party at the age of 14, therefore in 1968, I literally bumped into the then Labour Prime Minister, Harold Wilson, and
Yes, I'm here.
his deputy Prime Minister, Ted Short, on the steps of the TUC in Great Russell Street in London. Now, there are many things about that statement I've just made that will never happen again, not the least of which no Labour leaders will either be called Harold and Ted again. But Harold Wilson was as mild and moderate a Labour leader as there had ever been, and Ted Short, his deputy, far more so. Yet Ted Short woke up one morning to a call from the BBC asking for an explanation about a Swiss bank account in his name, in which sat the then princely sum, then as now princely sum, of £250,000. Now, it probably should anyway go without saying that Mr. Short had no Swiss bank account. Neither did he have £250,000. But someone had opened it for him and was ready to spend that amount of money to discredit the Deputy Prime Minister and by extension the Prime Minister. After he left office, I became quite close really to the late Harold Wilson and spent many, many long hours in his rather gloomy flat in Westminster behind the cathedral, talking to him about his period in office, and in particular that period of 1974 to 1976. The point I'm coming to is this. It is vital to know that what happens is not happening randomly. It's not because of any particular venality of any particular journalist or broadcaster or source of disinformation and smear. It is systematic. If someone as mild and unthreatening as Harold Wilson could be subject to what he was subject to, and time does not permit me to adumbrate it all, but right up to serious discussions about military coup d'etat and violent overthrow of a government like Harold Wilson's, no one should be surprised about what Mr. Corbyn was subjected to. Now, I have many differences with Mr. Corbyn, and I think he made many mistakes, but there is absolutely no doubt, or should be no doubt, that Mr. Corbyn was subjected to an internationally organized conspiracy to deny him the opportunity, which he in any case almost succeeded in achieving, namely becoming the Prime Minister of Britain with a reformist program that was unacceptable to the powers in the world. And therefore, it's important to give things a name. Ontology is important, and that name is imperialism. It doesn't cover every sin. You can be quite sinful, actually, without being an imperialist. But imperialism is the greatest sin, and their problem with Jeremy Corbyn was not that he wanted to put tuppence on the income tax or reform the method of calculation of unemployment or the public sector borrowing requirement. Their problem with Jeremy Corbyn was that they could not be certain that a country led by him would remain a faithful ally of United States imperialism. And that was a risk they were simply not prepared to take. And I'll be controversial here. They would have, if it had been necessary, have terminated Mr. Corbyn with extreme prejudice rather than allow him to come to power and take Britain in a different foreign policy direction. So the one thing that should unite us, in my view, though we are, as I say, all of disparate politics, is an opposition to US imperialism, which is the biggest enemy in the world of truth and of freedom. I've probably long outlived my 10 minutes, for which I apologize. Thank you very much for having me in this forum.
Thank you, George. So thank you everybody for some outstanding presentations. So we've got plenty of time to do a good Q&A. I haven't seen many questions in the text. So if anybody would want, any listeners would like to ask any questions, do feel free to ask them. And I just noticed that Afshin put his hand up, so I'm going to unmute a second. So if you guys have points you want to pick up on that other people have raised, or you want to talk again, then feel free to do so. So we'll begin with Afshin.
Yeah, I was just saying, I mean, I was listening to Austin was saying, echoed, of course, by George. I mean, the people that were weaponizing the anti-Semitism obviously had no interest in working class Jewish communities in Britain, as we know from coronavirus, disproportionately affected by poverty and this extreme wealth redistribution to the top that has occurred over recent years. As for optimism, I don't want to be a downer, but the level, the size of the demonstrations in the 1950s about Aldermaston, without having to go back to the 1926 strike, let alone the marches that George Orwell led against the Iraq War, you can see that despite the media, the new media, the disparaged often unfairly as echo chambers, the demonstrations are much fewer, the apathy much greater as this new media has gathered pace, regardless of the censorship. And I agree with George that the censorship hasn't. I mean, we're sitting here with a massive majority, it seems, for the ruling Boris Johnson Conservative government. This is after Peter Oborn's exposing of the lies of the Prime Minister himself. So as regards optimism in this way, and as regards the importance of media, I'm not even sure of its power. I think the important thing here, I'm afraid, has to go back to trade unions. And that kind of low-level education at the lowest level, working groups of that kind, this is where change, I would think, would occur. Whilst, of course, DEPA has done an amazing job organizing this, because, you know, people with like-minded views against imperialism must gather. But the pendulum is firmly the other way. One only has to look at what is happening. Tens of thousands of children that Joe Biden is locking up on the US border. What is happening, I don't know. Michelle will know all about how well Mélenchon is doing in France, let alone even something about patents, something progressive from the Biden administration is opposed by Angela Merkel. I think I'm not so sure that things are better now, and they're certainly not better, obviously, for the people being bombed and starved by sanctions in Latin America, Africa, and Southeast Asia and the Middle East. Okay, thanks, Afshin. And in fact, when you mentioned trade unions there, at the same time, somebody called Catherine in the written text put in an observation that the anti-imperialist movement
used to have a strong youth element, which seems to have fallen away. Now, one of the things I'm at the end, when we all finish today, I'm going to put some links up, which are some beginner's guides I've written to propaganda, and anybody who's watching is welcome to have a look at that. But one of the things I've started to realize is that, again, as Ashin pointed out, we're all here today and we're talking to like-minded thinkers, but the vast swathe of the population just don't understand this. And in fact, this is something that Noam Chomsky has repeated over and over again, that people don't really know what's going on, and they're not even aware that they don't know what's going on. And so the question is about how to get a message to a wider audience. Now, I have my own thoughts that over time I can develop the material that I'm turning into beginner's guides into stuff for universities. But I actually think that the only way in the long term to really make a huge difference is we have to talk to school children. We have to find a way to get tens of millions of people, particularly in Britain and America, understanding some of what we're talking about. So the nature of propaganda, the nature of media not being honest and so on, mainstream media not being honest, out to a much, much broader audience. So I'm just curious to know if anyone has any thoughts on that. We saw a few hands raised. Michelle's went up first. We'll start with Michelle.
Yes, I would love to have two remarks. The first is about the question, is it better now or before? I think we had a very new big opportunity with internet, which means around 99, 2000 with Seattle, and then the alternative information against the Iraq war in the first years of the 2000s. We had very big opportunity to counter the official propaganda. And they were very aware of that. And Donald Rumsfeld told very soon, now internet is becoming a war. And that is the key of the war. So Rumsfeld was very clever about that. And actually, they have made progress. They have learned new tactics how to counter the independent information of internet. And the question of demonization I exposed and marginalization, I think the situation has been better and is not worse. And well, it's not a question of discussing long, better or worse. My second remark is, could we, after this very interesting exchange, have a concrete talk about how we can coordinate more and exchange and organize something, because otherwise it would be a one-shot afternoon. And what we need is really try to be more coordinated to change the balance of force and to be more efficient, because I think we are very fragmented. That's my own experience.
And Justin, you've got your hand up. Would you like to go next?
Thank you. Yeah, I think this addresses both your question and the question in the comments. I forget the name of the person who asked, how do we actually identify truth in the midst of propaganda, from all sides, the propaganda war that all of the panelists have been speaking to in various ways. I think, for me, one of the key problems here is this issue of polarization. Polarization happens not just on the ideological level, but it also seeps into the particular media that we trust or don't trust. It seeps into the way that we think of issues and problems, like, for example, the power of the media itself. That debate is deeply polarized. If you are an avid reader of The Guardian or the liberal press, you will understand the greatest threat to democracy as being the disinformation that is a byproduct of Facebook's algorithm mixed with Kremlin-controlled bots and far-right extremists. If you are an avid reader of The Canary, you will understand disinformation as a product of principally of the BBC and The Guardian. Others, towards perhaps more the centre-left, will see it as a problem to do with the kind of tabloid right-wing press. And of course, the centre and the right will see it as something predominantly to do with RT and foreign interference and all the rest of it. The truth is, of course, there is disinformation everywhere, including in the left-wing press. And not all of it is intentional. Very little of it is intentional. But the reality is you can actually, the way that we try to cut through this is by taking a skeptical eye as to what information that we're consuming from where. I know that if I watch RT, I'm much more likely to get a realistic picture of what's going on in places like Yemen than I am if I watch the BBC. However, I'm very unlikely to get a realistic picture on RT about what the Kremlin is really up to. And it's that kind of skepticism that I think we need, firstly, in order to break through that polarization. And the problem with polarization is that it suits the interests of power. And this is a really important thing to understand, because polarization actually helps to erase power from the equation. It helps to create this mythical narrative that somehow, this is, there is no control anymore. There is no, the so-called control paradigm in the media ended once we got social media, that everything is this kind of culture of chaos. And as we've seen from the other panels today, that is just not true. But it's also not true that the problem is solely to do with the press or the BBC or indeed the Facebooks and Googles. We have to understand how all of those different media and different types of media, including the tech platforms, and I think Alan spoke to this most effectively, actually in many ways reinforce each other. And of course, the great myth that is being peddled now by the mainstream press is that somehow their power is being diminished or threatened by the likes of Google and Facebook. And of course, in reality, it's the exact opposite is the case. The last thing I'll just say about trying to reach a wider audience, we should also think about other types of media. So we need to think beyond the social media bubble. We need to do radio call-ins. One of the most striking Radio 5 call-ins that I remember during Corbyn's period and leadership of the Labour Party was a discussion about municipal socialism. And the anchor of the programme reflected with rare honesty that they simply couldn't find anyone to call in who would disagree with Corbyn's argument for municipal socialism. And so calling into radio stations, writing to newspapers, as well as tweeting, I think is the best way we can amplify our message.
Okay, thanks, Justin. I think two different votes. I saw Alan and Afshin put their hands up. Alan, do you want to speak? Alan, you're still muted. Do you want to speak?
There we go. Can you hear me? Yeah, so I spent a lot of time doing a PhD about Venezuela because it's a very interesting country. But I don't expect ordinary people, like all my friends are normies, they're not interested in politics. I don't expect them to be particularly interested in what's going on the other side of the world. And I think often we feel quite divorced. These sorts of more intellectual lefty conversations seem quite divorced from ordinary people's lives. I mean, if you think about, a standard person in Britain's got 2 kids, just trying to put food on the table, worried about paying the rent. They've got a lot of more urgent, pressing problems that they have to deal with rather than thinking about, climate change or wars or things that are going on in other countries. And I think we have to reflect that in our movements where, it's that old saying, think globally, act locally. So always keep, understanding the world correctly, but really organizing movements around local issues that can inspire people because they will see that there will be immediate benefits to them. And we have to create movements that enrich people's lives. Often I go to very boring meetings where it feels like, you know, it goes on for hours and you need a PhD to properly understand what these people are talking about. And I think no wonder a lot of people aren't coming to these. I think we need to be, our movements have to be, there has to be a huge overrepresentation of working class people, women, people of color in these movements, because they are the people in society who are getting most slapped in the face by the way it's organized. And I also think we have to create movements that are fun and enrich people's lives. I mean, we need things that will actually improve ordinary people's lives. We need to be organizing creches and childcare facilities. You know, maybe we need to do like soup kitchens or something. I remember in Glasgow, I was dismayed to see that there was actually a Nazi soup kitchen that opened up in George Square, which was giving food out to white people only. And I thought, wow, they have a better outreach to working class people than socialists. It's ridiculous. So I think only in that context, when people see that we are genuinely committed to making their lives better, will they start listening to us on more abstract questions that don't have immediate solutions. I think we can learn from movements across the world that have taken power, for instance, in Bolivia, in Ecuador, and Venezuela, where they've created these huge social movements that are fun and energize and enrich people's lives. We're not really going to be able to do it by getting on the BBC or anything. They're not going to want us on there. So ultimately, I think the power of big media has to be challenged by the much stronger power of face-to-face communication, where people see that we are genuinely committed to improving people's lives. I think that's really what we have to do, like a people-centered movement.
Okay, thanks, Alan. So we've got three people that I've seen put their hands up: Afshin, Michelle, and then George. So we'll go in that order. So Afshin, are you happy to unmute?
No, I was just saying how much I liked all these contributions. So yeah, do go on.
We'll go to Michelle next.
Yes, this remark of Alan is very important. We need workers. The question is, indeed, when you speak about Venezuela, Ukraine, Yemen, the reaction will be, yes, I have my problem now here. So the key for us is to make the link between the problems there and the problems here. For example, when I prepared a debate on television about so-called genocide in Xinjiang, to make the link with the people, you have to say, now, this is a campaign to sell to my country and other countries a lot of new airplanes, F-35 and so on, which will cost a lot of money. And this money is taken from the nurses who were so brave in the COVID and now receive nothing. And the situation in the hospitals is horrible for them. Or this money is taken from schools or jobs for kids and so on. So I think this is the key to make the link. And indeed, calling to BBC and mainstream media is useless because they know what they are doing and they have a mission. And I think the key is to make a popular internet information, including working class, which means for our experience, we try to speak always very simple. Everything, even about war and international and so on, has to be understood by ordinary workers. That's very important, the language. And second, take modern methods, make not only articles or books, but we try to make a lot of video and short videos and so on to attract these kind of people. I think an anti-war movement, an anti-disinformation movement will be only possible if we can attract workers and youngsters really in the activity. That is, I think, very important.
I think George put his hand up earlier. I saw your hand, Piers. George, we'll go to you first.
Controversial point. Too many people on the left spend too much time on foreign affairs. It's a kind of displacement activity. You can more easily and more idealistically, fall in love with people in far off continents and make that your major field of work, that will never cut through with the mass of the people in your own country. If you can develop credibility with the people of your own country, then you can introduce them to issues abroad that clearly, of course, are related to the issues of people at home. But it has to be that way around. You won't get far on working class housing estates proselytizing for the Chavista movement in Venezuela. But you might, once you have developed a base in that housing estate over issues of food security, transport, freedom from crime, better wages, employment, and so on, you might one day then be able to say to the people that you have developed a relationship with, hey, why do you think they're doing this to Venezuela? Second point, if I may, look, this conference today has been fascinating for us, and I've no doubt for some thousands. If we're lucky, maybe tens of thousands. But it would never reach or do for the hundreds of thousands, still less for the millions. And one of the lessons, it seems to me, that that anti-imperialists need to learn, people on the left, socialists need to learn, is that things have to be accessible to the mass of the people. And this kind of conference clearly would not be. If we were an alternative television station, say, most of the viewers would already have switched off, with all respect to everyone else here, and I include myself in that. There are too many of us. We've all spoken too long, and we have not taken the trouble, in some cases, to find a language, an iconography that can reach the mass of the people. My last point relates to the note of pessimism from my normally effervescently optimistic friend and workmate, Afshan Ratansi, is this. It's true there are not big demonstrations like there were in 2003. Bear in mind, there was virtually no social media in 2003. When trying to buy footage, for example, of the demonstration, the biggest of all demonstrations in 2003, one has to pay a lot of money for it because there's virtually no handheld iPhone footage of it, because that didn't exist then. You have to buy it from Sky or BBC. If what happened in 2003 were to happen, God forbid, in 2023, there would be 1 million citizen journalists on what I hope would be an equally large demonstration. So you've not got the up close and personal with 1 million people or 2 million in Hyde Park. That's true. But Afshan, you and I are reaching very large audiences through television, thanks to the sometimes maligned RT. In your program, the best program on British television, Going Underground, a very substantial audience of quite switched on people in Britain. In the case of my Sunday night program, the mother of all talk shows, we have 7 times reached a live audience of more than 1 million people. The average audience now is about 500,000. But on those occasions, moments of high drama, likelihood of war, and so on, the audience was in excess of 1 million, in fact, in excess of 1.1 million. That's a big demonstration to address, Afshan, and the people don't have to get cold to watch it. And it's not up close and personal, but it's in their living room and it's for 3 hours in my case. So we need to be able to make good films, good short films, good short videos. And by short, I don't mean 10 minutes. I mean 3 minutes. We have to use the technology that is now available to us as professionally as our enemies use it. And as we have a better song to sing, we can hope for a decent audience.
Thank you very much, Judd. Can I interrupt before we come back to you, Afshin? Piers had his hand up a long time ago, but Piers, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to come in on this question of where we are today and this question of how you mobilize. And the internet and social media, obviously these have created these incredible potential for alternative views and so on. And it's been used in that way, certainly for a period of time. But as much as it creates that potential for challenges to power and groups to mobilize and so on, it's also equally vulnerable to being used and abused by the powers that be. And there's certainly been a learning curve from governments and authorities and powerful groups over time with the internet as to how to use it and how to manipulate it. And we're seeing that coming to the fore now. And I think this comes back to this question of where do we go from here, and this idea of, and I think Michelle is absolutely right, we do need to become organized, because the powers that be are organized and more organized than ever in terms of trying to control dissent. So we have to become more organized, and this point about trying to develop proper alternative structures, academic and media, are very important. But I think the other thing in all of this, and this speaks to the point that's been made, I think, by Justin and Alan, that what we have is that this technology does create this potential. We can do what we're doing now, but of course you have this problem with information bubbles and so on. And I think, you know, if you go back to earlier eras where you see mass movements, whether it's the anti-war movement in relation to Vietnam or even the Iraq 2003, where you have people out on the streets, if you look at any social movement which actually works and has longevity and actually has an impact, it needs to be operating at a local level. You need to have people who are meeting up face to face. This is how movements develop and how they actually create the kind of solidarity and strength to have real change. And there's always a danger with the internet, and there's always a danger when we look at sort of these great things like Mint Press News and so on, which are doing great work and so on, is that this probably isn't enough, that we have to also be thinking about meeting up in a non-virtual setting and mobilizing through those means. Communication technology is just a means to an end in that respect. And I think that's something that possibly is one of the reasons why we haven't seen this kind of proper emergence of a kind of scale of anti-war movement you'd expect to see after 20 years of the war on terror. We've been too busy fighting it on social media, through digital means and so on, and not recognizing that this needs to be grassroots mobilization. This needs to be meetings of local level and so on, which of course is made very difficult with COVID restrictions at the moment. But those are things that lines we have to be thinking along, I think, in terms of sort of building the kind of critical mass you need and awareness amongst the public to then have a real impact. I think that's often lost. But going back, I think Michelle's absolutely right. We should try and take opportunities such as what we've had in the session today to actually start to properly link up, certainly the academics in particular, and think about how we can start to sort of develop and exploit this technology to start to generate information which is not as constrained as what you're seeing coming out of the mainstream academia at the moment, which is really not getting to the heart of the matter, not getting to the truth, certainly, of the wars.
Okay, thanks, Piers. Now, I'm just being told that we're running out of time in this room, so I want to give Afshin, you wanted to respond to George, and that'll be the closing comment. As you're commenting, I'm going to post something in the chat that I'll talk to everyone about in a minute. So, Afshin, over to you.
I just wanted to say very quickly, yeah, we need to say something positive. Thanks so much for that. But obviously, the RT International has been banned on YouTube, the largest news and current affairs channel on the web, billions of views and so on, and going underground is broadcast internationally, and then French, Spanish, German, talk about RT Chinese coming up. So it is as we've talked about how important the local is. These that we're doing being translated and globally sent round to even more than even George was optimistically saying. So, indeed, yeah, just to be slightly positive and not be too negative, sitting here in London.
Okay, thanks, Afshin. Okay, I'm going to wind up in just a minute, but I just want to tell people about the things that I've just posted. I've put a set of links in the text over on the left-hand side, which are related to a website called Elephants in the Room. Now, this is something I've tried to create recently, which is a set of beginner's guides covering all the things that the mainstream media never talk about honestly. So propaganda is the content of all of those 7 links. And anybody who wants to take a look at any of those, if you find them useful, great. To try and direct other people to have a look at them. I should point out I get no money for any of those. I'm not trying to market anything or anything. But I do think there are 2 words that are not used often enough by everyone who is critical of the mainstream system. One is the word propaganda itself. It almost doesn't exist in mainstream conversation. We need to bring that back into conversation and make everyone we know aware of the concept and how everything they see on the mainstream is actually a distortion when they're talking about really important events. And that applies not just to war, but that applies to economic propaganda. That the whole propaganda system is about making us uncritical of the economic, financial, and corporate system. And we need to bring that back into mainstream discourse. And if left-wing discussion groups are spending their whole time talking about identity politics, and they're not spending any time understanding propaganda, then the people with power are laughing at us. The other point, the other word I want people to bring back into conversation is power. I want people to start saying the only way we will ever change our societies is to take power away from a small group of people who currently have too much power. And until we start talking about that, because that as a concept is never discussed in the mainstream press. It's the links between economic power and political power and lobbying and the way the law has changed to benefit companies and financiers and so on. And academics have a lot to answer for here. We have failed to make this a serious topic of discussion. So that would be my kind of final point to finish off with. I'm sure lots of people just now would say, oh, actually, I've got lots of things to say about that, but perhaps we'll save that for another conversation. Michel was just putting his hand up, so I won't close it quite yet, but can you be very brief, Michel? We do have to finish.
Just one sentence. I agree with George. We need to make videos short, modern, and attractive. This needs money and time, and we are poor. So I think we should organize a mailing list now, how we can coordinate themselves, because the video is research, preparation. Then if we have a good video, we could translate it, and we could be more efficient if we organize some thinking about how we can make this concrete.
Okay, thank you very much to all the speakers. You've done a marvelous job. Look forward to working with you again in the not too distant future. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.
Brotherhood, white supremacists, in other words, and Latino gangs. They all came together and decided collectively to do that. This agreement laid the basis for more unified collective action and a groundbreaking 2-month hunger strike the following year involving over 30,000 prisoners in California. While the prisoners were organizing inside, family and friends were organizing outside, getting publicity, spreading the word to other prisons, and organizing the rest of us. In general, women prisoners were not in solitary, but the women began running rolling solidarity strikes. A group of prisoners would stay on hunger strike just long enough for it to be officially counted as a hunger strike, and then another group of women, maybe at another prison, would start. It was an amazing venture. One prisoner died because of the refusal of the prison authorities to give medical treatment. The strike accomplished massive change, starting with visibility and respect for this prisoner-led struggle, but also the release of over 1,600 prisoners from solitary, the prospect of parole for thousands more, concrete improvement in living conditions, a reduction in violence between prisoners, and legislative change that ended indefinite solitary confinement in California. Pretty amazing result. There is a myth, however, that the barbarity of solitary confinement does not exist in the UK. But we at the Crossroads Women's Centre in Kentish Town have received calls from prisoners kept in solitary confinement who are restricted to their cells for 23 or more hours per day, cut off from family, friends, and lawyers during the pandemic. That's here in the UK. Prisoners have a COVID death rate 3 times the national average here. Calls for the release of prisoners so that they could protect themselves from COVID fell on deaf ears. Instead, the government has announced plans for an additional 500 prison places for women, which is particularly horrifying considering the impact on the 95% of children who have to leave their home when their mothers goes to prison, as women are often primary carers, as the group Women in Prison have stated. The campaign against this demands support for women to tackle the issues that sweep them into crime in the first place, like domestic abuse and poverty. As with male prisoners, a disproportionate number of women prisoners are women of color or immigrant women. Whilst few women are kept in solitary confinement in non-pandemic times, many describe the isolation as comparable to that. One woman told us, "Each time I served a sentence, I found it extremely hard. I had no contact with the outside world. I received no letters from any family or my partner. Any woman doing an incarcerated sentence is going to feel to some extent that we are in solitary confinement." In the UK, campaigns against solitary confinement have been spearheaded by prisoners held in close supervision centres, otherwise known as CSCs, prisons within prisons. 50% of CSC inmates are Muslim, despite being only 5% of the general population in the UK. Kevin Thakra, 11 years in CSCs, almost all of it in solitary, is both Muslim and of mixed race. Back in January, Mr. Thakra described his circumstances. "You remain locked in your cell, which is your bed, your toilet, your sink, your cupboard, the table, and your chair. The window is sealed shut, and the extraction fan ventilation system, I assume the intent is to try and get us to die, has been turned off since the COVID outbreak." Mr. Thakra was put in these segregation units after defending himself against the racist attack by guards. Although he was charged with attempted murder, a jury unanimously exonerated him. He has been kept in CSC ever since, as if he had been found guilty. Along with his parents, Mr. Thakra is demanding his release from solitary and is campaigning to overturn his wrongful conviction, given because of the discredited joint enterprise law. Keep in mind that more than 2 weeks in solitary breaks the United Nations Nelson Mandela rules, has been called psychological torture by the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, who I believe is actually talking in this conference, and CSCs themselves have been labeled cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment by Amnesty International. Unbelievably, the Royal College of Psychiatrists, the RCP, have given cover to the torture going on in CSCs by awarding them the label enabling environments. Initiated by Legal Action for Women and Payday, some 60 organizations and hundreds of individuals, including mental health care providers, signed an open letter to the RCP demanding the withdrawal of awards to these racist institutions. Signatories also included Dr. Angela Y. Davis, campaigner and author Selma James, former prisoner Winston Silcott, and poet Benjamin Zephaniah. We have been heartened by the recent victory in New York State, where the governor last month signed into law the abolition of solitary confinement for periods of more than 15 days. On the other side of the scales, the UK government is building more detention centres for immigrants, bringing in a new immigration plan, making it even more difficult to apply for asylum and making deportation more certain. At the same time, the government is bulldozing ahead with its police, crime, courts, and sentencing bill, clearly intended to criminalize even more people, especially people of color, and especially those of us involved in social justice movements. How many of us will end up in solitary like Julian Assange? With Legal Action for Women and Women of Color Global Women's Strike, Payday will be hosting an international webinar on the 12th of May entitled Solitary Confinement is a Crime. The panel includes Mr. Thacker himself and another survivor of solitary confinement and torture from the former British Protectorate of Oman, Great Protection, as well as campaigners, healthcare professionals, prison family members, and a solidarity message from one of the most famous political prisoners in the world, Mumia Abu-Jamal, who spent decades on death row in solitary confinement. I think Michael from Payday is putting in the chat how you can register and how you can get the book Jailhouse Lawyers by Mumia. I want to make one last point. We always consider people like Julian Assange, Bobby Sands, Mumia Abu-Jamal, and the thousands of Palestinian prisoners often held illegally in Israeli jails to be political prisoners because they are imprisoned for their political activities and ideas. The category of political prisoner is a way of defending people in social justice movements who have been targeted by the state, defense we must absolutely do. We must always fight against every attempt by the state to pick off individuals in our movements. It is how they strike fear into all of us and undermine our movements, which is exactly, of course, what happens to Eileen and to a lot of other whistleblowers. But a side effect of creating the category of political prisoner is often to elevate movement people above other prisoners. I was struck recently by what the retiring head of the Merseyside police force said. If he was given $5 billion to cut crime, he would put $1 billion into law enforcement and $4 billion into tackling poverty. The Corsten report on women's prisoners in the UK said that most of them should not be in prison. Noted that the main reason women were in prison was because of domestic circumstances such as domestic violence, childcare issues, being a single parent, and poverty, as well as isolation and unemployment, most of which frankly boils down to poverty. With this Tory government and virtually every other government, poverty is a political choice. And if poverty is a political choice made by mass murderers in Downing Street and the White House, and on Wall Street and in the City of London, then there are a lot more political prisoners than is normally considered to be the case, and we must not abandon them either. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Very eloquent as usual. Could I next invite our colleague who's here from Malaysia, Charles Hector, whom I can unfortunately no longer see on screen.
My webcam is muted, but has been blocked, I think.
Okay, just bear with us 1 second, Charles. We'll just make sure you're. It looks like you may have rejected the option that allows your browser to have access to your webcam. So why don't we wait for a second while you maybe leave and rejoin, and perhaps we can hear from another speaker in those few seconds. And once again, Charles, very grateful to you for dialing in from Malaysia. I know you're a bit of a somebody who works very late, but this is very late for both Andrew and yourself. So grateful to both of you for being here. If I may, I'd like to invite Prem. Prem, welcome. if you would please introduce yourself in a couple of minutes and then perhaps offer your comments. Thank you.
Well, hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to join this debate, this lightness in a world full of darkness, and I hope that this event will be repeated at regular intervals, though that would mean a lot of work for Deepa and her colleagues. It's my pleasure also to renew some old friendships and hopefully make some new ones at this particular event. I want to pick up the themes which previous speakers have outlined, and I think what we have a real problem with the claim that there is somehow a rule of law and it is same for everybody and it benefits everybody. We actually have a great deal of darkness at the heart of the government, particularly the UK government. And there is a race to the bottom in a very different way, which I will just illustrate. So what I'm going to say, I have already put on public record in my speeches in the House of Lords. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I was just thinking about what I was going to say. I'm Prem Sikha. I'm Emeritus Professor of Accounting at the University of Essex and the University of Sheffield. Since last October, I have been a member of the UK House of Lords and been putting certain things on public record. So what I put on record in my speeches in the House of Lords is how the UK government, Bank of England and the regulators have colluded to protect organizations which by their own admission have been engaged in criminal conduct. So let me just refer to that, give you a bit of a background to that. In December 2012, HSBC was fined $1.9 billion in the US, and at that time it was the biggest fine on any organization, and the fine, according to the US Department of Justice, was levied because HSBC permitted narcotics traffickers and others to launder hundreds of millions of dollars through HSBC subsidiaries and to facilitate hundreds of millions more in transactions with sanctioned countries. And the Department of Justice press release said that HSBC had accepted responsibility for its criminal conduct and that of its employees. Now, HSBC is supervised in the UK by the regulators, UK-based regulators. However, this world-shattering, record-shattering fine did not persuade them to investigate HSBC. HSBC in the US paid the fine and also negotiated a deferred prosecution agreement. Roll the clock forward from 2012 to 2013. In the US, some members of their parliament began to wonder why on earth HSBC has not been prosecuted. The US House of Representatives Committee on Financial Services then began an investigation. It published a report in July 2016, which was titled Too Big to Jail. And it contained evidence, letters, emails, other correspondence, which showed that the governor of the Bank of England, the chief executive of the UK's financial regulator, at that time known as the Financial Services Authority, and the then Chancellor George Osborne intervened. They secretly wrote to the US authorities asking them to go easy on HSBC because it was apparently too big to fail. Therefore, presumably, it is free to engage in criminal activity. Now, this news came out only because of the US investigations. The same report from the US House of Representatives also noted that the UK regulators, Bank of England and the Chancellor, also urged the US to go easy on Standard Chartered Bank, which was fined $670 million for money laundering. And a further close reading of that report shows that the government, the UK authorities, were also protecting Barclays Bank. So Standard Chartered was described in the US report as a rogue bank which engaged in deception, and that deception was facilitated by Deloitte,
one of the big four accounting firms. Now, there was no announcement to UK Parliament that the government had intervened. Nothing. It has all been done behind closed doors in secrecy. Well, of course, that is not the only thing which the government has done. Way back in July 1991, the Bank of Credit and Commerce International was shut down by the Bank of England for engaging in all kind of criminal activity and fraud. But to this day, there has been no investigation of the biggest banking fraud of the 20th century, which is kind of interesting in itself. Why not? What is it? If you don't investigate frauds and money laundering, how on earth are you going to improve your regulatory system? The then Prime Minister, John Major, promised that a full report would be published. And an investigation into the Bank of England's supervisory role only was commissioned. That was by Lord Justice Bingham. However, in October 1992, the full report was not published. They decided to take out what was in the appendices. And what did the appendices contain? The appendices contained extracts of a report which had been given a secret code name, the Sandstorm Report. And that report is still a state secret in the UK. In early 2001, 2002, I began an academic research into what on earth happened at BCCI. There were a lot of things which simply did not add up. My co-author visited the Congress Library in the US and found a censored copy of this thing called the Sandstorm Report. We have no way of knowing whether it was a complete or a full copy. Later on, we learned that it was about 99% complete. So what was missing from it? We don't know. I did not know at that stage. So I used the Freedom of Information request in in 2006 to request a copy of this report. The government said, I can't have it. It is against the national interest. I then went to the Freedom of Information Commissioner. He sided with the government, which left me no choice but to pursue the matter through the courts. Altogether, it took about 5.5 years, and eventually 3 judges ruled in my favor, and the government had to release the Sandstorm Report to me, which I have put on the internet, which anybody actually can see. So what does it actually show? What exactly was the UK government protecting? Well, doing a bit of research, the individuals whose names had been taken out of the censored report, which was found in the US Congress Library, there were individuals linked to Al-Qaeda, Saudi intelligence, royal families of Abu Dhabi and other countries in the Middle East, as well as arms dealers, smugglers, fraudsters, convicted criminals, including dead convicted criminals, BCCI personnel, and politicians. Their names were being protected by the UK government. No announcement has ever been made to British Parliament as to why this report is suppressed, why these names are being protected. You can draw your own conclusions. So the government is still refusing. So I've given you examples of how the government has protected HSBC, Standard Chartered, Barclays, Deloitte, BCCI, but let us roll this forward to contemporary times. 2 banking frauds have dominated the headlines in the UK. One relates to HBOS and one relates to RBS. Both been subject to very strong comments from parliamentary committees. Some of these frauds go back a decade, but they are yet to be independently investigated. Regulators choose to do little or nothing about it. So the Thames Valley Police and Crime Commissioner decided that he would take the lead and he would investigate and prosecute. He successfully prosecuted 6 individuals connected with HBOS frauds who got 47.5 years in prison. It cost him £7 million. Government refused to give him any extra budget, and nevertheless he continued to collect the evidence. And he said publicly, and I quote, that I am convinced the cover-up, by that he means cover-up of banking frauds, goes right up to the cabinet level. Now that is a very strong statement from a law enforcement officer. He'd been sent around in concentric circles. So on 30th May 2017, he wrote to the UK Prime Minister, the then Prime Minister Theresa May, and he said, and I quote, "There is a serious problem with bank governance, which appears to be corrupt at the highest level in a number of our major banks." This is a law enforcement officer telling the Prime Minister. And then he adds, "The governance system itself is being run by those most involved in cover-ups and corrupt practices. For instance, the senior partner of the audit company that failed, either through incompetence or complicity, to notice a £1 billion fraud within HBOS is now chairman of the Financial Conduct Authority. And the chairman of the bank, when much of this was covered up, is now chairman of the Financial Reporting Council." And he said, and I again quote, "Some of the cover-up also involves the Treasury and the two past chancellors." This is a senior law enforcement officer laying it straight to the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister's office replies, the Cabinet Secretary replies, says, "I was very concerned to read the extremely serious allegations set out in your letter. Given the extremely serious nature of your allegations, I will keep a close eye on this matter and would be happy to meet you." The Commissioner wanted, this is the Police Commissioner, wanted to meet the Cabinet Secretary and then followed it up with further letters. No replies. Finally, he gets a reply in August 2017 in which the Cabinet Secretary said, and I quote, "I will be unable to meet with you to discuss these matters." Now, this raises enormous questions about the rule of law. We have now a race to the bottom. The UK is a prisoner of the finance industry. Where else would you find this kind of a behavior that the governments are covering up the conduct of criminal organizations? So when I presented this to Parliament, there was no apology from the government, no explanation, no promise that they will not do it again. If anything, there were some peers, they're members of the House of Lords, actually standing up and saying that under some circumstances, these confidential or secret things are appropriate. Well, that is beyond me. It is not appropriate. If you are not going to investigate, deal with criminal organizations, you cannot strengthen your regulation. You cannot hold regulators publicly accountable. You cannot hold governments publicly accountable. So there are many brave souls out there engaged in whistleblowing. This may well be a different kind of whistleblowing, if you like, putting ministers on the spot. But I did not sense any sense of concern or shame. And what I have said, what I just described to you, in many ways is really the tip of an iceberg. And little seems to get done about it. Governments just shrug off any concern because the government has a huge majority in Parliament. It can more or less do whatever it wants, ignore what it wants. And if anything, since yesterday, its majority has actually increased. So that raises questions about where exactly are we going as a country and as people? Thank you.
Graham, thank you for that. You may be in the House of Lords, but I don't know very many people who are as much one of the Commons and one there to, strengthen the rest of us. And your inspiration has helped so many people, including, I know, John Christensen, who's on this panel today, to show courage in the way you have, and to keep marching on, irrespective of what's going on in the background.
Thank you. I think you muted yourself, Deepa.
Can you hear me? Hello? Okay, thank you. I beg your pardon. Our next speaker is Charles Hector. Charles has been charged with sedition in Malaysia. He's been attacked by loggers. And when lawyers are persecuted in this way, then we know they're doing something right. So it is our privilege and pleasure to welcome Charles to the panel. And over to Charles, if you could say a few words about yourself, and then perhaps for 12 minutes to 15 minutes, if you could tell us a little bit, because it was, by the way, I must mention that it was on Charles's advice that I changed the title of this panel, because this panel was originally called, and this was John Christensen's suggestion actually, and I stole both ideas, When the Criminals Control the Law. And indeed, you know, we see whether it is Boris Johnson or whether it is those sitting in other places of power who are controlling how the system works. But Charles, to this day, is a conscientious lawyer, and he said to me, you can't call somebody a criminal unless they have been, you know, adjudicated by the court to be so. So the title, which now says when the oppressors control the law, is to Charles's credit. Over to you, Charles. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Charles Hector from Malaysia. Malaysia has got very good capacity in terms of blocking the internet and getting down things. You might remember in 1998, you know, we had peaceful assembly protests, and there was a lot of police crackdowns with water cannons and a lot of brutality that was happening. So when some of the foreign journalists kind of things wanted to transmit their video back to their home office in Australia, and also I think BBC, Malaysia, during the time that it goes up to the satellite and down to the other side, they managed to censor out all images of police brutality. That was the capacity of Malaysia in 1998. So the thing is, they still actually attack in terms of human rights defenders or people who actually highlight wrongs. I personally have had my blog website knocked out several times. Okay, I'm Charles Hector. I'm actually involved in human rights. I'm a human rights defender for a long time, more than 2 decades. And I'm also a lawyer now, and I'm also a blogger. So blogging is now, we have to have alternative voices, because we find that a lot of media seems to have become controlled by the people in power, be it government or corporations. So that is something that we distinct, and so therefore there is a need for independent avenues where information can be communicated to people, and that means everyone should actually have their own blog or your Facebook and social media and take on the role of highlighting wrongs and injustice, and not just wait for the media per se. That is important. I will start off with a few situations because I'm from Malaysia. Just a few incidences that have happened over the past few years. In Malaysia, we had an interesting incident when workers came out to exercise their right to picket. It is legal in law. Guess what happened? The workers who picketed were arrested for what offense? Making a lot of noise. So they were arrested and taken away by the police. Now, and another incident kind of things, workers and unionists, they went to meet the election candidates before the general elections to get a commitment to worker rights and union rights from the candidates. And for that, 18 workers were sacked or terminated from their company because the company said, you know, they affected the public image of the company. So personally, when I actually highlighted worker rights violations in a Japanese company, Asahi Kosei. In 2011, I was sued by Asahi Kosei for a sum of 10 million Malaysian ringgit, equivalent to 3.2 million USD. That was in February 2011. So in that case kind of things, I thank a lot of you for coming out in support, because even in terms of the UK Parliament, an early day motion was passed in May 2011, I think by about 30 over MPs, including Jeremy Corbyn. So what happened?
Hector, I think we have lost you. If you can hear us, please would you switch back on your device? You were joined on 2 devices, and it appears that you may have closed one, which was actually working. Can others hear me? I'm hoping that Charles Hector will join us in a second. If you wouldn't mind, for those who are watching online, in the meanwhile, I'll just let you know that our links, which were with the wonderful contributions that people like Kathy Bogan, John Pilger, Jonathan Cook, our wonderful artists have all made, Norman Solomon has made, are now back online. We were having technical difficulties with allowing you access to the art and the film and the other materials, the pre-recorded materials. So I hope that link is working for you. If you are one of those who was having difficulties, please do let us know in the lobby if you have any trouble accessing that, and we can set it back on. It looks like Charles has been completely disconnected. So if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to try and invite our next speaker, Eva Jolie. Eva, we're very glad you're here. You've done some phenomenal work over the ages. I hope you can hear us, because for a second,
Yes.
you can. Brilliant. Are you able to switch on your camera, Eva?
No, I think it won't. They don't want to.
Okay.
I'm very sorry for this very bad
No.
conditions. My computer is too old for your requirement, and my iPhone probably also. So
No, we don't think so, actually. You have 2 devices connected, and one of your devices seems to be working fine, because we could see you earlier. So there is, in fact, your iPhone is a higher standard than my old computer, so it should be working. But if you, there are 2 devices that you're on, can you try again? Maybe you received a phone call or something, and it
yes,
the connection.
okay. I try once more for the camera. Well, it don't, but I have small pictures of you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Then I will do it shortly, I think, because of this very bad conditions, technical conditions. First of all, I want to thank you for organizing this important event, so that we should not forget the conditions in which Julian Assange is now living. You asked us to think about and to talk about the situation when the oppressors control the law. And I wanted to say that this is more normal than it is exceptional, and that the world has worked very hard to try to get states under international control on the law issue, and so that the laws should be in conformity with higher principles. This work has been going on for more than 70 years, and I'm thinking about the Nuremberg trials, where the international community that had the victory in 45 decided to try the responsible for the death of 50 million people. All these army persons complied with the law in their country. But from that moment on, it became clear in all countries that we have international rules. We have laws that are superior to the national laws. And for Europe, we have the European Declaration of Human Rights that everybody knows about for sure. And
May I interrupt you for a second, Eva? I'm very sorry to do so. We are getting a lot of requests to ask you to move a little bit closer to your microphone.
Okay, I'm sorry. I will take the phone in my hands. Do you hear me better?
Much better. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes. So I was going back in history to see how the international community had tried to solve this problem, that nation states abuse the power and are not able to have a well-functioning democratic situation where you have check and balance. That is very, very seldom. I think only a very few countries in the world have that situation. And I told you about where it all starts after the Second World War with the Nuremberg trials for people that had obeyed by their national laws in killing some 50 million people. And then we have the European Convention Human Rights that is...
Eva, it's gone off again. You need to bring closer. Maybe your hand is over it.
I don't know what the mic is.
No,
I'm sorry. Well,
it is on the bottom edge of your phone.
And I wanted to tell you about the European Union that has also their superior rules that is part of the chart, the European Union chart in 2000, saying that all the member states must respect the fundamental human rights, and this declaration, which is rather detailed. And this has implications. For instance, today, the European Union is sanctioning Poland and Hungary because they are not respecting the separation of powers. They are intervening in the judiciary. It is very difficult, though, but they are trying to do so. And this in order to tell very clearly that we have superior rules. So when criminals take the control of the law, which they often do, there are remedies for that. But in most countries, like other speakers has told, the judiciary is very weak. And this is a democratic problem. There is not enough resources for the judiciary, and people are not skilled enough very often. And so this is why it's so important to have politicians that see the importance of this control. And as we cannot count upon them, we need the whistleblowers to inform the opinion. And among the whistleblowers, I think that Julian Assange is the most important of them, because he has behaved as the general public's secret service in order to inform people about what is going on behind the closed doors and behind the beautiful words about the respect of human rights. And I think the situation we are in today, where the war criminals in the US have not been prosecuted, while Julian Assange, who has just used the freedom of speech and his quality as a journalist to inform us, he is in the Belmarsh prison in terrible conditions, although there is nothing against him today. He is only awaiting a request from the US to be extradited, but this request has been turned down. He should be set free at once. It is really terrible, the violation of Julian Assange's rights in a country that used to be democratic. And they are not respecting Julian Assange's rights. And I think that our duties, all the people that have a civil conscience, that know what is happening in the world, we should get Julian out of this prison, because there is no reason, there is no legal reason for him to be there. And he should get asylum. And I hope that he can get asylum in France when he will be set free. We must also ask the new American president, Joe Biden, to withdraw this terrible case where they have misused the legal instrument, because they are not recognizing that Julian Assange was an editor and a journalist, and they are trying to use the old laws of spying against him. And this is also something terrible, because it is this imperialistic wish of the US to dominate the world and to have their laws being applied in the UK and elsewhere. So I think that our mobilization must not weaken, and that we must get him out of this terrible Belmarsh prison and get him into a country where he can have asylum and not be extradited, never, to the US. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for bearing with us while you were having technical difficulties. I'm very grateful for your contribution. I now have a message from the People's Tribunal on Endless Wars. And this was meant to be shown earlier today, so my apologies to the tribunal that we didn't show it. We will show it several times today in all time zones. So it's just a short 1-minute message from the People's Tribunal on Endless Wars. Here you go. Thank you. I beg your pardon, there seems to be some problem sharing it. I will share it in the next pause. But if I may, could I invite Hector to just complete his presentation, and then I'll do the People's Tribunal, and then it'll be back to John and Andrew Feinstein to make their final contributions.
Okay. No, I'm sorry, because the internet, something has been problem. So anyway, in terms, I was mentioning the Asahi Kosei case. And during that Asahi Kosei case kind of things, where the Japanese government sued, we took an appeal to the Court of Appeal. But what was interesting is that the Court of Appeal, normally the panel that sits is the same 3 judges for all the proceedings. But during that particular case, when our application came up, the panel changed. And therefore, they also imposed cost. Why? And then in 2016 kind of things, we put forward a motion in the Malaysian bar calling for improvement of the perception of administration of justice with regards to the Attorney General and the public prosecutor. Me and my fellow movers were called up by the police under Sedition Act, kind of thing. So the reason why I'm bringing all
Heck, it looks like somebody has muted Hector, or he's muted himself again. I think we're having difficulties with his phone, internet connections or whatever it is. Could I ask the moderators to please keep an eye on the chat, not on the chat, I beg your pardon, in the participants tab, to make sure that if Hector comes back, he's promoted to moderator so that he can share his comment. I'm going to make one more attempt to share this video, and if it doesn't work, then we rely on John Christensen for entertainment. Sorry, John's a long-standing campaigner and a long-standing supporter of many different attempts to create justice and fairness in the world, particularly around tax justice. And I'm very grateful that you're able to spend the time to join us today, John. And if you would please introduce yourself in a couple of minutes, and then maybe about 12 minutes of speaking. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Deepa. Thank you for inviting me, and greetings to my many friends there, Eva, Prem, everyone else, Andrew. Delighted to be here. This is such an important session. It means a great deal to me personally. I'd like to begin by paying a tribute to Gavin McFadden, who I knew through the Centre for Investigative Journalism. In 2010, he and I agreed to set up an organisation called Finance Uncovered. You can look it up on your search engine, to train and support investigative journalists who are working on cross-border financial crimes, particularly financial crimes involving offshore tax havens and the City of London and so on. And I firmly believe that without Gavin's support, it wouldn't have been possible to do that. And that would have made the Panama Paper investigations so much more difficult, and the Paradise Paper investigations so much more difficult, because so many of the journalists involved in those investigations had actually been trained through that Finance Uncovered program, which is still going on. So just to make note of that. So I'm John Christensen. I'm currently chair of the board of directors of the Tax Justice Network. I'm trained originally as an auditor and as an economist. I specialized in deep financial investigations. I'm London-based, but I grew up in Jersey, which is my home island. And of course, you probably know Jersey as a British offshore tax haven. And I suppose in this context, I've been invited here because I'm a financial services whistleblower on a story that came out of Jersey. Now, I'm not sure whether everyone will have had access to this, but in March of this year, the BBC Storyville series ran a program called The Dark Secrets of a $1 Trillion Island. And this was a long and very, very sad story into a child abuse scandal at a child home called Hotel Agaren in Jersey. Many, many victims and survivors from that child abuse going back to the 1960s and the 1970s and so on, who had not been recognized, had not received justice, and would not have received justice had it not been for the extreme courage of the health minister in the island, Senator Stuart Sivray, a close friend of mine at the time. I worked with him very closely when I was economic advisor to the government in Jersey. And he pushed for investigation, but he was blocked at every stage. He was indeed prosecuted and imprisoned on all sorts of trumped up charges. And what this revealed was a systemic failure by police authorities, by the Attorney General's office, by the Solicitor General's office, by the judiciary more generally, by the Crown appointed bailiff, who is both the president of the island's legislature and at the same time is the senior judge in Jersey, and by politicians and by the media. It was a very widespread failure, a systemic failure of everyone who had a duty of care to those vulnerable children. And collectively, that failure has come to have a name. It's called the Jersey Way. And that Jersey Way is a form of omerta, a systematized omerta at an official level, involving virtually everybody on the island, who actively suppress dissent, discourage media investigation, discourage politicians from asking challenging questions in the island's assembly, and indeed have closed down on all forms of democratic protection, of democratic representation. So that despite all the appearances of being a democracy, Jersey has been revealed, in this case very clearly in the BBC Storyville programme, it's been revealed as a failed state. And it's a failed state with the Queen of England as its head of state. So this is a failure that goes right the way up to the Queen of England, who has quite simply refused to take on normal responsibilities of a head of state. Now, I want to take you back way before the BBC Storyville programme to 1996. And at that time in 1996, I was the head of the Government Economic Services in Jersey. The Government Economic Services, Jersey has its own parliamentary assembly, and I headed the Government Economic Services. I was a very senior civil servant, and I was accountable to the most senior civil servant in Jersey, a person called Colin Powell, who was the chief advisor. Now, in January 1996, I had a phone call at home late at night from the Wall Street Journal, and they were engaged in a very prolonged investigation into a scandal involving a Swiss bank, UBS, its local subsidiary, Cantrade Banking, and a currency trader acting as a single trader, sole trader in Jersey. As a result of various frauds, some 28 million or so, which wasn't a huge sum, had been lost, but it was mainly lost by small-scale pensioners in the United States, and they were pursuing legal action, and those legal actions had been going on for 2 years, but had been blocked at every level. So when the Wall Street Journal contacted me late one January night in 1996, they were asking questions about the role of my office in allowing this currency trader, who originally came from United Kingdom, how come this trader, they asked, had been licensed to trade in Jersey, because those licenses normally came from my office. But in this case, it hadn't. And I had to say to the journalist, I have no idea about this. I've never even heard about this. But if I will go to my office first thing tomorrow morning, and if there's any truth revealed from the files about this, call me back at the same time tomorrow night, and I will agree to cooperate. And it's important to note that my job as head of the economic services in Jersey allowed me to talk to the international press. So the following morning, very early, I went into the office, I looked up the various records, and they indeed confirmed that everything the Wall Street Journal had told me was correct. But worse, it seemed absolutely clear to me that there was a protracted attempt by many players, including the chief advisor, who was my boss, the finance minister in Jersey, who happened to be also a director of Cantrade Bank, the subsidiary of UBS, the president of the island's Policy and Resources Committee, who was a lawyer employed by the legal company representing Cantrade Bank, but he was also the most senior politician in Jersey, the police, the Attorney General, and the island's bailiff, that is the Queen appointed head of the president of the legislature and most senior judge. All of them have been engaged in a protracted attempt to block investigation and thwart the US plaintiffs from pursuing the claim through the Court of Jersey. Now, since my job required me to answer questions from international journalists, I agreed then and then to work with the Wall Street Journal team. And I informed my line manager, the chief advisor, and others that I was doing this. And immediately in doing that, I put myself at huge personal risk. I took some precautionary measures. I made sure that all the documents were stored off island at the solicitors of the Wall Street Journal. And I also made it quite clear to the chief advisor, my boss, and others, that if anything happened to me, the solicitors were empowered or instructed to release all the relevant documents to public scrutiny. I was threatened with dismissal. My wife was put under huge pressure over her job. At one stage, the Attorney General issued a warrant to have my house searched. I was ostracized by senior civil servants and blocked from attending meetings of politicians, which I would normally be attending in my advisory capacity. And for 9 months, the pressure was sustained on me and on my wife and on my family members. Even some of my friends felt it necessary to stand back and distance themselves from me. And that's the risk that whistleblowers face when they're working in very small communities or small islands, particularly tax havens. The risks are extraordinary. I knew right from the moment that I started with working with the Wall Street Journal that my job with the Government Economic Service was, to all intents and purposes, over. The same applied to my wife. We knew we'd have to sell our home, we'd have to leave the island, because the Jersey way, this omerta, is very, very powerful. It even reached the stage where the government, I didn't know this at that time, engaged a public relations company to engage in a smear exercise against me and against my department. Now, if I quickly get back to what happened to UBS, faced with these extensive delays in Jersey, the plaintiff's lawyers raised a suit in the Southern District Court of New York, claiming that the defendants in Jersey had violated the very powerful Racketeer Influenced and Corruption Organizations Act, the RICO Act. And in an accompanying affidavit presented to the New York court, the lawyer in Jersey said that his clients could not possibly secure a fair trial in Jersey because the island was riven by nepotism, bias, and incompetence. Another way of describing the Jersey way I mentioned earlier on. And the affidavit specifically mentioned by name the island's most senior officials, including the bailiff, Sir Philip Baylash, his deputy, Francis Hammond, the Attorney General, Michael Burt, the Solicitor General, Stephanie Nicole, and my boss, Colin Powell. So these people were named as people who were deliberately blocking the process. Now, UBS, the last thing they wanted at that time was to have a suit heard in New York, because they were actually trying to buy a very major financial services company, a huge asset management company in the US. And the last thing they wanted was to have the Federal Reserve seeing red flags about a RICO case in the New York court. So they reverted back to the Jersey court. The proceedings went through very, very quickly. They pleaded criminal recklessness. The currency trader involved was found guilty of making false statements, fraud, a whole load of other cases. The accountants and auditors for the company and for UBS were equally found guilty, and UBS was fined a record fine in the Jersey court. But what was interesting and important is that not one of the Jersey officials faced investigation. The island's press said nothing about their role. Not a single politician raised a question in the State's Assembly about the role of the chief advisor, or the role of the Attorney General, or the role of the Solicitor General, or indeed the role of the bailiff, and the president of the Police Force Federation, all of whom had been involved in covering up systemic failures and in the subsequent cover-up of the entire story. Fast forward back to the more recent exposés around the child abuse scandal, and exactly the same cast of players were involved in covering this systematic cover-up. So I think, in summing up, I think we need to pay particular attention to the needs of whistleblowers working in small communities, particularly small island communities. They face extreme pressures. And not just the normal pressures of losing their job and not getting compensation, but pressures of being ostracized by their entire network of communities, their families being ostracized, journalists coming in to cover a story, but then leaving them behind and exposing the story, exposing them as the whistleblowers, but no actions put in place. For what it's worth, since leaving Jersey in 1998, I have faced protracted and continued attacks by the Jersey authorities on my reputation, continual smears. Journalists are regularly called by a public relations company in London to say that John Christensen carries baggage. He's got personal problems, which simply isn't the case. But there you are. So to sum up, financial services whistleblowers need special protection, especially in small island tax havens and small communities where you have these strong social inhibitors. We need to recognize that such communities are prone to regulatory capture, to political capture, to media capture. They have virtually no hinterland of civil society support to protect whistleblowers and support them. Even Amnesty International ran a mile in order to avoid taking on the case of the whistleblowers from and journalists by and large have a track record of turning up, running the story, and then abandoning the whistleblowers to the mercies of small island communities. Deepa, I think I'll leave it there, but I'm putting in a special plea now to look after the likes of Senator Stuart Sivray, who's been sacked to prison several times for the sin of trying to protect the survivors of a massive and protracted child abuse scandal. And even today, he is still being hounded by the authorities in Jersey, which is a totally failed state.
Thank you, John, and our solidarity to all those whistleblowers who are being, being shut down in order for us not to follow in their example. Our next contributor is going to finish his last few sentences. It's Charles Hector, who has managed to get back in again. And I'm hoping, Charles, you'll be able to speak now. And after that, we will have the little intervention from the People's Tribunal. So, Charles, over to you if you can unmute yourself, please.
Thank you. Now, the question is that when the oppressor controls the law, what is interesting now is that the oppressor is no more the capitalist, no more the corporations, but it seems to be now the government. And it's not just the legislature that creates the laws, but
I'm
even...
sorry to interrupt you, Charles, especially when you've been interrupted so many times, but you have another device on in the background, which is playing your voice again.
Yeah, that's my second device I'm keeping just in case. It's
Can
quite
you
a
mute it? Thank you.
Okay. So the thing is, can you hear me?
Yes, very loud and clear.
Okay. So the thing is now, the question is that the oppressor that controls the law seems to be the state. And in a democratic state kind of things, you have the three different branches of it. You have the parliament, who is actually still creating bad laws or not removing laws that actually infringe on human rights. Because in Malaysia, we still have the Sedition Act. And you know what sedition is, because basically sedition, truth is not a defense. You say anything that actually brings down the image or the perception of government or even the administration of justice, you can be charged for sedition. Sedition is different from defamation because defamation, truth is a defense. But for sedition, no. We still have the detention without trial laws. And that means the person can be arrested and detained. And the interesting thing about these laws is that you cannot challenge the reasons why you are being detained. You cannot challenge the reasons why you are being restricted in your movement. Judicial review, habeas corpus that looks into the reasons is not allowed. That means they can pick up anybody and say for whatever reason, and that cannot be questioned. That still exists in the country. So in the sense that the legislators itself is allowing for this kind of things to still exist. So the situation also becomes a bit more complicated because when the people are actually highlighting issues and fighting, their main opponents on the ground are corporations and businesses. But what happens when it is now government-owned corporations and businesses, which is now a reality? In the Malaysian situations kind of things, when the people are struggling, we find that the government actually owns that particular company or has got a controlling interest. For example, in a logging case that I'm involved, where recently eight members of the community of villagers was staying adjacent to an area that is about to be logged in a permanent forest reserve. Now, the community is badly affected because they don't have piped drinking water because of low pressure and all the things. The government has not been able to provide that. So they depend on their drinking water from sources within the forest. Now, the logging contractors have taken 8 of the community leaders, and interestingly, the first 4 of these are the leaders of this protest movement against logging, which they started in 2013. That means they have been protesting for quite some time. But now the logging, they want to start off the logging activities where the protest is still going on. And they are very gentle people. They don't have blockades. They have not actually resorted to that. They have all been very peaceful, very polite protesters in that sense. So in this particular case kind of things, the latest thing that got highlighted was in the fact that they attempted to cite the 8 of them plus me was the counsel or the lawyer for contempt of court for a letter that I wrote to a potential witness to clarify a document as to the meaning of the document and things of that sort. So that contempt was withdrawn. But what is interesting is that you have got the logging contractors, but who exactly is the license holder? The license holder is a state entity. So the logging contractors are mere agents of the state entity. So again, it gets confused because of the involvement of government in business. Because previously, government stood out there separate from this to be able to look into the welfare and the well-being of everyone. That means they were the arbiter to make sure that rights are not violated by the corporations and everybody actually gets it. But when they are having an interest in business, now that is very direct, then things change. So the oppressor now in a sense is government becomes also part of the oppressor besides the business interest. But when you look at business interest itself, the corporations, it is different from the good old days where the capitalists are clearly identified as the rich and powerful. Today, your pension fund, my money that I put in the banks are also owning part of these very same companies that actually violate rights. I'm not a shareholder, but because of my investment in banks, pension funds, and things like that. So in terms of who exactly is violating, it becomes a bit complicated in that kind of a scenario. Because the whole question now comes out is that I might be the oppressor as well. So that has to be distinct. So in terms of actually going on that whole question, you have one quick remark because hello, yeah. Now, in terms of Malaysia kind of things, sadly, when it comes to historically kind of things, Malaysia is a British colony, and in fact, a lot of the laws that was actually
Hi, sorry about that. Moving across rooms virtually isn't as easy as running around the corner. And I find that my computer's too old to go. Our final panelist, firstly, thank you, Hector, for your contribution. And our final panelist tonight is Andrew Feinstein. Andrew was in Nelson Mandela's cabinet and has done a huge amount of work to, again, like the others on the panel, to
Deepa, I'm not finished.
To move us towards a more just society. Andrew, if you would spend 2 minutes just introducing yourself, and then you have about 12 minutes. Thank you.
Deepa, can I finish? Hello.
Thanks, Deepa. And thank you so much to you and all of the others who have organized this extraordinary event. May I also say what an honor it is to be on this panel with each one of the panelists has certainly inspired me in various ways through their work. And as of course did Gavin McFadden, whose room we are currently seeing from our various places. Very quickly, by way of introduction, in addition to being an ANC MP from South Africa, now for my myriad sins based in London, I run a very small organization in London called Shadow World Investigations. We research, investigate, write about, make films about the global arms trade, those who enable it, and the consequences of the trade. And the name is a reflection of a book I wrote called The Shadow World Inside the Global Arms Trade, which was also made into a feature documentary. I want to talk briefly about two instances of the phenomenon that we've all been speaking about today. And I suppose we could characterize these two instances by a phrase that some in the anti-corruption community are using now, called state capture, where the very highest officers of the state are captured for private and corporate interests. And this is something, the cases I'm going to talk about, South Africa and Angola, happen both to be in Southern Africa. But I think the phenomenon of state capture is one that we see in many parts of the world today. And I'm sure you would all have your examples of the phenomenon. The ones that immediately occur to me, Equatorial Guinea under the Obiangs would be a case in point. I would argue the United States of America under Donald Trump. And the way we are heading, as Prem and others have indicated, in the United Kingdom, I think that the United Kingdom under Boris Johnson could soon be another example of state capture. And then, of course, Hungary's Viktor Orban would be another example. Now, the two examples I want to mention very briefly that will elucidate some of the points that I think are important in relation to this phenomenon and how those in power, the oppressors, I would probably have preferred the words the criminals, control the law effectively. In the case of South Africa, former President Jacob Zuma oversaw a process of what is now the subject of a judicial commission of inquiry into state capture, in which, with business associates, a team of brothers from India called the Guptas, they literally stole, during the 8 years that Zuma was in power, 1/3 of the country's GDP. Now, this is quite an extraordinary phenomenon. When you talk about a country like South Africa, that is a middle-income country, that individuals could literally siphon off 1/3 of the country's economic activity. And they did this simply by the awarding of contracts to a variety of entities, most of them set up solely for this purpose of routing money to the Gupta families, a whole lot of which was then fed back to the politicians who had enabled, the politicians and officials, I should say, who enabled this particular phenomenon. The socioeconomic consequences for a country like South Africa that has vast challenges that I don't need to enumerate here were profound and devastating. However, interestingly, in my opinion, the first instance of state capture actually happened under Jacob's predecessor, Nelson Mandela's successor, Thabo Mbeki. And it took the form of what is colloquially in South Africa called the arms deal, which I tried to investigate as a then member of parliament. I was at the time running the Public Accounts Committee in parliament. And this was an arms deal that was forged between governments, between the governments of the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, and Sweden with the South African state. And what happens in these arms deals is that companies from those countries are then asked to fulfill the contracts that are agreed by the governments. In this instance, South Africa, a country still living in the glow of democracy and Nelson Mandela, with no enemies that anybody could discern, decided to spend $10 billion American dollars on weapons. Weapons that it had absolutely no use for, most of which have never been used until today. The primary reason that that money was spent was because at least $350 million of bribes were paid to the officials, the ministers, the executives of the State Arms Corporation, my own political party, the ANC, and a variety of extremely dubious intermediaries who we often refer to as arms dealers. Now, it's important to bear in mind that Thabo Mbeki, who really drove this arms deal, was at the same time as committing $10 billion for this weaponry, telling the 6 million South Africans living with HIV or AIDS that we could not afford to provide antiretrovirals through the state health system, that most of them needed to stay alive. As a consequence of which, in a study undertaken at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University, it was calculated that that policy choice, weapons over medicines, over just the following 5 years, resulted in the avoidable deaths of at least 365,000 South Africans who were simply too poor to be able to afford to stay alive. 32,000 babies every year for those 5 years were born HIV positive because we couldn't afford mother-to-child transmission treatment. But we could afford to spend $10 billion on weapons. In the case of Angola, the regime of President dos Santos looted the country dry. And I use the word dry because, of course, it is its oil revenue that has given Angola worth. The money was diverted primarily through his children and in a dominant way through his daughter, Isabel dos Santos, who appears in all sorts of glossy magazines as the self-made richest woman in Africa. At one point, the dos Santos family was remitting $400 million of looted money a month into the Portuguese banking system, most of which it controlled or owned. Now, how in both instances did these governments do this? Crucially and primarily, they obliterated the rule of law. And
Andy, are you still here? Can you make a test with the camera? Oh, Jeremy's here. Hi.
Those were the two key criteria that they required.
Can't hear you, Jeremy. Can you unmute yourself?
In the case of Jacob Zuma,
you might have a little mute microphone icon.
He doesn't have the audio at all, so maybe you have to click the phone icon at the bottom. Jeremy, we can't hear you. Now the audio is on. Now you have to unmute yourself.
Let alone prosecute any cases of malfeasance against Zuma. The one person who had been found guilty in any malfeasance.
Jeremy, you have this microphone icon at the bottom of the screen. That's the mute button.
From a French arms company. His financial.
There we go. How y'all doing? Can you hear me?
Yay!
Yeah. Sentenced to 15 years in jail. Prison hospital.
He's traveling,
he was
so
released in terms of legislation
switch on his image. He's having difficulty with
democratic parliament, specifically to long-term prisoners who were suffering from an immediate and mortal illness to spend the last days of their lives with their families. Mr. Zuma's financial advisor, who was released using this legislation, has had only 2 health scares in the almost 10 years since he was released. One came when he assaulted somebody in a nightclub. The other came when he physically attacked someone on a golf course. Unfortunately, it wasn't only the prosecuting authority that was undermined, also South Africa's largely independent judiciary. So, for instance, when our constitutional court, the country's highest court, forced President Zuma to appoint a commission of inquiry into corruption in the arms deal, he appointed a friendly judge called Willie Sariti, who told colleagues that he would be paid 7 million rand a year to go on holiday for the 3 years of the commission's duration. Sariti's role was to ensure that none of the vast amounts of documentary evidence of corruption ever saw the light of day. After Zuma's removal from power, the Sariti Commission's report, which claimed there was no corruption in the deal, was set aside by a full bench of the court that Sariti himself served on. The only thing that led to the ending of state capture under Jacob Zuma, that caused him to lose power within the ANC and therefore his job as president, were a series of whistleblowers and South Africa's remarkable investigative media. Importantly, Jacob Zuma will go on trial on the 17th of May, a week from Monday, for corruption in the South African arms deal. I will be one of 208 state witnesses giving evidence against him. It will hopefully be the first of a long series of corruption trials that Mr. Zuma faces. In the case of President dos Santos in Angola, he destroyed Dissent, he clamped down on the media,
Jeremy, it's been a long while. I guess anyone has seen you, and it's such a honor and a pleasure. I just speak in my name here, but your work and your courage have been so inspiring over the years. This grand jury resistance is epic, man. I heard of so many people who learned from you and your work so much. You're just out of jail. What can you tell us about this? How are you? Oh, your microphone is muted. I'm sorry.
There we go.
How are you?
Thanks for your kind words and your support. I know it's been a long ass time, man. I mean, I've heard about all of you from afar. You know, I've been trying to follow the news. You know, it's been difficult. Of course, I've been in prison for about 9 years. I've been out for a couple months now. I'm still just getting my feet wet. You know, obviously there's been a lot of changes, but I'm glad to be on this panel. I don't have any particular remarks prepared, so we just had an open discussion. And of course, I see the chat, so if anybody has name, ask us anything, right? I do have some comments we could talk about, the restrictions that all of us face, right? I know Larry and our friend over Nathaniel Frank as well. It's dark times, but I have a lot of hope. I don't have any other particular introduction. I see Andy just jumped on, so maybe we could just introduce ourselves.
Well, may I ask about the restrictions you are still living today, because you're out of prison, but not fully, so to say. Can you tell us more about this?
Yeah. So, as part of the sentence that the judge imposed, was 10-year sentence plus 3 years of what they call supervised release. It's basically parole. And in addition to the regular restrictions that federal prisoners face when they are released from prison, I do have a number of special restrictions having to do with the nature of our case, right? I can talk about that. Well, for one, there's really no reasonable expectation of privacy talking to me. I know that people took a great effort, so I do, maintain anonymity and stuff like that with this chat system. But on computers, I'm required to participate in what they call internet monitoring program. So basically, my laptop and my phone are hooked up to a program that actually submits all the live data to a private company which does its own reports and shares it with federal probation. I'm prohibited from using encryption. I'm prohibited from using anonymity software like VPNs or Tor, or they specifically mentioned Tor, as well as restrictions on my ability to associate whatever that means. I shall not have any involvement or association with civil disobedience organizations or electronic civil disobedience organizations.
Don't you guys have a First Amendment thing that sort of talks about freedom of association? I seem to recall. Like,
right. But kind of like I was listening to the presentation Sam Weinstein brought up earlier. He made a lot of good points about well, in the United States, like, well, the 13th Amendment is kind of a big deal when they ended slavery after the Civil War, right? But there's like a careful little caveat that says, except as used for punishment for a crime, slavery shall be prohibited, right? And so that's why people in prison are forced to work for like $1 a day, pennies an hour type of situations, right? So really, the freedom is illusion, just like the American dream is a big fraud. You know, my eyes are like wide open, having experienced, you know, firsthand, like the gulags in America. You know, we incarcerate in the United States per capita and in whole numbers more than any other country in the world. So these restrictions that I face now, it's kind of like, you know, we joke about, you know, when we're being released from prison, I can't wait to be released to minimum security prison. Like, still, I'm not allowed to leave the state of Illinois. I'm not allowed to travel internationally. They're watching my associations and my internet activity, right? So, I mean, of course, I'm glad to be out. Man, I can't even tell you how great it is. I look forward to finding ways that I could still meaningfully contribute to the struggle in ways that will be safe for both myself and others, because, of course, there's not just for myself, but other people that I associate with would also there be expectation that there might be scrutiny, and I don't want to do that. But I have to say, you know, it's one of those situations where I knew what I was doing when I was out there hacking. You know, I was part of anonymous hacking a bunch of websites, police, military, and so forth, right? And I knew, having already done 2 years in federal prison prior to my involvement in Anonymous, that if I get caught, definitely going to prison is going to be a lot longer, right? So it's a risk that I was willing to take. I had a good run, almost a year, like, and I have no regrets, specifically with my actions. I mean, certainly I made mistakes, technical mistakes, wasn't carried out with absolute precision sometimes, but I don't, like I said, like, there wasn't a moment, you know, after everything I've been through that I regret what I've done. You know what I mean? I'm happy. And I have to say, we were talking about the need to protect whistleblowers and so forth. I think it speaks to the strength of our movement that it's an incentive to future people who are considering being involved in hacking, or if they're involved in an organization like the military or the government, that they're thinking about blowing the whistle on some corruption that they see. They're wondering about the potential consequences of their actions. I want to say the movement will have your back. You know what I mean? People will look out after you. People will protect you. You know, people will, like I think, like, for example, Edward Snowden making it to Russia, like, dude, you don't want to come here, right? Larry Love, I got to say, man, it's so great to see you and talk to you, and I'm so happy that they decided that, you know, not to bring you over here and put you in prison. You know, I mean, I can't even believe it. We could talk more about this for sure. There's so many different dimensions we could unpack in this, but I just want to say, like, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you know, when I made a post about this, can everyone hear me okay, by the way? Yep. You can all hear me well?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So when I made a post about this, you know, I did say in my usual somewhat glib manner that Jeremy Hammond, hacktivist, recently liberated from the U.S. prison plantation, and I want to make it clear that this the perspective of yours is shared by myself and most of the people that I'm involved with in activism. That we are now in a position where it's become absolutely clear that prison must be abolished. That prison is a continuation of the systems of slavery and oppression that have plagued our society since for too long now. And you know, I'm thankful that you're out, but the restrictions that they still have on you are in many ways not just Kafkaesque, but nonsensical. You know, when they say that you can't use encryption, you know, there's some level of encryption happening now because it's how the internet works. Everything that you do on a day-to-day basis involves some level of cryptography because we require that as a society. And so, some of my friends in Lultec had similar situations upon their release from incarceration, where they had serious crime prevention orders that nominally, ostensibly, was to stop them from committing further offences against society. But when it came down to actually trying to enforce this ability of the state to continue to interfere in all of their affairs, it turns out just to be impossible to make rational enough to actually work. They don't understand cryptography. They don't understand its necessity and its prevalence and its ubiquity. So yeah, I just wanted to sort of mention that, and we have a sort of certain power. I was saying to you yesterday, because of the very fact that they want to stop people from doing something that they don't understand is so essential to the very functioning of our society today, that we can sort of push that and work on that and use that as a pivot.
Can I interrupt you for a second, because I want to come back to this as a very essential point. But first, ask Andy, when he hears about some private company monitoring Jeremy's computer, when he hears about the repression and the years of prison, I guess he thinks, before everything, he thinks of Julian, who is right now in Belmarsh for 2 fucking years. Maybe like you, Laurie, is too modest to speak about himself and his own case. But he has revealed recently that he actually found a hardware implant, probably by the CIA, in his cryptophone. So Andy knows quite a lot as well about being under surveillance, about living the oppression in one's flesh and soul. And I want you to tell us a bit how you feel about this. Tell us about.
Okay, first of all, I appreciate what Jeremy and what Laurie said. I think whatever I say, I would suggest we take this as a philosophical this amongst us, to avoid feeding any ongoing illusions and any misunderstandings of any, law enforcement dudes thinking that what we're discussing is basically acts of crime, and the question of if we think they are crimes or not. So yes, as a person, I'm kind of a little bit long time in the CCC and the Chaos Computer Club, and then the board of the Holland Foundation. So I have very many years of ongoing with Julian and the WikiLeaks guys. As we collect money for them, we do actually finance specific activities on selected publications, as we call it. So this is about contextualization, making things searchable, and so on. And this is about ensuring that information is not only free but also accessible in a meaningful way, as often the pure availability of data is not good enough to make people really understand what data or what kind of information, what stuff is happening in a specific context. And that, of course, goes back to the question of where the data comes from in the first place. So I think it's fair to say that while the idea of the hacker scene has been back in the 80s, that information should be free as a basic principle to understand how the planet works, how technology works, how society works, to make people also aware what happens in their name from governments and corporations encouraged or paid by them. That's all the context of our discussion here. And there is, I think, 2 aspects why some governments are not so happy with it. The one is that governments have self-interest, so it's not only acting in the name of the people to ensure values of democracy or whatever, it's also the apparatus itself that wants to maintain some secrecy. And then there is, especially in countries like the formerly United States of America, these revolving doors, the context between private intelligence contractors. In Europe, we would call it the deep state, more simple. Like this mixture of governmental activities and intelligence activities, which are often not very transparent and which have to do with money, but also with the government's wish sometimes to keep things secret in order to slow down processes, in order to control them. So I think what philosophically we could say is that we would like not to have maybe governments control the speed of how societies have access to information, because it shouldn't be a privilege to understand what is going on. It should be like a basic human right. And that's maybe what I can say as kind of an introduction. Yes, I've been a little bit badly dealt with myself, but it seems like both intelligence and maybe ongoing law enforcement things in the US try to nail down everybody surrounding WikiLeaks, Julian and so on, and try to criminalize to this point of not being informed of, yeah, okay, they tried to tell me that I was the one who brought Julian the DNC emails and so on, so I'm in that funny Miller report. But I don't see my activity in any way as illegal. I think what we're doing is basically ensuring that freedom of speech and access to information as a democratic right is also having a practical component. Maybe that's.
Andy, can you tell us more? I knew you'd be too modest to speak about it, but can you tell us more about the surveillance you are enduring right now?
Oh, wait, I'm not sure my microphone works. Does it?
Mm-hmm. It does. Okay. It does. We hear you.
When got arrested on the 11th April of 2019, everybody who had direct contact with him and direct ongoing things with him, like myself, have been very intensely put under some kind of I wouldn't call it surveillance, because surveillance is normally can be done with person knowing it. Okay, this is listening to your electronic communication and so on. This was more an act of intimidation.
Yeah.
So like we let you know we are on you. Like you go out of the house, you have people following you. You look at night outside. Sure.
Can I just interject that I just want to say that recently a lot of people have noticed a similar pattern of activity, that there seems to be, again, dragnet is too soft a term because a dragnet can be passive and undetected, but there is active pressure being exerted on all of the associations around WikiLeaks and Julian Assange and people that were involved sort of in the scene in 2011 through to now, and yeah, so this is like a very concerted effort that is still going on by this deep state, despite the fact that they just lost in court on account of the horrific prison conditions in the United States, which actually builds on the precedent of my case, that it's unjust and oppressive to send someone like myself or Julian Assange to the conditions in the US. I could just mention briefly in passing as well that recently a judge in the United States was examining a case of somebody who was detained at the Metropolitan Detention Center and gave a very strong opinion that these prisons are run by morons, and it's that the judge felt unable to do her job because she cannot send someone in good conscience to stay in these facilities. And this is what we're trying to save Julian from as a personal reason, but also as a principle, because this is a state, a system that is trying to use torture to suppress transparency and accountability to power.
Yeah. I mean, they try to criminalize Julian, of course, they try to say, no, this is not about freedom of speech, this is about him instructing to do illegal things, namely instructing Bradley Manning or Chelsea Manning back then to do, actually the other way around, to do specific things. I would like to point out that, I mean, as a German citizen, I'm representing kind of a German charity foundation. For me, it was very weird when I then had my first consultations or conversation with Julian's lawyers after he was imprisoned. And I tried to identify some matters of principle, because funnily, the United Kingdom does not have a constitution where you can say, wait a moment, this is like basic, like First Amendment or so.
Yeah.
They don't even simulate to have basic human rights, or the journalists who publish.
We lost you there, Andy, for a second.
We lost you for a second. But I wanted to come back. I saved this point for later, Laurie, but I wanted that we get news from Andy first. What you mentioned about exposing the mechanisms of power, isn't that a sort of a common denominator around the table here? Using cleverness, using knowledge about technology, knowledge about the political processes, to find a way to extract some information, to publish this information in a meaningful way, but in the end, in a way, always to show that the emperor has no cloth.
Yes.
The Stratfor leaks was so important for that it showed that these people, multi-million, billion, whatever contracts with all the state agencies in the US, were a bunch of arrogant assholes, that they only had a big pile of money and their ruthless violence and access to a network of power which looks like corruption in a way. They only had this to be conducting their business together. So is that the scariest thing for governments, that they be exposed literally with their pants down, and that the whole world figure that there's nothing under?
Yes, I mean, I'm currently writing a chapter for an anthology with Disruption Labs in Berlin on surveillance, and I'm turning it around, and I'm speaking of the concept of surveillance, which is our ability as the denizens of the network to use the very transparency of the network that makes it a thing of value that connects the world as a tool of power in itself. So I raise the notion of it used to be the pen versus the sword, and which is mightier. And I say in this age we have a third power item, and that is the monocle. You know, the ability to look at something and to expose it and to see it. And it's exactly as you say. We operate in bad faith. The story of the Emperor's New Clothes, that everyone has to pretend that these institutions that have arrogated to themselves power and authority and a monopoly to commit violence and crimes and to interrupt disturb and subvert the affairs of other people, they have to maintain the illusion that they do this for good purpose, to keep us, e.g., safe from whatever the manufactured spectre of terror is in vogue this season, and B, that they do this with some base level of competence. And so it is not an accident that you get things like the James Bond films, or you get constant non-stop propaganda, law and order shows, that procedure shows that show actually the police are really good and they're trying to do the right thing. The fact that this propaganda is pushed on us so intensely is exactly to mask the fact that when you look beneath the veil, when you part the veil and you see how these people act with the power that they have arrogated to themselves, supposedly with our consent, but I don't remember being asked and giving it, that they act with impunity, but also utter incompetence, utter recklessness, and cause, by the vast majority, I would say 95%, more damage than gain, even under their terms of reference, in terms of what they want to achieve. This is what the so-called crime that we are all brought here together in various ways and in various patterns of participation. It was exactly that. It was showing the world that the Emperor not only has no clothes, but is smeared in the disgusting detritus of how they abuse this power. And my thesis is that we now exist in a networked world. This was not the case a generation ago, 2 generations ago, or for the entire human history, that there was a default assumption that collective endeavour, common cause, would be predicated on geographic locality, and therefore it is okay for a state to exist that controls people on the basis of where they're born and where they work and where they who they associate with in locality. But now we're in a networked world. I assert that all bets are off and the social contract must be torn up, and we must collectively bargain and negotiate new terms, and the terms must include the power of the network through its transparency itself to ensure that power is only vested, that is given conditionally to institutions on the basis that their activities must be visible to the network on some, in some protocol, in some nuanced cryptographic way, but it allows the ability of the polity at large to audit them and to ensure that the power that they're entrusted with is not abused. And I think that we could come together and actually demand that in the same way that the labour struggle came together and demanded a better settlement with capital. We are now in a position as the network to demand a better settlement to ensure that power only comes at the cost of accountability and transparency, and that privacy is considered a sacrosanct default, and to intrude upon that privacy there has to be a very clear demonstrable cause of suspicion to interfere with the presumption of opacity of what people do in their private affairs, whether they're individuals or companies or institutions, entities. And I think we can come together and we can have that struggle, have that dialectic now, and the time is ripe.
Well, let me butt in real quick. So we were talking about the legitimacy of the state and who gives authority to these institutions in the first place. You talk about consent, and you also mentioned abolition earlier. I saw over the conference people talking about we need to get these criminals off from power, right? And you had mentioned all these like pro-cop shows, militaristic shows where it portrays good guys versus bad guys, right? So I gotta say, the years in prison, man, I gotta say that there's not one person that I was locked up with that I completely believe everybody has to be free, like unconditionally. Because for one, there's not a single crime that any one of us has committed back there that the government and companies have not committed themselves, but on a far greater scale. And so, like, people say, oh, the system is broken, right? Well, actually, I think the system is functioning exactly as it was designed to do, which is to protect the rich and powerful and to oppress the people. And we see this again and again. Like we're talking about, cops are just routinely murdering people in the street on video and getting acquitted, like, repeatedly. So it's one thing to demand, definitely, transparency for the powerful and privacy for the people, right? But what do we do about it? Like, so one of the things when I was out there hacking, like, and was releasing information and stuff like that, it wasn't just about releasing the information to me. It was also about destroying their systems and making sure that they don't operate, causing significant financial damage, preventing them from being able to operate on their networks, period. Like, I wasn't just trying to expose this stuff. Because if you look at it, like, you have body cam footage of these cops murdering people and they're getting away with it still. Like, we're talking about reforms and so forth. Like, it's just an endless treadmill, endless hamster wheel that really we're talking about demanding power, demanding from power that they behave themselves like it's like that meme, the CIA, we have investigated ourselves and found that we are innocent. Like, so I don't think there's any way that we could possibly reform this system. I think as an abolitionist and anarchist, like, we just need to dismantle these institutions completely. And in doing that, I think we need to consider, someone mentioned in the chat about a peaceful revolution. I don't think the state maintains power not by consent of the government, but by a monopoly of violence. Like, at the end of the day, and we see this, like, throughout the world, throughout history, like, it's just straight up warfare shit. So I think we should not waste our efforts into stuff like elections. I'm a pragmatic person as well, so I'm about, like if there's something that's meaningful that could have a material effect on people, that by all means pass it. But I want to quote a little bit from this book right here, We Do This Till We Free Us. It's about police reforms that you should always oppose. This is about prison and criminal justice reform, but it does apply towards just the whole idea of speaking to power and making demands of power in general. It says, are the proposed reforms advocating for more police and policing under euphemistic terms like community policing? Are the proposed technology reforms, are the reforms primarily technology focused? which usually means more money to the police. The technology is more likely to be used against the public than it is against the cops. The proposed reforms focusing on individual dialogues with the individual cops. And it's just, the reform shit is out the window, man. Like, you know, people talk about like we need to remove the criminals from power, but you know what? I'm a multiple felon, right? And most of the people, millions of people in the United States that are felons, and I knew what I was doing was a crime, like strictly speaking, like it was against the law, right? But what the United States was doing over in Iraq and Afghanistan that was exposed by the Iraq War Diaries and so forth with WikiLeaks, like what they were doing is actually considered legal, like by their own laws. Like they were able to do that through the democratic process. You know what I mean? So, like, I think we should, you know, we play with the full deck. You choose the right card for the right situation. At the time I was out there, I was protesting, I was leafleting, I was making newsletters, but I was also hacking, and I was also doing a lot of other stuff that a lot of like. It wouldn't fall into peaceful protest, you know what I mean? Which, but you know, I just have hope that.
I was just going to say, I mean, my way I explain this to people is you're not doing anything useful unless you can feel the resistance. You know, if you're swinging and you're hitting nothing but air, then you're not changing anything. You keep pushing until you feel that resistance push back, and that's when you know they're actually making a difference. And in terms of reform or abolition, I mean, certain institutions, as you rightly point out, cannot be reformed because they are instituted on a set of principles that are inimical, that are incompatible with our basic values of dignity and liberty and freedom and democratic values. And but I want to suggest a practical strategy for this, and that is that we are the network. So we, just as the people form the labour that creates the value that gives capitalists their yachts and their tax havens, we are the network that gives the transit to information upon which the beast depends to function, and therefore we can deny that labour. We can create opacity for the network for the kinds of behaviours that we consider are no longer acceptable to us now that we have come together and consensuated on a set of values. And I think that we're in a position to do this, and we're in a position to say, as the people who understand, as the people who build these technologies, some of us, as the people who participate, as the people that sit at the desks and press the buttons that ensure the operation of the machine, we retain, as Marco Silvio said, the ability to put ourselves into the levers and stop the operation of the machine because it has become so odious. We will say that it will not operate at all until it can operate in a way that does not perpetuate inhumanity and corruption and brutality on a systematic basis.
I agree wholeheartedly with what you say, and I feel almost like shutting up because you can say these things more eloquently than I would dream saying them. But I want to ask you actually the question about this notion of the network and the usage of technology. Remember 10 years ago, WikiLeaks, the major releases and so on. It started to become mainstream, if not fashionable and cool, that people assemble together a platform for anonymous sources to publish big troves of material in which we would collectively engage into digging, making sense, building knowledge out of huge troves of information. This platform, of course, WikiLeaks, was built to be uncensorable, right? Hundreds, if not thousands, of journalists and activists who got in contact with WikiLeaks had to learn the hard way what it is to protect your communication from a super powerful state opponent. They learn to use Tails, they learn to use Jabber, OTR, and so on. Look at us now. I mean, Julian is in Belmarsh for 2 years. He's been under arbitrary detention for 10 years now, if you count the bloody broom closet of the Ecuadorian embassy. But look at us now. The brightest people we know around use Zoom, use Signal, and they have the impression their communications are secure because they click the blue thing that Edward Snowden told them to click. Yeah. And how much ground have we lost? And how can we somehow rebuild on all that shit? How can we be the network we want to see in this world? I mean, look at us here today, but it's a bit of an exception. We're using Big Blue Button. There is this Jitsi instance. The event is announced through Mobilism, through the Fediverse. The party tonight is also through this strange free software work adventure that is honestly kind of weird, but a fun experiment. And by the way, Jeremy, you are a small pixel Jeremy in the party tonight. I hope you won't mind. You're sitting in a prison cell there. It's the homage, really. But okay, we're trying to do it here with free software and decentralized services, but obviously the norm is to be on fucking Signal. So how much ground have we lost, and what do you see as the practice of the network in order to take back this power from those murderous institutions?
So I would say, all good stories come in three acts, and to use a slightly tired cultural reference, we all came to know one another during the A New Hope era, and we all have suffered in some ways the consequences of the Empire striking back, and now we have to bring about, we have to manifest the return of the Jedi. And what that means in practical terms is that we have to convince the people that use the internet that they are not consumers, that their job, their role is not to sit back and to be manipulated by a barrage of advertising and social media herding of their associations and groups, but to actually assert some value for themselves. And it's the same dialectic process that was necessary to raise class consciousness amongst the workers after the Industrial Revolution, where lives had been suborned into the creation of commodities to enrich a small elite class of capitalists. We are in the same dialectic point where we now have to make the case to everyone who is involved in the network that no, this is not a thing that happens to you. This is a thing that happens because of you and because of the way that you interface with it, and that you have the ability to make choices. Am I still audible? Yep. Yeah, and through the choices that you make, through the assertions that you make, and through the tools that you can elect to use rather than centralized things that take away your power, that you can elect to reclaim that power and to enact societies of mutuality and federation. But there is a struggle here, because we are fighting against a culture of pacification. The mainstream broadcast media is specifically designed to render the human being docile, to make us domesticated, just as animals were domesticated by humans, just as up until very recently, and in many cases ongoingly, the female of the species has been domesticated. That we are considered not to be partners by the tech giants. We are considered to be the product, our eyeballs, our brains, the degree to which we can be manipulated to buy things that we don't necessarily need to support a system of conspicuous consumption that's destroying the planet. That there comes a point that we are rapidly approaching where this cannot hold anymore, and a consciousness must emerge, a collective occasion of experience must manifest, whereby the people come together and say, hold on a minute, this game is not very good. Why don't we just come together and change the rules of the game and put together an entirely new game? And we always have that ability, and people forget this, that you're on the playground and you're playing a game, and you don't like the way that it's going. You have the ability to say, stop, I'm not playing this game anymore. And with anyone else that agrees that this game isn't going very well, you can come together and you can redefine the rules and you can create a new narrative. But what requires to happen first, prior to liberation of tangible practic power, prior to liberation of ability to move freely in the world, or ability to move freely in socio-economic terms, the real primary battle, and the only battle that ever matters, is the battle for the liberation of the imagination. And it's for us to liberate the imagination of the people on the network to say, actually, no, we don't need to have what we can talk about decided by the unaccountable Facebook council of what's fake news and what's good news, or the Twitter automated algorithm that can be gamed by the Nazis or the Zionists or whoever want to take away your speech. We do not have to be subjected to that set of rules, because we have the ability to opt out and to reform the network. The network can just reconnect itself in a different way under a different set of systems with a different federated and free. Is that okay?
Can you repeat the last part of the last sentence? There was a small drop.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So the network can come together and demand that the way that it's constellated, the rules of the game are egalitarian. Do not institute power without the consent of the people, on the basis of federation, free association, and mutual symbiotic benefits, rather than the exploitation of one for the benefit of the other. And we have the power to do that, to bring about that, to have a, well, you know, like you had in the United States, the Continental Congress and the various processes by which a new constitution was written, and there's loads of reasons why that didn't work very well, but we are now in the position to say all bets are off. We tear up this social compact that we were branded with at birth, and we demand to come to a new settlement, and I think that's what our responsibility is today.
I saw Jeremy reacting. In the meantime, Andy joined again. Andy, click your microphone to unmute it, and feel free to jump in anytime.
Yeah, Larry, that's a good point about the consent of the government. I think basically, especially over the past year, people have definitely felt that the system has failed them. Capitalism has failed them. The government's failed them. They cannot protect you. And you're talking about they need us to continue to maintain their factories and continue to make their profits because they're basically parasites off us, but we don't need them, right? Like we could organize ourselves in decentralized collectives of mutual aid and free association for sure. And I think that's what people have been doing, like with the free source, open source movement is free software is basically a digital manifestation of that. But also, I think we just need to come to the realization that like power is maintained by the violence of the police and the military, right? And they have this idea that all property is owned, and there's not too many physical places that people can organize these things, at least in the United States, that isn't governed by the property and the market, right? So I think there's like a defensive and an offensive strategy that needs to be made. And also, it's just this whole fake news science thing, man. Like we could put the facts out there, you know, we could release the information, but people are just bamboozled by this social media, you know, fake news thing. Like one truth is equivalent to the other truth, and we have to deal with like the rise of fascism. You know, in the United States, it's the Trumps and the Republicans. You know, what I mean, like putting out fake information about COVID and so forth. You know, so I think that's kind of another battle that has to be waged. Is just.
Yeah, it feels like we have to gear ourselves up to be opposing fascism somehow worldwide. When we thought we would, decade ago, maybe it was just me being naive, but we thought we could, you know, change some of these things. We could uphold human rights according to some definitions of international It feels more and more like these things are long gone, and that it will have to tool ourselves up to fight some sort of brutal oppression wherever we are in the world. Andy, are you back with us? Do you have any comments? Oh no, I see it's gone again.
Just real quick, Larry, like your situation, like being unable to leave the UK, or not even the UK, but Britain specifically, right? And of course, the ability that the United States think that they could just go to any country around the world and kidnap somebody and bring them here and imprison them. You know, a person who's not even like from here, never stepped foot here in their entire life, to be brought up on conspiracy charges, right? I think like the hacker ethic is like the antithesis to that, in that we have always opposed nationalism. We've always opposed the concept of borders, and so I don't think it's a situation where neutrality is really possible. You know what I mean? Like I remember when I was coming up in the United States, anyways, a lot of like self-identifying hackers were really kind of like, they tried to be what they called apolitical, right? Like they tried to be, we're not really into politics, right? It was like, well, but I really want to work for the NSA, or I really want to work for Microsoft, you know what I mean, protecting these systems, you know what I mean, like, or just do it for the paycheck. Like, and I understand people have to feed their families and people have to survive, and and you can't hold judgment against somebody who's doing what they have to do, like to make it in this cruel dog eat dog society, right? But I think it's really important that we call people out who do decide to cross the picket line, who do decide to work for the military, or who decide to work for, these private security contractors and so forth, right? Because and if you do, don't call yourself a hacker. You know what I mean? Because hackers are against nationalism, hackers are against borders. You know what I mean? So I think we need to call out these elements in our midst. You know what I mean? Hackers need to stand up for trans folks. Hackers need to stand up against racism. Hackers need to stand up against the police. And it's something that we've always been about, but it's just kind of like the gentrification of hacking, man. Like people are like, use white hats. Don't call yourself a hacker. You know what I mean? You just a tool of the system, man. You just another code in the matrix.
Absolutely no. We cannot allow, and we know from history that whenever something emerges that has revolutionary potential, intense effort is made by the system to reappropriate it and to pacify it and to defang it. And we've seen that happen with the information security industry. And it's not an accident. You know, these people get like quite lavishly paid, and you can get quite a comfortable existence working in InfoSec. But it does seem to be under the tacit condition that you give up the entire set of ethics, ethos, and values that made being part of a hacker culture meaningful in the first place. So that's the price of being in the business. And we must exert the opposite pressure. We must say, no, actually, if you want to be a hacker, if you want to be seen by the world as someone that is there to push the frontiers of technology, to put things together in new and interesting ways for the benefit of the whole, then it is indispensable that you have a set of values, and those values are that we do not sanction coercive authority, we do not sanction violence, we do not sanction the marginalization of groups on any basis, we do not sanction the arrogation, the taking of power away from people to use it for dubious military adventurism or for the exploitation of people around the world. We do not sanction this. We will allow this. And again, it comes down to this using our ability to obstruct, to not only deny our labor, but to actively stand in the way of the operation of these transgressive, corrupt, malign things that we are trying to emerge away from, that we are constantly in history in the process of trying to leave behind evils that we know that we no longer require, but somehow keep maintaining a claw hold on. And as long as we remember that we are doing that is our job, that's why we are here, that is our role, and we remember that we also have the power to enact that, because we are necessary. As you said, Jeremy, they need us. We don't need them. Never in my life have I required anything from a tax haven in Belize, or wherever they are. Never in my life have I required the existence of a dynastic monarchy. Never in my life have I required the existence of a intellectual property parasite that feeds off the creativity of human beings. Never in my life have I required the prevention of people in the developing world from accessing the body of wealth of science or the body of wealth of culture while they're being deprived physical resources that can't be copied, but to have the insult on top of the injury of being deprived things that can be copied for free. Never in my life, and no one I know has required that artificial scarcity, that meanness that's baked into the system. So we know this now, and so the pirates that emerged during the first network, the age of sailing between great landmasses, and created their own utopias and interoperated with slave rebellions and created free regions for liberated slaves. That we inherit that tradition, that responsibility, that the people that enable the free sharing of information, facilitate the cooperative, cumulative development of software, tools, culture, technology, without saying this is mine and it's my golden hen that must always lay golden eggs that are mine forever. That we are pushing forward that tradition, that at the end of the day you cannot compete with free. That the people that want to make everything have a cost, to sap out the life the people just for the things that they want to do to enjoy life and flourish in the world, they cannot compete with free. And so if we can make things free, we will always win the value proposition. And so, that we must remember that we have that power.
Very true. It's always so inspiring to hear you, Laurie. I was wondering, while listening to you, I believe strongly in the power of symbols. And as Jeremy eloquently described, the state and the structures of oppression only rest on their monopoly on violence. And somehow this violence is just symbolic. Sometimes they don't even need to crush the face of people, but just project the strength is sometimes enough to keep people away from rebelling. My question here is what shall be, what will become the symbolic of our own utopia? Remember, 15 years ago, we thought that the internet would be the magic tool to put all these things in motion. That with the clever use of free software and decentralized services and computers under our control, we would get that going. But it feels to me like this escaped our control. I'm not even sure I want computers in my future. I'm not even sure I can ever trust them again. So what shall be our next symbolism, our next utopia?
I'll use a historical analogy again, and again in when the New World was, inverted commas, discovered by people from the West, a lot of people migrated over there in search of freedom because they were in religious communities that weren't very compatible with the overarching power at the time, and it wasn't enough simply to move to another place, and we thought this when we thought the internet manifests. Okay, now we can go to a new place where we leave behind the geographic nonsense, the sectarian, the religious, the ethnic, the linguistic barriers that have kept us apart. We can leave this behind and enter a new cyberspace where none of these things have their accidental, artificial ability to divide and limit us. But it wasn't just enough to move to a new space, because the new space then becomes subject to colonialism, and that happens on the internet in the same way that it happens in the exploration of the world through the development of the ability to cross oceans in large numbers. And so we are now at the point where what is required is an uprising. What is required is a revolution. What is required is we actually do the work that is necessary so that we can have a constitution for cyberspace, so that the fact that I am only a few ping hops away from anybody on the planet means that these artificial borders, that line 600 miles north of here, when I go to Scotland and I'm not safe crossing it because it's a different court system and they might try and extradite me again, or that line where if I try and go to Finland to see my family but I have to go through this airport transit zone where you might get kidnapped, that these things have been rendered obsolete by the topological change that network connectivity created on the world. That we are now together. The togetherness cannot be undone. You cannot put the genie back in the bottle. And so we now live in this network world. I guess the question was what will be the symbol? I guess the symbol will be our freedom to look, our freedom to pass information around, and our freedom to associate, to network together. We will find that in those freedoms, in the ability to say I will connect here or I will connect there, that thing that cannot be taken away from you, that through the modality itself, we will forge the movement that comes together and confronts the powers that be, the status quo, the ancien regime, the people that wanted to tame the internet and make it just an extension of business as usual. We will actually say to them, no, there will be no more business as usual. There is going to be a new game. There's going to be a new world, and that new world cannot depend on inherited wealth. That new world cannot depend on geographic accidents, or whether you're born with a certain complexion, or whether you're born speaking a certain language or in a certain religious tradition. The network, in a sense, does not tolerate coercion. Somebody said, if there is censorship in the network, it's treated as damage and it roots around it. And so,
but wasn't that before? Wasn't that before the smart networks and the probes everywhere who can maybe coordinate and implement censorship and active listening at every point of the network?
No, okay. Well, you reached to a point now where yes, we are no longer actually using tools that we have the power of. So consider it like a car. It used to be when you have a car, you understand how it works and you maintain it. And now, if you have a car, you're beholden to the Tesla dealer or the Honda dealer. And so your ability to use it is actually a sort of license. It's not a thing that belongs to you that you can understand, that you can take apart and put together. And so we have to resist what I believe is the Faustian pact of more and more shiny gadget things and less control over them. We have to say, no, I'd rather have it be a little bit less worky, a little bit more buggy, but we have the power, and that's what we need to do.
If I may, cars, like everything else, turn into hopefully proprietary computers.
Say that again?
Cars, like everything else, turn into hopefully proprietary computers.
Yeah. But so this whole notion of proprietariness, okay, this is something we are. This is happening to us. It's not happening to us with our without, in a sense, our passive, tacit consent, because we are saying, yeah, okay, I quite like this chip that I don't know what it really does. I don't know what the microcode under this processor does. I don't know if there's a hidden bit of functionality that can subvert all of my best efforts to make it secure. We can say, well, no, perhaps we'll demand something better. Perhaps we will demand hardware that is fully open source and accountable and auditable, and we have the mathematics, the cryptography to do this. It is simply a question of will, and it always boils down to this. It's simply a question of, can we manifest a collective will to power to say, yes, we like the existence of computing, the ubiquity of computing and the ubiquity of connectivity, but no, not on terms that deny us power and control, only on terms where we have the absolute ability to maintain autonomy of what happens with our computing devices. So unless it is fully ours, unless I can down to the atomic level know what is happening, why it's happening, and that it's happening for my benefit and the benefit of my mutual interests, then it is not mine. And yes, at the moment we are still using things that our use of them is, the price for it is the taking away of some of our power. We need to sort of move beyond that and have higher and loftier ambitions and say, no, this computing must be absolutely trustworthy, and the only way it can be absolutely trustworthy is to be transparent, open source, and understandable and auditable and hackable.
Jeremy, you're with us now using a computer that is fully monitored by a company and the state at the same time. How much computing is there in your utopia for evolution?
Well, it's interesting to point out that I'm actually not even allowed to have Linux. I'm not allowed to use Linux as a computer, because a private company only maintains software for Mac and Windows, right? It is what it is. There's some good points about, for example, in America they have John Deere is a big manufacturer of farming equipment, right? But you don't actually own the truck; you license it, and you're not able to make modifications to it. And certainly, one of our roles is to develop these secure, free alternatives to commercial services, so that way we get people off of Facebook and all the monopoly social media and so forth, right? But I think it's a little bit more Laura, you definitely hit on this, is that it's more than just a declaration of independence on the cyberspace, John Perry Barlow, but because it's you're talking about the colonialists coming to the United States and saying, and they made a constitution and had like all these Enlightenment ideas, but you know what? That was a caste society based on slavery and racism, right? It was a lie. It was a fraud, right? So it's also like the changing the relationships like within the society. Like we need to take a look at ourselves, like, and especially tech workers are very much like relatively privileged and have higher incomes and higher social mobility than you know what I'm saying, everybody else. So it's like we have an obligation to, like you were talking about earlier, if you're feeling comfortable, then you're not doing enough. It's like we have to step outside of our comfort zone and take the necessary risks, because we have the ability to. A lot of people are not documented in the United States, right, and can't take some of the risks that we might be able to. You know what I mean? So are you talking about like a symbol of what it's going to be, man? It's a good question, man. Like, I mean, certainly we need to like take power away from censored, monitored communication networks. I think we've done that. We've accomplished that. But like you're saying, how are we going to convince people in society to use these alternatives, which are a million times better? Windows is some garbage. Like, what the fuck? It's private. It's closed source. It's expensive. It's privatized on an evil-ass company. Like, but it's still so popular, right? I mean, how do we convince people? And, you know, a lot of society, at least in the United States anyways, people are willing to take the table scraps that the masters are willing to throw us, right? But even then, like, they just keep turning the pressure up and see how much we are willing to take them to hold back and throw us a couple more concessions, thinking that we'll just keep falling for the same tricks over and over again. So how do we do it? Like, it's got to be a revolution on the net, and it's got to be a revolution in the streets. We need both.
As we are holding power here to this room and this great crowd of people, I want to suggest a sort of an experiment, if you agree. How about we basically not unmute everyone, but give to anyone the possibility to unmute themselves, and actually not moderate questions or participation from the people, but authorize, basically, not authorize, but enable with our technology everyone in the room to just unmute the microphone. Do you agree? I think we lost Andy.
I'm happy with this if it's compatible with the technological constraints.
Yes. Now everybody in the room is capable of unmuting their microphone, and I would say gladly invited to do so. Imagine that we have a long table and all the wine and beer and non-alcoholized drinks that we.
I think this is a very good point, and we are not three people sitting on a small panel. We are three people around a round table, as in the round table of Arthur and the Knights, and that it is fundamental to the operation of the network that the nodes on the network have an equality, have a parity. So you've heard from us. Let's hear from you.
We had a number of questions at the top of the panel, so I'm gonna read off a couple real quick. Before I do that, Jeremy, it's great to see you. While the panel was on, I got a text from my good friend Keith McHenry, who co-founded Food Not Bombs. Says he remembers you from back in the day there. Hopes you're doing well, and is also very glad to see you. Early on, we had a question from Michi. What are some of the central security measures you would suggest organizers and movement spaces abide by? Not just tech safety, but moving in spaces that are almost certainly infiltrated.
Do you want to go, Jeremy, or shall I?
I mean, to be completely honest, I've only been on a couple months, so maybe you all have a little bit better idea of like what the best like technical security practices are at this point.
Yeah, it's difficult. It depends how much you want to go into it. You can always find a slightly more secure messaging system, but it's not just about the tools that you say use Tor, use Signal. Just the forward basic advice given to people, but it's actually about how you do it. So you can operate on a basis where you can imagine that there might be compromise, and you can find ways of being a little bit cunning in the way that you organize, such that even if there is a compromise of some meeting space, or if there's someone in you that is working with events, you can still be clever about the way that you organize and the way that you agitate, such that ability to subvert is limited, and that requires. I mean, there's a whole wealth of history that you can go back and look into the books that have been written by anarchist groups on why it's necessary to have small affinity groups, because the smaller the group is, the lower the statistical likelihood that it will be compromised. Empower people to do things autonomously as far as possible. The general principle of the anonymity set, and that is if you can operate in large numbers with a minimum of observable discrepancy, identifiability between people, then you kind of operate more as a fluid rather than a set of yoikable identifiable things. Technology, you need to veer towards the open source. You need to veer towards things that can be audited and trusted, operational security is it's a process that you have to constantly engage in, and you have to constantly sort of empower and teach each other about.
I have to interject here. First of all, on a quick technical point, I was confident that the tool allowed us to do that, but I'm not sure if everybody can unmute their microphone. If you can't, maybe you'll have to rejoin the room by reloading and then activating the microphone. But I also wanted to add something on this, because I hear all my security expert friends mentioning OPSEC, operational security and threat model, and all that vocabulary is militarized. All of this is borrowed from the people who have the resources for 10 persons in one office, for one person doing an operation. And operational security is something that has a beginning when the operation begins and an end when the operation ends. And this is not how we see our lives. This is not how I want to see my life. I think there is a very thin line to surf in between welcoming newcomers, trusting people, and paranoia, and the necessary caution that we need when we interact with new people. And this is not defined by the manuals of the military. I want to add something, like instead of thinking in terms of OPSEC and threat models, I like to think in terms of a situation. And different situations for different people at different moments mean different things. What I want to add to your very concrete point is that, for instance, I don't see myself using a communication software that don't allow me to choose whichever identity I want, how many identities I want, to take them, to discard them, to play with them, to fuck with identity. Like, I'm N. Frank, like Nathaniel Frank in that chat. You remember this pseudonym from a chat allegedly between Chelsea Manning and Julian Assange? That's the pseudonym that Chelsea had assigned to Julian, right? So we should be able to change the identity of the people we talk with, the same way that we should be able to change our own identity when we use communication. So that's why I wouldn't use a piece of software like Signal that mandates that you use your phone number, one of the strongest selectors in the world, before you can start using it. So I like to think in terms of situation and not in terms of threat and operations, if that helps.
So can I just say hello? My name is Juan.
I recognize this one.
I'm a good friend of Nathaniel, and I've been following Jeremy 2011. It's great to see you out, mate. And I hope that of government interference with your life soon, so you can get back to great fucking work. Laurie disappeared there. I actually had a question. I've spent hours and hours with Nathaniel Frank talking about and also the ease of use, right? For people who use computers as a living, it is very easy to understand how they work, right? Laurie used the term, you want to know how you can fix a car. The fact of the matter is that any car that I've owned, and even back in the olden days, like the 90s, when the internet was just starting in my country, I didn't know how to fucking put water on it. I left that to somebody else. And I think that I am an intersection in between journalists and computer experts, and I find that there is a huge gap in between what people are willing to spend in terms of time to learn how their car works, and when I mean car, I mean, you know, how the electronics and the intricacies between their electronics and their safety are concerned, and the you know, the ease of use, and that is the only reason why Signal has been such a success, because it operates exactly the same way as WhatsApp does and all the commercial apps. So I was just wondering what I don't want Nathaniel's comments because I know them, so I just want Jeremy's and Laurie's comments on that.
Well, you may have my comments anyways.
Well, you can have them too, so that everybody else can hear them. I've heard them.
I mean, okay, so yeah, so I wasn't. Obviously, it's not realistic in this day and age because of the amount of subsumed complexity in the technology that we use to actually, for every end user to have that kind of personal knowledge of how it works and how it operates and how they can be assured that it's operating for them, for their benefit, and not exploiting them. But these things can be delegated and they can be amortized. The problem is, at the moment, we are delegating that trust to Intel, or we're delegating that trust to Facebook or to Zoom or something like that. And we can elect to delegate it to a different body. We can elect to delegate it to an open, accountable body of engineers who will operate transparently, who you know, so just the development of the Linux kernel does not operate in secret. There's no proprietary secret code that they guard in a closed vault. I hope. And so, you know, it's a question of like, where do we, how do we apportion that that complexity gap, like the gap between I just want to be able to write in a text box and to have a list of people whose faces I know and the message gets to them and I have some reasonable assurance it doesn't get to anybody else, and the actual underlying irreducible complexity of making that happen over the network and all of the legacy of technical debt that's involved. But we do not have to settle for it being in the hands of unaccountable proprietary corporations or states, or, you know, even the people that come together that create the standard for global system for mobile telecommunication, GSM. This is not done in a way that I would consider to be open, accountable, and democratic. It is stakeholders from industry working with spooks from governments to ensure that the people in the industry can rake in profits by having a captured audience, and B, that the spies can always find a way to compromise it and to subvert it to undermine people's autonomy and privacy. But we don't have to settle for this. It's just have something that happened by default because we live in a capitalist system where we're convinced that we don't actually have a say at the bargaining table for how technology is developed and implemented and utilized. So, you know, it is again just manifest the will to power and say, well, okay, I'm willing to put aside this temporary convenience that I have bartered away my freedoms for, and to put energy into the development of alternatives that I know are auditable down to a level. And you don't have to audit yourself. You can trust. I trust the people on the cryptographic mailing lists, you know, to ensure that the protocols make sense and they police each other, and they're very clever. But you know, we can do this. It's do we have the will to demand it?
Jeremy, before I go on a rant, do you have a?
Yeah, real quick. You know, like I said, like a lot of technology has changed since I've been out. But I want to say, like, the way that they had caught me was not related to. There weren't any IP addresses I was deleting, log files I was using toward Wi-Fi and so forth, right? I want to say that there was nothing that WikiLeaks had done that had endangered my security processes, so all that was fine. I ran my mouth to an informant. You know what I mean? That's how I was caught. I mean, there's more to it, of course, but I think some specific things. I think Deepa had mentioned that. So there was an earlier presentation about security like procedures that are, and that was some good points that you had made, Nathaniel, about the language that we use, OPSEC and so forth is militaristic, right? And it goes like with everything else in society, especially with prison terms. You know, I mean, we talk about there's a lot of financial language built into the language we use that we should probably use more accurate words. But so just general advice about security is keep things compartmentalized, like separate. If you're involved in mainstream organizing work, there's no need that you need to maintain a consistent identity with any possibly illegal activities that you're involved in, right? And, you know, really, I chose to be involved in a group of people on IRC, and I was also chatting at the same time. I was using what I thought was a separate identity, but of course the informant knew both. But really, I was doing most of the hacking individually anyways, and I didn't need to involve a bunch of group of people, you know, and that's always been kind of like the big problem with hackers is running their mouths, right? But I think generally speaking, like we were speaking earlier, Nathaniel, about the anonymity is not just on a technical level, like to avoid repression and public exposure, but it also is just like a better way of organizing anyways. I think kind of the future of organizing is different from like old school methods that was reliant on personality complexes and like hierarchical, like ego driven stuff. And like I said, with all respects to Julian, you know what I mean, but that was kind of a flaw with WikiLeaks, you know what I mean, is that it was all became about one person, right? And this movement is about everybody, you know what I mean? So maintaining consistent identities is just not the way to go, like as far as technically securing yourself, but also like being an effective organizer.
Absolutely. So yeah, and yeah, messing with identity as a way to practice freedom. And
there's a funny quote. Sorry, just very quickly interrupt. There's a quote says that diapers or nappies and politicians should be changed frequently and for the same reason. I think we can add identities to that. You know, change your identities as often as you change the diaper on a baby because they get soiled. You know?
That's a very good one. The thing that Juan didn't want to hear and that he heard from me already is that I think it's an absolute false dichotomy to see that on one hand there would be an ethical, acceptable use of technology, and on the other there would be ease of use. That it's either easy and bad or complicated and good somehow. I think it's a fake dichotomy, and I would add to this that I think it's about the will to learn, and like you said, Laurie, the will to learn complexity. I think oppression implies that the oppressed accepts their status of oppressed. The well-functioning oppression as the oppressed people accepting their status of oppressed. And there's a sort of a common language like, oh, I don't understand nothing to computers. I'm not good. I'm not good enough. I'm not, a genius, a hacker, a nerd, a scientific person. But it's not true. And what I learned with the WikiLeaks years is that anyone who has enough of an interest, if it's a professional interest or a political interest, can learn some of the most complex things. And Juan has been a person who has trained hundreds of people. And so I think it's about to use all the symbolics, all the utopia power we want for this world to make people understand that it is their own interest to learn the stuff. We have to generate the desire to learn somehow. And when you think of it, a language like the English language or the German language or the French language or whatever language that is being spoken in this room is something that takes 100 hours to learn. Yet nobody will tell you, oh no, I'm not a linguist, I won't learn to speak or to read and write. And if somebody would come to you with a contract and say, oh, sign it, you don't need to learn how to read, just sign it, people would immediately feel that there is something going against them. And by the way, this is how the native people got dispossessed of their land, when they were made to sign contracts that they couldn't read and understand. So I wish we find a way to make everyone get out of this situation of feeling incapable of learning and stimulate this desire to learn. It doesn't take so long. We have people here in this room, in this festival, because they were part of organizing a festival, they learn how to use a big blue button and mobilism and this and blah. That's concrete knowledge that we can share, I think, in many situations.
We definitely do sell ourselves short in terms of what the any human being is capable of learning. And I'd use the analogy that if you have a dog or some other animal, you can keep it on a very sort of weak bit of rope, and it will think that it can only go so far, and the animal will grow, and eventually it will become strong enough that it can snap that rope. But because it has learned that it has this limitation, it thinks that that's the end of my world, that's the limit of my abilities. And so, to quote the guy behind the Time Cube website, people aren't stupid; they are educated stupid. They are taught to believe, they are forced to believe that they can't do this tech stuff. And it is our responsibility to break through that illusion and say, well, just give it a try, and we'll help you, and we'll be there. And it might take a while, and by us helping them, they help us find the language to explain it more concisely and more efficiently. And so that's it. Education is key, and then once we break through, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm just very honored to be with you guys. Very much, and thank you very much to be here. I'm Jay Cutter. Just in response to what you're saying, because I have thoughts about it. I'm trying to communicate, and what I found is a lot of the time the problem with the older generations, they say, oh, my kids do my phone for me, or things like that. It's like past a certain age, there's more of a lag there with the ability to learn how to take control of stuff. I'd like to ask a question. I've been working for a year closely supporting Epstein survivors, and what I want to ask it, because I'm a few questions. Well, Steve said at the beginning of the chat you covered stuff about whistleblower security, so I'll definitely give that a listen when I get a chance to see the upload afterwards. But first of all, some of the more vocal survivors are having security problems, and I'd like to just throw out there to the panel the open question of what suggestions they might have in that something can be done about that. I mean, for example, Virginia's phone overheated on the way to going to a meeting, and then the FBI turned up 20 minutes later. Maria's had her phone 3 times overheat and explode. And for them to actually be talking about their own policy and their own strategy without any single thing that they say being private is a great difficulty. Second point is that I have people reaching out to me saying, look, very quietly, we're watching what's going on. We are survivors. We have stories, but we don't feel safe because a lot of the time, obviously, with these high-profile people with shitloads of money and implications of their operations, there are death threats which go along with being in these things. So what I wanted to ask about is, I don't know if anybody privately or this, if anybody knows any unknown group or anybody who's able to create, I can definitely advise in terms of what is necessary and who and things like this, but I'm not able to host a platform where I'm living is quite politically sensitive also in cyberspace. But who might want to get their teeth into something which actually could make quite a difference at the moment, because the information coming out, and if more and more people are starting to come out with information, more people like, let's say, celebrities or people who watch these operations and were not into them, or the abandoned wives of some of these perpetrators and things like that, might really pull out a lot of beef in terms of what is going on, as well as the fact that some of the people who do want to get their stories out just won't, because they don't feel safe within the existing prioritizer mechanisms what are going on in terms of communication about this subject. Amen.
So maybe I think what you're asking for is it possible that some sort of facilitation could happen where people that can give advice and guidance and assistance
or allow
to
those voices to come out, like some WikiLeaks platform for entry, which is verifiable,
Yeah. I think there could be a skill share. I think there could be a system set up so that people can contribute and offer advice. And if people give their use case, their needs, their requirements, who they think their adversaries are, who they want to communicate with, or what exactly is going on, then that's just a sort of pattern matching problem to find out, okay, what are the best things that we can offer for that particular problem.
Some people just want to get their story of what they know and have experienced out to the public safely without it necessarily coming back to them directly. That's what there is. This I know that as well.
In my experience, some of the safest practices, whatever you're doing, amounts to not using computers and not using phones. If you want to meet a small group that is going to plan something illegal, it's as simple as leaving your phone at home. So you will leave traces that say that you were home at that time, and you could even use this as evidence to back your story. So if in doubt, don't use a computer. I think it's a very safe rule that applies to many cases.
Well, I've got one of them onto an encrypted device. I mean, that's a start, but yeah, it's a general. As I said, there's a few sides of this, but I think that the more that people are starting to speak out about the case, the more other people, if they know that there's some degree of security or actual anonymity, may do that. And because of the implications of the case are so big, the time scale of Maxwell's trial coming up in November, for example, now it's been postponed. On one side, that's a plus, on the other side, because there's more chance to get this together, which really needed to be done all year. My feeling about the whole case, and the gut feeling from the beginning, is that if anybody can come out with evidence that anybody has died directly as a result of Maxwell's things, then the public catches the attention because they like stories and stuff. But if they find out that people were not surviving this as well as being abused and trafficked, then there might be more of an outcry for accountability on the systemic side.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, if it's just for a way to blow the whistle, you know, you secure drop, get secure drop, and send it to someone that's running a secure drop, you know, receiver, and if there isn't one, you know, ask some people to set one up. That's plain and simple. But yeah, you know, as Nathaniel said, don't be afraid to do things the old-fashioned way. You know, like you can communicate without using technology, and in fact,
meet these people in COVID when they're in different parts of the world. That's the problem. Like the networking is all online, so I mean, you can't really go there and see them always.
There is still the good old postal service, you know, sending a brown paper envelope filled with document, photocopied a bit away from your home address, a way to blow the whistle and transmit documents safely has always been the good old brown envelope, right?
Yeah. And language itself, you can create. Any few people can create amongst themselves a cant, a kind of language where they know what they mean through subtle, you know, double meanings and innuendos, and it's very hard for other people to know that. So it's that's quite resistive. And the GCHQ NSA, they spend millions of dollars and pounds subverting things like virtual private networks and stuff like that, but they don't actually have the resources to scale to stop people to just, you know, learn to use a code word for some things. You know, it's don't say the thing that is the thing that they understand it. You know, say it in a circuitous way and stuff like that. So you have the power. You're not 100% dependent on these untrustworthy phones and things like that. You just have to be creative and imaginative.
So again, everybody is invited to activate their microphone anytime. There's a few questions on the channel. For instance, Jeremy, you're repeatedly invited to Europe. I hope sincerely we can make this happen. You have lots of friends here in Berlin, in Paris, in London, in many places. You'll have, you know, couches, good food and booze and all. So as soon as you're able, you know, you have many friends around. Keep that in mind. There was also a question about your campaign for prison reform.
Yeah, and most definitely I would love to visit Europe and Berlin and other places, but especially also KS, of course. I have received much love from the support from people at KS and other organizations. I remember from prison I received like 1 million postcards one time unexpectedly from signed from various people at KS, and that was really cool. And you know, at mail call, it's a big deal in prison, like because people. You know, it's actually really unfortunate that most people in prison don't have a support network, or after the years, like. You know, there's just, I guess I have the type of case, like a lot of political prisoners, that is more easily digestible for people to support. Nevertheless, everybody else behind bars, like, are just as deserving of support. And so that's one of the things I was asking about my campaigns for prison reform and stuff like that. I mean, I've always been involved in stuff like anti-police brutality work. In my city right now, there's a lot of issues with police. Chicago is just, there's been 2 major police shootings caught on video, and so people are in the streets. One of the other things I do is books to prisoners, and we get letters from people who are in prison and fill the orders and send it to people. And there's kind of like a network of books to prisoner groups, as well as anarchist Black Cross chapters that support political prisoners. But There was another question earlier about censorship and freedom of speech within prison, which is a huge thing because, like right now in the prison system, because of COVID especially, is just basically turned into a big lockdown system, and everybody is in their cells literally almost all day. They never go to the yard. They rarely even see each other, right? So certainly whatever lousy prison libraries that had once existed, many people don't even have access to that, right? And at the same time, like, the prison system is escalating its war on the ability to send and receive mail, specifically books, but across the feds, but also in state systems, you can't get certain books. Like the jail that I was at, being held at in Virginia when I was held in contempt of court for refusing to testify at the grand jury against WikiLeaks, is the jail that they are trying to send Julian Assange to, right? You can't get books at all. Like, you can't get books or magazines for that matter, right? Like, not allowed reading cards,
This is so brave. This is so brave. I admire your courage so much. What you've done, refusing this grand jury thing, that's immense respect, man, forever.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. And it's a natural decision for me, you know what I mean? Because like I am accountable for my own actions. I knew what I was doing when I was out there, right? And when I got caught, I knew that nobody else could go down for something that I did other than myself, right? And so the type of stuff, we can talk about the grand jury. I see another question here, but is that the feds, it was mostly about they wanted to make Assange look more than just a publisher and a journalist. They wanted to make him like actively involved in the conspiracy, right? Which is not even true. But even then, I was not going to talk to them in any stretch, anyways, because I don't recognize them as a legitimate authority in the first place. I don't, whether it's Assange or anybody for that matter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a code. Like, and I knew what I was doing when I did it, and I can't. Unlike the person who testified against me, who also testified in the WikiLeaks grand jury trial. Most recently was one of the individuals who testified again, still telling after all these years, Hector Matsugo. But so it was a natural decision, you know what I mean? And like, once I've done so many years, it's like, what's another year? You know what I mean? Like, I know it sounds ridiculous to say that, but some things are permanent. You know what I mean? Like, we have a whole lives to live. Like, and really, like, I think of the physical world as like a manifestation of what's going on the inside of the head, right? And so I want to, like in that movie V for Vendetta, like the character Evie Hammond, she was talking about that last inch that they can't ever take from you, right? They could put your body in a cell. They could torture you. They could threaten you with prison time. They could, all these things, right? But the one thing they can't take is that what you have on the inside. And so, it was an easy decision to make. But so anyway, so I do stuff against police brutality. Sending books to prison right now is super essential. And there's a number of other campaigns, but I just been out for a couple months, so I'm just still trying to figure it out, to be honest.
This is so brilliant, Jeremy. Thank you so much. Firstly, for all that you and Lowry and Natalia Frank and Andy stand for, but also for what you do. I just wanted to alert people in this room that there's an event due to start at 5:30. And I know that I don't have to worry too much about this lot of people being able to create a Jitsi that we could move to the lobby.
Could you put the Jitsi of the campfire chat, like right now, right here?
Yeah.
That would
Yeah, so...
And could I just also just say, I think the social justice motivation of what you're doing, Jeremy, how you've talked about it previously, Lowry, has inspired a lot of us. So we're really grateful that you're here at the festival, and thank you so much for making the effort, all of you.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Thank
Deepa.
you, Deepa. Thank you.
I want to add that tonight from 8 Central European Central Summer Time will be this Whistleblow Village party. It's a sort of a cute 16-bit video game like that opens Jitsis and web pages that you will have an occasion to visit Guantanamo Marsh and climb up the Mount Docks. And that there is a campfire chat there. So it might be a very relaxed way. If you people are available, there will be no moderation. So everyone is very welcome to join and chat anytime. And maybe we'll drop in the address of this campfire chat in this channel. thanks so much. You're such an inspiration for all of us. Keep it up, and never forget that you have many friends around.
Well, so eloquently said. You guys are just, and also take a moment to send Julian our collective good vibes and that we're with him. And I set my phone so every day at 10 o'clock it rings. You know, I take like 5 minutes to just send him positive energy. So that's like 8 o'clock London time. So I figure every day when he wakes up, he's getting like a full on, and I have my alarm set up every day for that. And so you guys are just, you know, the younger generation, eventually this generation of people, like they're making decisions about nuclear weapons. They don't even understand the laws of physics and the cyber world. They don't understand, like you were saying, Lori. But the next generation coming up, they do. And so it's time to just, you know, forward, and like the punk generation, the blank generation, they're actually coming in now, but nobody knows because they've been silenced, you know, during the punk era. So, I mean, yeah, hang in there. And Jeremy, let us know what you need. Do you need, like, even if you're stuck on Windows and Mac, like, what's your dream wish list? Maybe you can bring that to the party. You might be too humble to say it out loud, but put it in the public chat or something and let people share their love.
I'll be there at the party. I'll see you around the campfire.
Cool.
So I guess we're done here, right? Is that
Yay!
all right. Been great talk. It's nice seeing you all. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing from a bunch of people that we didn't get to hear from later on at the campfire, and let's make it more of a, you know, a horizontal discussion. And you know, it's like it's about every one of you just as much as it's about us. You know, we just got wrapped up in it a bit earlier. But yeah, so up the rebels, and you know, hasta la victoria siempre.
Siempre.
Oh, that was awesome. That was great. I see Ray McGovern has joined us. Ray's doing this fantastic session, and I urge you all to stay for it. It's about to start in 10 minutes. So Ray, of course, as you know, crossed over from the dark side, eh, Ray? Are you able to unmute yourself and check your sound, Ray?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you very much for joining.
Great. Now, Deepa?
Yes, we can see you. We can hear you, rather. We can't see you yet. So
we will have until shortly before the hour. Is that correct?
Just bear with me 1 second while I double check the schedule. I think sorry, just 2 seconds while I double check. 17:30 to 18:15 my time. That's 45 minutes, Ray. But the next panel's really tight up, so it would be really good to finish maybe at 10 past, if that's at all possible.
Okay, so the idea is to spend 30 minutes, is that correct?
Yeah, and I guess, you know, we can always continue the chat in the lobby.
Yeah.
So and there's also going to be a campfire, as you heard
if they
earlier,
disclose domestic
from
violence, and children who refuse to see their violent father
Frank,
are forced to see them
part of the Whistleblower Village, this
foster care.
beautiful thing that has been created.
When
so
survivors of
maybe
domestic
you want
abuse
to
go to or are referred
join us there as well for the chat.
Well, I will if I can.
Sorry. There's also a catch-22 that under child protection, mothers are told that if they want to keep their children, they must stop any relationship with the perpetrator. But when the perpetrator drags the mother through the family court, demanding contact as a way to continue his reign of terror over the mother and her children, it's the mother who is accused of, quote, alienating the children from the father if she refuses unsupervised contact on grounds of safety. It's not uncommon for perpetrators, even those with convictions for violence, to be given residence of children. So mothers fighting to protect children face a hostile environment in the family courts in which the misogynist father's lobby is embedded. They've heavily influenced CAFCAS, which is the body supposed to promote children's welfare. They're good friends of the president of the family division, and professionals increasingly support fathers as the importance of mothers in children's lives is dismissed, ignored, or devalued. Mothers are being tortured by the constant threat that their children will be taken and by the devastation when they are taken, compounded by the trauma the children face, which is hardly ever mentioned or considered. And the increasing privatization of children's services has led to fostering and adoption becoming a highly profitable industry, which depends on a continual supply of children, supply in inverted commas. To give you an idea, almost 3/4 of children's homes are run privately. Almost half of local authorities are not managing any children's homes themselves. Almost 1/3 of all children in foster care in England live with foster carers provided through private agencies. And in 2015, Corporate Watch reported that just 8 private foster care agencies, and of course there are many more, made profits of more than £40 million. When you look online to see how much a foster carer gets, it's all private agencies which pop up, advertising themselves and foster care as well paid. £450 a week for one child, and it could be more depending on a child's age and needs, for example, if they're disabled. Also, private employment agencies are also making big money out of providing interim agency social workers, managers, and even whole teams to local authority children's social services. And obviously, all these private services are completely unaccountable. They can hide behind commercial confidentiality, and they're determined by their profit margins, not what's in the best interest of children. Okay. So children are taken into care when their parents are deemed, quote, not good enough to keep them, yet the standard of care they receive from the, quote, corporate parent is often much, much worse than anything the mother was accused of, and entirely detrimental to their welfare. Working class children are adopted by middle class parents who can give them a better life, amounting to social engineering. And of course, no mother is getting anything like £450 a week to take care of her child. It's more like £21 a week for child benefit, and maybe some child tax if she's lucky. Frequently move to different placements in different parts of the country. They're denied contact with their birth parents and siblings. They're left unprotected from sexual abuse and exploitation. They're housed in unregulated children's homes. They're excluded from school, and so on. And when they leave care, they face horrendous discrimination throughout their lives, being much less likely to have a job, to be in education or training, very disproportionately in prison, and are much more likely to have their own children taken from them soon after birth, on the grounds that they don't know how to be a parent because they were put into care, which was supposed to be better than the care they were going to receive. So there is a grassroots movement of mothers who are speaking out, campaigning for change, including some adults who were themselves children in care and who are describing the horrors of the, quote, care system. And the fact is that what can be done about it is, first of all, to implement Section 17 to make the resources available. And research was done in the 1970s by Dr. Bilson, who showed that when social workers were allocated money to help families, the same money was allocated to them that would have been used to put the children in care, that up to 70% fewer children were taken. So it's not rocket science to see what needs to happen. Just to say also that we lobbied very hard with Women Against Rape and others to get an amendment in the recently passed Domestic Abuse Act to change the presumption, what's called the presumption of contact in the Children Act, to stop violent fathers having unsupervised contact or residence of children, and to stop the family courts from accepting allegations of, quote, parental alienation against mothers who raise safety concerns. We didn't succeed in that. There were other things that were put into the Domestic Abuse Act, but those changes were not accepted by the government fundamentally. But we are continuing to campaign on that and on other issues. And we really welcome any social workers or others in any of the professions involved in the family courts who are ready to become whistleblowers, who can describe from the inside, as well as the mothers who are being whistleblowers, what's actually going on. The family courts must be open so that what's going on can be exposed. And we are very much building a movement for support, not separation, and we hope that you'll join us. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anne. Lots of information there, food for thought for many people who probably don't know what's going on behind those closed court doors. The next speaker is Maggie Ronayne, who's from the Global Women's Strike Ireland. She's a teacher and trade unionist at University of Galway, and she's going to talk to us about their fight for pay equity. Over to you, Maggie.
Thank you, Lisa, and it's really, really great to be part of this event and also on this great panel. So thank you for that. So I'm going to talk about the fight for pay equity in Ireland and a campaign that we've been involved in the state universities, exposing and fighting discrimination against women in pay and conditions, including because of our unpaid caring work and the exploitation of precarious workers who, of course, the vast majority are also women. We're fighting for equity across all that divides all of us, and I want to talk a bit about how we organised to cross those divides, what we've been winning and the obstacles that we've faced. So in our campaign, we've defined equity as equity across race and ethnicity, equity among women and men and all genders, and equity among women. And this last one has been really the most difficult of all to tackle, the class divide among women. And I want to say more about that later on. So I work as an academic at the National University of Ireland, Galway, as Lisa mentioned. And in 2014, a woman who won her case at tribunal, a woman called Micheline Sheehy Skeffington, spoke out publicly. She was the first whistleblower that sparked this whole campaign, really. She'd been discriminated against as a woman for a promotion by my university. 5 more academic women then stepped forward to take court cases as well. And this all lit the spark of an equality and pay equity movement that exploded, first of all at my university and then across the sector. The judgment of the tribunal officer in Micheline's case also referred to the fact that women applicants for promotion in my university also appeared to have been disadvantaged because of their caring responsibilities. And that was a really significant thing in that judgment. Through my union, SIPTU, we began our campaign to use this spotlight that there was on the higher paid academic women to shine a light and get better attention on those who do the caring jobs such as cleaning, cooking, admin or teaching, but who are far lower paid. We said that focusing only on a small number of higher paid women would make no difference to the majority of women on low pay, nor to the discrimination against us women because of our unpaid caring work. Our campaign set out to focus on all in the wage hierarchy, the whole wage hierarchy, but starting with those on the lowest pay and the most precarious. When they win pay equity, everyone goes up. The university management initially tried to marginalise us. They claimed we weren't representative, we were making it up, we were exaggerating. There was extreme hostility coming from them. They went to great lengths to counteract and oppose us. They hired a PR firm, for example, to counteract us. So our response and how we organised our campaign is that as well as traditional union work, what might be referred to as traditional union work, like taking cases, negotiations, tribunals and disputes and so on, we brought all the sectors together into an organising campaign, and we campaigned publicly, exposing the full reality of what women were facing, and men when they were in these low-paid jobs as well. We obtained lots of information via freedom of information requests.
We did a lot of media work to expose what was going on, and some journalists proved extremely helpful to us and also protective of us. Politicians raised the issue in Parliament. There were protests on campus, public meetings in the city and nationally that we organised. So we brought people together through all of these means, and people were glad to be together and to come together. And they also really lost their fear as a result of this, and more people began to speak out. What we exposed and what we won, well, we really have won a great over the years. I can just mention a very few things. I want to mention the situation of the contract cleaners. We exposed what they were facing and what they were going through. These were cleaners whose jobs had been outsourced to companies who were making great profit, but of course the women were being extremely low paid, and it was mostly women, mostly immigrant women. We found and we exposed the fact that they were lower paid than the cleaners directly employed by the university. They had no pensions, they had none of the other benefits that the directly employed cleaning staff had. And of course, during the pandemic, one of the things we've been highlighting is that they have no access to sick pay. Teaching staff we found to be almost the worst of all. Often many of the teaching staff earning less than the minimum wage, many of them having to survive on benefits to, supplement the meager income from the university. The university itself said that 1,646 of those staff were hourly paid. In other words, paid by the hour, paid by timesheet, absolutely no security at all in their jobs. The vast majority, of course, as you can guess, are women. We also exposed within all of that precarity of all of those teaching staff that a number of them, actually a large number of them, were wrongly graded. And what I mean by that is that they would be graded as something like a teaching assistant and therefore paid little or nothing, but they were actually carrying out the work of lecturers. And we found that there's large numbers of these staff. It's really cheap labour for the university. We've won several cases now where we've successfully gotten some of those staff regraded, which has meant significant pay increases for them and access to resources and promotions that they wouldn't have had otherwise. We've taken 30 cases so far, which are at various stages, and 77% of them are women. In terms of how we organised, we gathered groups of staff together who were affected by an issue once we discovered another layer of discrimination or precariousness. Whether they were in the union or not, we said, come to the meeting, it doesn't matter. Many of them, of course, joined the union as a result. So they took part in our campaign, they raised their specific demands as part of the work, and we brought their representatives to the negotiations that we engaged in with the employer. At the bigger all-member meetings that we regularly hold, they heard themselves in our reports. They saw themselves. They saw that they were part of this campaign too. On our committees, each staff category has its own committee, but then we also brought the reps together across the sectors. We formed an equality committee and we made it cross-sectional. In other words, that not just academics, but reps from the admin grades, from the technical grades and the general operative grades, like the cleaning staff, the ground staff, security, and so on. We bring the reps from all the grades to the negotiating table, so everybody is represented, and public meetings as well. One example of the success of this approach, we eventually, through pressure, got a meeting with the relevant minister of the day, who was setting up a sector-wide commission to investigate discrimination in higher education institutions as a result, of course, of our campaigns. We brought reps from all the grades to that meeting, and we made the case that these investigations should never be confined to academic staff, but they must include everyone, and we won that. We won that case. A large piece of work in the organising and a big part of the battle, and I want to return to this issue of getting together across all that divides us, and especially equity among women. A large part of the battle is among ourselves to get together across the sectors, and we're up against class, race and gender divides. When we raised the situation of immigrant cleaners and organised to meet and work with them as they came off their shifts at 7 a.m. in the morning, some of the higher paid women and men were reluctant for this to be part of the campaign. When we made our equality committee cross-sector and insisted that reps from all groups be at the table, there was reluctance among some of the academics. They wanted to decide and speak for others. As I said, the toughest divide of all is among women. And some of the higher paid academic women didn't really want to be with the lower paid, with the precarious women teaching staff, for example. They shied away from including them. When they are yet again, those precarious teaching staff, for example, left out of equality reports or committees, this is not noticed by some. It's treated like it's not an issue. It's really treated as though equity for low-paid women doing caring jobs is not a real issue. And when you talk about it, you know, to some, it's as though you suggested something truly outrageous. This feminist focus on the higher paid, which has become the state focus on how many women are on company boards, on how many women are professors, how many women got promoted to senior academics, as a measure of pay equity and gender equality is all pervasive. It's led to a number of women moving up into higher positions or being hired into top jobs in academia and management. Thanks, Lise. Across the sector and in my own institution. In fact, a whole equality industry has sprung up, with reports and statistics being produced, policy work, task forces, committees, and of course, career opportunities. But neither the movement of women into senior roles in academia, nor the equality industry is having any benefit for the army of low-paid, precarious women across the sector who are really keeping it all going. In fact, we've seen examples where women in senior roles have made the situation of those low-paid women even worse, denying them money and security in order to benefit themselves and others higher up the wage hierarchy. The trade unions have also tended to go along with this version of equity, and it's been a real struggle to get them to do more than to pay lip service to low-paid women or precarious work. We began organising through the union for protection reasons. If we spoke out just as employees, we risked being disciplined. But our campaign, which sought to cross the divides among us, but with each sector having its own autonomy, and beginning with women in the lowest paid caring jobs, was not well supported by our union, and in fact often actively undermined by some senior union officials. Of course, we looked within the union for other workplaces and groups and paid union staff who would help us, and we did find them, and we got significant help from some. But the union, as an institution, is not oriented to support self-activity like ours, but rather to obstruct and undermine it. Despite these obstacles, we've continued to win victories to organise across those divides. Our work with postgraduates, for example, is having a significant impact, and we had to cross the staff-student divide to work with them, but of course they're also workers. We had to build up a trust with them. Some of them joined the union and came to negotiations on their issue with us. Their issue is that many of them are being forced to work hundreds of hours for free. We say they're workers, and if they're doing lecturing, then they should be paid the same rate for the job as other lecturers. But they also formed their own autonomous group. In fact, they engaged in a strike last year, and now they have a network with other groups nationally. They rejected and
a later time, it's almost 4 decades ago, but it's still later. The year is 1983. The new head of the Soviet Union is a fellow named Yuri Andropov, who is a former KGB head. Pretty old, but still in that mind frame. And they were very afraid of what the U.S. was going to do under Ronald Reagan. Indeed, in March of that year, 1983, Ronald Reagan had called the Soviet Union, you got it, the evil empire. Evil empire? Yeah, I was talking to a group of evangelicals, okay? They know about evil. It was an evil empire. So that was March. Now, fast forward that same year to September 1st, when a Korean passenger airline with some 260 or so passengers flew over the Soviet Union and was shot down. What's my point here? Well, I was around then. And what I'm about to tell you is not out of my presidential briefings, but out of the press, okay? We took advantage of that. 1st of September, we, the United States, and we said, aha, look, the Russians deliberately shot down a civilian airliner. Talk about evil empire. This is the worst, okay? We went to the UN and we played the tape. And guess what? The tape had been doctored. The tape had been sort of like cut. And the tape, the full tape indicated that yes, the KAL-007 plane intruded into the Soviet airspace, that the Soviet air defense capabilities found it, asked it to identify itself with no answer, went up and shot it down. Did they deliberately shoot it down? Yes, they did. Did they know it was a passenger plane? No, they didn't. Big deal, huh? Deliberately shot down a passenger plane? Yeah, right. If they didn't know it was a passenger plane, well, you know, it's a little bit deceitful to make believe they did. Now, I know this because the fellow who is in charge of the State Department Bureau of Press and Video admitted in a book he wrote about 10 years later that, look, you know, the lesson of this is that you can trim these things. You can present a abbreviated version of these things to the United Nations. And, you know, it comes down to that all countries lie, including the United States. The thing is, whoever lies first wins. Whoever lies first wins. Now, the Russians, of course, knew that those who shot down KAL-007 didn't know it was a passenger plane, and put that together with evil empire and the big furor that was going on about how evil the Russians were. Fast forward just October, November, Operation Exercise Able Archer. Full dress exercise including nuclear capabilities by the United States, and Russia got really concerned. Andropov was tearing his hair out. We know from Soviet spies, one of them a British asset, that this war scare was very real. Now, what's my point here? My point is that a good friend of mine, Mel Goodman, who worked with me in Soviet foreign policy, did what I failed to do. He and a couple of friends went to Robert Gates, who was head of analysis at the time, and said, look, the Russians are taking this seriously. They have nuclear-armed planes on the tarmac in East Germany. Make sure that you tone this thing down. Gates said, my job is not to make the Russians happy. They're just bluffing. So what did Mel Goodman do? He went around his supervisor, Gates, and went to Bill Casey, Cold Warrior that he was, and persuaded Casey to go down to the White House and say, knock it off. Get the vice president out of this exercise. Knock it off. Now, what am I saying? Well, there's every indication that the Russians were taking that exercise as the real thing, okay? And if it hadn't been for Mel Goodman, who with his friends appealed to Casey over the head of Robert Gates, and went down, and Casey said, well, maybe this is right, went down. Well, we prevented the worst from happening, and that's you know, that's a feather in Mel Goodman's cap. A lot of this came out just in February of this year when the Washington Post published some of the documents involved. It was very, very tricky. One little anecdote to follow on this is that Margaret Thatcher said, my God, how close we've come. And it was she who tried to persuade Reagan, successfully, I might add, to start real negotiations with the Soviet Union on how to reduce this kind of risk and how to come to arms control agreements such as we did. So this is an example of rising to the occasion where Mel and his associates took a risk, right? What happened to Mel? Well, Mel didn't become a big assistant to Henry Kissinger, and he didn't become staff director of the House Intelligence Committee. He was a division chief at the time, but he told the truth, and he ended up quitting because Casey and Gates had stacked the deck against the Soviet Union. Now, let me bring it even closer to fruition here, to this day. As I said before, it's nice to be able to recount things as vividly as I can. Long-term memory is really, really good. But today we're talking about the incredible downturn in relations between Russia and the United States. Now, wait a second, Russia. So it's no longer the Soviet Union? No, it's no longer the Soviet Union. What happened to the Soviet Union? Well, it imploded, okay? Are they still trying to conquer the world? I don't think so. But you wouldn't know that from reading the New York Times, would you? Okay. So it's still very, very real in people's minds. The campaign against Russia is artificially stoked. We know that the Russians did not hack into the Democratic National Committee emails. In other words, that Julian Assange of WikiLeaks got those emails of and by himself from a leak, not a hack, you know, a small thumb drive. Now, when the balloon went up, and I'm talking about under Obama, when the Obama people, in the person of Victoria Nuland, Assistant Secretary of State for European Affairs, and the other hardliners in the State Department decided to make a coup d'etat in Kiev on February 22nd, 2014, and it's the most blatant coup in history. We have recordings. We have an intercepted conversation between Nuland and our ambassador in Kiev, where they're plotting the coup, naming the people who are going to take over, and finally saying, Nuland says, we've got Joe Biden. He's willing to come in at the last minute and seal this thing, glue it all together. That intercepted conversation appeared on YouTube on the 4th of February, 2014, 2.5 weeks before the coup. So you want to talk about the most blatant coup in history? That was it. Now, what did we want to do? We want to blacken Russia, of course. We want to make sure that the Russians would react in such a way that we could call them aggressors, okay? And we wanted the Europeans to impose sanctions just as we had. But you know what? The Europeans said, well, most of them, you know, sanctions, economic sanctions are going to hurt us as much as the Russians. I mean, we need to sell apples from Poland and Hungary, and you know, there are more important things. You know, this is not a good thing for us, much less for the Russians. And so they resisted. Then in July, so March, April, right? July of 2014, a Malaysian airliner, MH17 was the flight number, was shot down over the eastern part of Ukraine. Why do I mention this? Well, immediately, 3 days later, John Kerry, our Secretary of State, the shootdown was on the 17th of July, 2014. Kerry got up 3 days later. I have his quote here, and I don't want to misquote him. Here's what he told David Gregory of Meet the Press on July 20th. Quote, we picked up the imagery. We picked up the imagery of this launch. We know the trajectory. We know where it came from. We know the timing, and it was exactly at the time that this aircraft disappeared from the radar. End quote. Oh, wow. So they have imagery of the launch. Oh, they have telemetry. They have trajectory information. Why the hell is it? You know, I know enough about our intelligence capabilities for collection to be 100% sure that we know who shot that plane down. I also know that there's no restriction on releasing this kind of information since it's widely available and everybody knows what kind of information you can collect this way. So the question remains, why has John Kerry not released this trajectory, this imagery, this other information? Why has he not? Well, my assumption is that it's because he made it up. He likes, it's like the KAL 007 thing. Whoever lies first wins. And so he lied first. 3 days after the shoot down, he said he had all this information. The blame, of course, was apportioned to the Russians and the so-called Russian-inclined separatists in eastern Ukraine. And then guess what happened? Then the Europeans saluted, as is their custom, imposed rather stringent sanctions, and the war against Russia, not the Soviet Union anymore, took off and has accelerated to this very day. So what's my point here? My point is that lots of people would have known about all this. There are people in the bowels of the intelligence community who know exactly what happened with respect to MH17. Now, there were, I think, 298 people killed in that shoot down. So this is a big deal. But to blame it on the Russians and to take John Kerry's word for it without him revealing that information is a little bit too much. Now, the Dutch are supposed to be investigating this. I had an interview with the Dutch commentator earlier this week, and she said, yeah, the Dutch are afraid to ask John Kerry. There was an American citizen on that flight, MH17, and his father wrote to John Kerry, and he said, look, I need to know why my son was killed. John Kerry never answered him. So there's lots of potential for whistleblowing. It's more risky than ever, but WikiLeaks is still available, and there are other ways to get this word out. And so what I suggest is that we go back to the days of Dan Ellsberg, we go back to the days of Mel Goodman, my good friend and much admired colleague of those days, and say, look, when you know this kind of information, it shouldn't be a matter of whoever lies first wins. It should be a matter of making sure that your superiors know it, and then if they deliberately ignore it, or for political reasons suppress it, as Westmoreland and General Abrams did, then you have to think about doing the right thing. Do I regret not having tried to get that cable from Abrams, which was so damning, which was so graphic? We can't admit the truth because the press would have a field day. Do I regret not having tried to get that? I do regret that. That was 1967. The war didn't end until 1975. So for those of you who have access to this kind of information, or those of you who know people who do, my best advice is to follow the dictum of one of my patrons, a fellow named Daniel Berrigan. And he put it very simply. He said, what you have to do is do the right thing. I regret that I didn't do the right thing. I'm full of admiration for Mel Goodman and others who did do the right thing. And there are lots of people in the bowels of the intelligence and policy communities who know what is the right thing to do. What they need is the courage, uncommon courage, to make sure that the rest of us in this world know what's going on in hopes of preventing what Mel and his friends did, preventing a world war back in November of 1983. That was exercise Able Archer. There's a new exercise just starting with NATO troops and missiles and everything else in Europe. I'm told that some of those weapons and some of those aircraft are nuclear capable. So let's hope that sane heads prevail and that the head of SAC, for example, STRATCOM now, it used to be the Strategic Air Command, now it's STRATCOM. He's an admiral, and he says, it's probably not at all unlikely that we'll have to use nukes. This guy's crazy. And so we need somebody who's responsible, somebody who has a sense of responsibility to say, this guy has not only rhetoric of this kind, but he really thinks. He was trained in the Curtis J. LeMay School of Studies of Russian history and so forth. So these people are crazy. And if people under them who know what their intentions are don't tell the truth in a timely way, we may not be around too much longer to tell any truth at all. I've gone on a little longer than I thought. I hope you found my remarks somewhat interesting. What we of a certain age have to contribute these days is personal experience, a lot of history from the last, in my case, 6 decades, and we hope that you find it enlightening. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thanks, Ray.
Thanks, Ray.
Oh, sorry, Steve.
Sorry,
Steve. Steve, were you did I speak over you? I just hadn't. Please go ahead. It looks like Steve's muted, but thank you, Ray, for sharing that. And I just wanted to request the moderators to please open up the chat. Not the chat, the lock. Sorry, I'm getting tired. And if you have any questions or comments, if you can put it in the chat and also put in a comment to say whether you would like to ask it yourself, that would be really good. And I think we have one from Pikshuni. I would be very grateful if you could confirm if you'd like to ask your question or whether you want one of us to ask it for you. Oh, okay. So the question is, why would Biden run Newland Kagan 2.0 since RF would have already gamed them well from the past? And I have no idea who RF is, but maybe
Russian Federation.
Thank you. Steve, do you want to take over?
Well, this is, shall I answer the question? The answer is Biden is not very different from Obama, not very different from Trump or from the people who went before. He's not in charge. The sooner people realize this, the better. It's what I call the Mickey Mat. It rhymes with Mickey Mouse. Listen to it, please. If you have a pencil, you may wish to write it down. It's the military, industrial, congressional intelligence, media, academia, think tank complex. No longer just the MIC, the MIC, the military industrial complex, but the media is the cornerstone here. And the media is going to tell us what they think we need to know. Now, as far as Biden is concerned, he's no different from Obama. What the military says is what he will probably do, even on Afghanistan, mark my words. And the security services, in other words, the I, intelligence, and Mickey Mat, are more powerful than ever before. Biden is pretty much a figurehead. He's not running the country, and we're all in a real deep trouble if people don't realize that. I think Mr. Putin realizes that, and that's the dilemma he faces. Should he talk to Mr. Biden? What good will that do?
So the follow-up, Ray, is but why would Biden run the same people when there are people such as yourself and Benny who are clearly talented and available?
Because we would not say that Russia is trying to take over the world. We would say that Russia is reacting to the kinds of deceitful things that I enumerated just before. And there's no audience for us in government circles or in major media. That's what I'm saying. The media is the key here. We've laid out the truth. The media has suppressed it. And the best example of all is the so-called Russian hack, okay? Now, why do I keep coming back to that? Well, that started this whole thing in late 2016. Guess what? There was no Russian hack. Who hacked the Democratic National Committee? No one. Not Russia, not anyone else. How do I know that? because the horse's mouth, a fellow named Sean Henry, the head of the cyber firm that investigated the DNC theft, testified. He testified that there was no evidence of exfiltration, a fancy word for hack. Now, when did he testify? He testified on December 5th, 2017. Oh, wow. How come we didn't know about that? The head of the House Intelligence Committee, who took that testimony, suppressed it for 2.5 years. 2.5 years. Oh, well, so we know about it now? No, we don't know about it now. It was released to the public on May 7th, 2020, exactly a year ago. But in its wisdom, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and all derivative sources suppressed it. And so none of my educated colleagues know that it was a farce, that the Russian hack didn't happen. Now that's big, okay? How can they conceal that? Well, they can. In these days, the media is so much controlled by the rest of the Mickey Mat, the military, industrial, congressional, intelligence, academia, think tank complex, that we don't get the truth. And so when in the words of the State Department fellow who is describing how we could deceive the world into thinking that KAL, the Korean airliner 007 was shot down deliberately. Oh, well, what bad Russians, though. Evil empire, evil empire, evil. Let's exercise against them. Let's use a nuclear exercise against them. What they don't realize, of course, is, yeah, they shot down a plane deliberately, but they did not know, and this is clear from the intercepted conversation, they did not know that it was a civilian passenger plane. Indeed, just hours before, an RC-135, or U.S. Air Force reconnaissance plane, had followed pretty much the same trajectory. So they mistook it for a reconnaissance plane, and their orders were to shoot down such planes if they went hundreds of miles over Soviet airspace. So you know, it's a real problem, and that's why whistleblowing is so damn important. I mean, there were people who know the real story about KAL 007 and know the real story about MH17. Why don't they tell it? Now they're afraid of going to prison. They're afraid to suffer the fate that Julian Assange, my good friend, now suffers in Belmarsh prison. I would just add that my unkempt appearance is an attempt to express solidarity with my friend Julian. It's 2 years ago that I decided to grow this in solidarity, and so that I would not forget him. It's easy enough to forget people who are not in the media. I'm not going to forget Julian.
Ray, we were discussing the Mickey Mat the other day, yeah, as we often do, and we realized that not for one of expanding an acronym, but it's missing a couple of things. It's missing tech.
It's missing what?
Tech. It's missing big tech.
Big tech.
And big tech is definitely one of the major mechanisms by which media is able to influence and control the conversation.
Sure. Well, I
was wondering if we could add a third T on the Mickey Mat, just to be a little more in this era of inclusivity.
Yeah. Well, I take your point, and it's a good one. I've been trying to slide away from that by saying, well, you have the military industrial, right? So industrial would include Silicon Valley. It's a little bit of a stretch, but if you can find another word that begins with a vowel, hopefully, then I'll stick it in there. It's a good point. The way I've explained it is by saying that it comes under the general rubric of industrial.
And we don't have to change the mascot. always a plus. I'm looking to see if we have any more questions here, Ray. There's something coming in. Though Julian went in with the beard. Yeah, he did. However, what he was taking out, it was a result of his shaving equipment being stolen from him and broken for three weeks prior to them dragging him out, in order to make it appear as though he had been letting himself go inside the embassy. They wanted the optics to be a disheveled figure when they dragged him bodily out, a victim of literal human trafficking, as Ecuador had received a $4.2 billion IMF loan just before his citizenship was illegally revoked.
Yes, that is of course true. Nevertheless, he looked disheveled. He looked unkempt. It was not his fault. I knew about the razors being denied him, but it was sort of a symbol of what they had done to Julian. What they had done to him was unconscionable, and what he looked like reflected the mistreatment that he had received. And so, casting about for ways that I could express solidarity, I said, well, at least I can look as unkempt or disheveled, and I think I've probably exceeded the norm here, as Julian did. And when people ask me, McGovern, what happened to you? Then I have a chance to tell them, because no one knows about Julian, because he hasn't been in the media in this country. So the tens of people that I see every day, well, they know now. And last but not least, you can forget, there's a Russian poem that I'm fond of. It says, Druga lучший друг забудет. It means best friends can forget their best friends. This happens. Now, thank God for mirrors and for windows, because there's no way I can forget Julian as I walk around the house or walk around anywhere. I'm constantly reminded, and I send up a prayer or two that he will finally escape the conditions to which he has been subjected.
I don't want to hog the conversation here. We got about 5 more minutes on the panel, Ray. Oh, Esha in the chat, and Victor. There we go. Does Ray know if there's any form or type of resistance or protest within the U.S. intelligence agencies, or do they all go along with the program?
Oh, I wish you hadn't asked that. Who's going to join the CIA these days? I mean, do you want to be part of an agency that is openly identified with torture, lying, getting people into unnecessary wars? I mean, I don't know if there's anybody left. The last bit of hope that I had, it goes back to, wow, 2007. But that was big, and that was hopeful. I refer to an estimate on how close Iran was to having a nuclear weapon. Now, Bush and Cheney, they wanted to strike out at Iran in 2008, their last year in office. As they rode into the sunset, they would have loved to have Iran incinerated. But what happened? Well, a responsible and honest manager of intelligence was hired out of the State Department. His name was Tom Finger. He knew his way around. He was an assistant secretary of state for intelligence. He rounded up some honest analysts. Long story short, they labored through 2007. In November, they issued a national intelligence estimate, which said Iran stopped working on a nuclear weapon at the end of 2003 and had not resumed work on a nuclear weapon. Whoa! Now, that was big. You don't have to believe me. I don't suggest you buy George Bush's memoir, But go to the library and see what he says about this. This is really shocking. This was an eye-popping estimate because it deprived me of attacking the nuclear facilities of a country that the intelligence community said had no active nuclear weapons program. Bummer, bummer. Now, if Bush and Cheney were really interested or afraid of Iran developing a nuclear weapon, I dare say that the reaction should have been, "Oh my God, really? Check that intelligence out. You mean they stopped building a nuclear weapon 4 years ago? Oh, call the Israelis, tell them, man, forget about it. Give me a break." It was all synthetic. It was all a piece of the attack on Iraq back in March 2003. And I just hope that there are some people around that still observe that ethos of telling the truth to power. It's more difficult now to whistleblow, but it's still possible. Witness what Julian Assange and others have set up in the way of clever boxes set up to allow this to happen anonymously.
I think the panel ends in about a minute. We had a really involved question right at the end there. We could probably take this over into the lobby area. Or Ray, if you have to go, you have to go. But the last question from Elka Zwinga is, in which way do you see a chance of cooperation instead of confrontation between the U.S. NATO forces and Russia?
That's a tough question. Everything's possible. Let me give you a kind of a far out view here that I've gravitated toward. Even the head of national intelligence, a woman named Avril Haines, has said in her threat assessment, the annual assessment of the threat to national security, that the major threat is not Russia, not China. The major threat is climate change. A couple of days later, she said, climate change cannot be addressed by one country. Everyone has to cooperate. Long story short, well, if that's the major threat, if people are concerned about their children, I have 10 grandchildren. I am concerned about them. So if that's the major threat, the rest of the threat assessment, for God's sake, who is sowing discord in this country? Who is sowing discord in this country? Come on. What we need to do is cooperate. And that could be done because the threats such as they exist are either synthetic or far below the threshold that people have to worry about. The sooner we get that screwed onto our head correctly, and I applaud the Director of National Intelligence to identify that as the major, the overriding, the quintessential threat to national security and to everything else. So when my grandchildren are our age, I don't want them, God, think of the people that are going to be too hungry. Think of the wars that will start. People know about the threat from climate change. It's existential. If we all want to live on this planet and save the planet itself, there are things we can do as sensible, educated human beings. All we need to do is put this sowing discord, all this time below the threshold and talk to one another. And I think that we'll find Russian and Chinese and Indian and other leaders equally persuaded that the times call for this kind of cooperation. And that's the threat to all of us, not just U.S. national security.
Ray, thank you so much for being a part of this and for sharing all of that with us. I'm trying to see what we have here for the timetable. Mohamedo, I see you. I don't know if you're unmuted there. We've got panel starting in what? 13 minutes. And until then, I guess we can just kind of have an open session here. I don't know. Got a little downtime. Anybody got any good jokes, Ray?
Well, yeah, there was a cartoon that appeared in a newspaper a couple of weeks ago, and Hillary Clinton is on her psychiatrist's couch, and the psychiatrist is talking to her, and the title of the cartoon is, "Now, before we start, Mrs. Clinton, tell me, is Vladimir Putin in this room with us right now?" I can't hear all the laughter, but I'm sure it's there.
Unfortunately, I think people still have themselves muted, but oh man, we've all felt that one. Yeah, I'm constantly amazed that the dual conspiracies of Russiagate and QAnon still manage to suck people in after 5 years of an evidence-free field day.
Well, unfortunately, for the majority of the American people, it's not evidence-free. You see evidence every day in the New York Times. Most recent one was yesterday, where they've resurrected this Russians paying bounties to kill U.S. soldiers in Afghanistan, okay? I thought that one was dead. Everyone else shot it dead, including our military, but here it is again. Why? Well, because the United States is going to suffer an unambiguous defeat in Afghanistan. Who's to blame? It was the Russians. It was the Russians giving all those bounties to the Taliban to kill U.S. That's what it was the Russians. I mean, that's ridiculous for anyone who's got good sense, but why is it? Why is it that the latest Gallup poll indicates that the percentage of Americans that have a very unfavorable view of Russia is 78%. China, 80%. Why? The media. That's why I say the media, right in the middle of the Mickey mat, is really the linchpin. It's controlled by the rest of the Mickey mat. And it's controlled by the people who are profiteering on war, who need credible enemies like Russia and China, and prevent people like me and others from telling our fellow Americans what's really going on. I go back to New York, where I was educated, university folks, and those of us who are still looking at the grass from the top, you know, they all think that Rachel Maddow is great. They've all been brainwashed, and it's really, really difficult to get them to listen to me or to anybody else who says, even this business about the horse's mouth saying there was no hack by Russia or by anybody else of the DNC National Committee emails. Incidentally, to refresh memories, those emails, the content showed that Hillary Clinton had stolen the nomination from Bernie Sanders, pure and simple. That's what it showed. The day they were revealed, 5 people at the top of the Democratic National Committee had to resign, okay? So what was the idea of blaming it on the Russians? It was a magnificent diversion, a magnificent distraction, sort of like a magnificent obsession, if you will, okay? The Russians did it, the Russians did it, the Russians did it. John McCain, this is an act of war? Whoa. So if the question became, why did the Russians do this? Nobody looked at what the email said. And it worked perfectly. And we know now that Hillary Clinton herself put that in train right after Julian Assange published the emails that he got from a leak with a thumb drive from somebody, I don't know who, but not from a hack. And it's certainly not from the Russians.
Because of the constant nature of a 24-hour media cycle, like while your talk started, information was coming in that the Colonial Pipeline, which is a Koch Industries owned 5,500-mile pipeline, supplies a ridiculous percentage of the gasoline for the East Coast, was hacked. And now FireEye, who was the company that looked into the SolarWinds hack, is on the case, Ray. They're on the case. and they're looking into it, and they're going to tell us, Ray, that it was either the Russians or the Iranians. And I was wondering if, since we have the founder of VIPS, here right now, if we could get a statement of I don't know, we'll take a look at these solar winds and Colonial Pipeline hacks and maybe release a VIPS memo on it.
Well, here we have another example of the likelihood, as you point out, of blaming the Russians or blaming the Iranians. Now, the problem here is that each hack of this nature leaves a signature, leaves a trace. That's the beauty of the internet. You could always figure out how it happened. And the National Security Agency collects everything of that kind in addition to all our emails, in addition to all our telephone calls, okay? They have it all. Do they read it? No, they store it, but they retrieve it as quickly as they need it. So if the Russians are blamed for this, what I want is evidence, okay? And what has been lacking is evidence of any of this kind of stuff. As a matter of fact, one of my favorite vignettes is former CIA Director John Brennan testifying before a House committee. And Trey Gowdy says, well, now, Mr. Brennan, what's the evidence for that? And Brennan looks down and he says, we don't do evidence. We don't do evidence. My God. Things have changed since the 27 years I spent at the CIA as an analyst. We did evidence when the evidence was lacking, and then we tried to piece together what substituted for evidence, what made sense. Now, that's what Brennan said. Now, are we going to have evidence better than we've been given for the solar winds escapade, to blame it on the Iranians or blame it on the Russians? And are Americans going to believe this? Well, unfortunately, because the media is controlled by the Mickey Mouse, they'll believe whatever's in the media. And that's the sneaky wicked. And we have to figure out clever ways to exploit the kinds of technology that Julian Assange perfected, so that we can give our fellow citizens a fair chance of finding out what really happened.
Sorry, just going through.
Thank you very much, everyone, for an amazing lecture. Thank you very much, Ray. It's always wonderful to hear what you have to say with decades experience, and it's always an education. Thank you very much, everyone who attended. We will now have to move on to the next panel discussion. So I'm handing over back to you, Steve, to do the necessary. Thank you again for attending. Bye-bye.
Right. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just kind of winging it. All right, let me pull up the timetable here. And it looks like we're waiting on Mods and Marjorie and Andy.
Is this the Hannah and Sally Matrud room?
Hi, Marjorie, you're here. You're in
Marjorie.
Thank you very
Okay. Hi, Ray.
Should I disappear?
Hi, Ray. I'll be sorry if you did that.
Okay. Let's see. How do I do that here? Mute myself.
Just hit the hang up, the phone looking button that says leave audio.
Hello, Ray.
We come with you too.
Steve, maybe I should just do it for Ray. I can do it in 2 seconds.
He's got it.
Okay, perfect.
He's got it.
Thank you. Have you managed to show the video, Steve?
I need to make myself a presenter. in order to roll the video. But yes, I will do that right now.
But would you mind doing it just after 6:30 so that as soon as the session starts, we can do that? I think we're still waiting for Mats and...
Hello, Mohamedou.
Nice to meet you, Mohamedou.
Nice to meet you, Marjorie, and nice to meet you, my good friend and brother, Andy.
Yeah, very nice to see. I tell you what, I'm feeling very not dressed for the occasion when I see you, Mohamedou. You're looking very fine.
No, this is just the everyday. I like to be a clown.
That's a very nice top you're wearing. I like that. Is that a sun motif?
I don't know, like, I think so, like reflecting light and so, but they just do like random stuff, like, because this is made by the people who made this. They just need to do something, you know, to make it.
Okay. Well, it looks very nice.
Thank you. You can see all of it, look. In practical.
Oh, that's very good. I think probably more suitable for the weather in Mauritania than the weather here in London today, Mohamedou.
Yes.
It's a bit grey and cold here today.
I know. It's very only suitable for like hot climates.
I'm envious.
Craig Murray, could I just check if you're able to, if you've got your cup of tea, if you're happy to switch on your camera and we can see if you're here?
I can hear you, but I'm trying to find which tab you are on in order to switch off my switch on my camera.
Oh, we're in the tab that probably says Hanan.
I'm going through all my tabs and closing them. I've just closed the tab on which I ordered a pizza 4 days ago. I will hopefully discover you shortly.
Okay, well, I'm going to try and kick you out of the lobby, so then you don't have to worry about that one. Oh, you have left it, so you're fine. I think we're just waiting for Mats. I can't see him yet, but just to welcome to everybody who's here. We're just about to start. Before we start, we're going to try one last time, and we'll try once more in the next time zone, to show this video that has been sent as a message from the People's Tribunal on Endless Wars. And they have a little short video that they want us to play for you, and we're trying to do that. So Steve Poikinen, if you wouldn't mind doing that. And just to let everybody know, once the session starts, we're going to mute everybody except the speakers, just so that there is not too much background noise. But you will be, of course, unmuted and be able to ask questions, etc. Once we get to the end of what the speakers have to say. And of course, finally, welcome Craig Murray, and we're really glad you're here and you're safe. And yeah, and we're sorry for what you're going through.
Thank you very much.
Steve, are you back?
I am. I had to get get everything sorted, and when I went to open this, it kicked me out. But I should have it now.
Thank you. Do you have the presenter thing? Have you taken it?
Yeah, it should be.
Here, Lois.
Why aren't you doing what I want you to do? Plays.
Steve? it does have this image, kind of distorted image quality as part of the charm of the video. But don't worry if you can't, but if you can hit the volume button, that would be really helpful. And anybody who wants to see the video, there's a little maximize that presentation section on your screen, so you can do that in just a second. Is it still not working, Steve? Okay, I'm afraid we're going to give up on that, but thank you for trying. We thought it might be just different moderators not having the right bandwidth to do it, but we'll try again in the next time zone. So we have a very short amount of time with some amazing people, and I'm very glad to welcome to the International Festival of Whistleblowing, Dissent and Accountability, Mohamedou Ulslahi, who is an engineer and spent 14 years at Guantanamo and was released without charge. And he's going to talk to us about himself, his life, but also about things which have been done in terms of post-release, in terms of how they've been denying him his rights. We have Marjorie Cohn, who's here. Thank you, Marjorie, for joining us. Really glad to have you. Marjorie's going to give us some legal perspective on torture. Then we have Andy Worthington. Andy's done, is a journalist who's done an enormous amount of work on Guantanamo and has done, has been a real inspiration to many of us. So thank you for joining us. And we're still awaiting Matt Sandinas, who should hopefully be here. Maybe he's having some technical difficulties. And if he returns to his screen, we have Craig Murray, who I think has popped away to get a cup of tea. So he should be here shortly too. And as you know, Craig's sentencing was on Friday, and we kind of thought we might have to record this session because Craig might be somewhere else, might be otherwise engaged. But fortunately, because he thought he might be otherwise engaged, he still had a space in his diary to be able to come here today. And we send huge solidarity to him. If it's okay with our speakers, what I'd like to do is perhaps get you to say a little bit about yourself, a couple of minutes, and then maybe about 10 to 15 minutes of contributions, and then we'll take some questions. And would you like to go first, Sandy? You're muted, so you might have to unmute yourself first.
Yes. Are we doing just a brief introduction at the moment, Deepa?
A brief introduction, just 2 minutes about yourself, and then into your 10 minutes of speaking time. Could I just remind all the other speakers to mute themselves because we are having some like distortion on the line when people are unmuted. So it would be good if everybody could mute themselves when somebody else is speaking. Is that okay, Andy?
Yeah. So, hello, the Festival of Whistleblowing, Dissent and Accountability. I'm Andy Worthington. I'm a freelance journalist, and I have been working on Guantanamo for more years than I care to remember. I think 15 years really on a full-time basis. I began by researching publicly available documents that were released as a result of freedom of information legislation by the United States government. And I then spent a year going through those documents and constructing what I believed and still believe to be a credible narrative of who the men in Guantanamo actually are. Most of the people that are held at Guantanamo were certainly not either the worst of the worst, as the United States government claimed they were, nor were they captured on the battlefield, as the United States government also claimed. So, you know, from that time onwards, I have been covering Guantanamo. I wrote the book, The Guantanamo Files, which came out in 2007, and I've been writing and campaigning ever since then. On my website, andyworthington.co.uk, I also set up a campaigning organization called Close Guantanamo in 2012. I've made a documentary film about Guantanamo with a colleague called Outside the Law. I also co-founded a campaign to secure the release from Guantanamo of the last British resident, Shaka Armour, which ran from 2014 to 2015 and was part of an enormous effort by all kinds of aspects of British life to secure the release of Shaka Armour, which ended up being successful. So, you know, when you've spent all this time dealing with Guantanamo, what you're dealing with fundamentally is the problem of the United States having become a country that claims to respect the law, but in several crucial respects has chosen to absolutely ignore that. And, you know, the most fundamental issue relating to Guantanamo is the indefinite detention of people without charge or trial, which is fundamentally unacceptable. In countries that claim to respect the rule of law, you should either be charged for the crime and speedily put on trial, or you can be taken off the battlefield and held unmolested until the end of hostilities, if it's something that involves wartime, and you are supposed to be held according to the Geneva Conventions. But the United States did neither. It decided that the people at Guantanamo, that it was going to hold at Guantanamo, were enemy combatants who fundamentally had no rights whatsoever as human beings. And although there have been many brave legal struggles over the years to establish that the law should apply at Guantanamo, there have only been a few years in Guantanamo's existence when that has actually been true. And I would say that fundamentally, the men still held at Guantanamo, and there have been 779 men in total held by the military. There are 40 men still held. That the law still fundamentally doesn't apply to the 40 men who are still held at Guantanamo, that they are fundamentally political prisoners because legal processes simply don't work properly. You know, I think that's the problem that we're still in. I think it became very apparent under 4 years of Donald Trump because he didn't want to release anyone from the prison under any circumstances, and it became apparent that there was no force that could compel him to do so. A clear demonstration, I think, of how lawless the place is. When it comes to torture, of course, torture is intimately part of Guantanamo's story. I very vividly remember reading comments that were made by a representative of the International Committee of the Red Cross back in October 2003. So the prison had been open for less than 2 years at this point. And the man in question, a man called Christophe Giraud, was speaking to the New York Times about the circumstances in which the prisoners were held at Guantanamo. And he said, "We are extremely concerned about the effects of arbitrary open-ended detention on the mental health of the men held at Guantanamo." That was true in October 2003. It remains true to this day. And I think that it is appropriate for everyone concerned with Guantanamo to recognize that holding people when there is no end that they can grasp whatsoever as to when their ordeal is going to come to an end, that to all intents and purposes they are being held for the rest of their lives and deprived of due process, is itself a form of torture. And I think that's been quite often overlooked, because when we think about torture at Guantanamo, we think about the early years of the prison's history. And I certainly don't mean to underestimate what took place at that time, because grave acts of torture took place in the early years of the prison's history. And unfortunately, Mahamadou is someone who experienced that firsthand. Mahamadou was one of a very small number of prisoners for whom a torture program was tailored specifically and approved by Donald Rumsfeld, who was the Secretary of Defense. Those are truly appalling crimes for which, you know, no one has been held accountable. This is a parallel system to the CIA black site program, which was happening at the various other facilities that the CIA ran around the world. But I think it's also important to remember that what happened at Guantanamo was a policy of torture, which was also used on, at our best estimates, I would say, at least 100 of the men who were held at the prison. I get that particular statistic from the only quote that I've ever come across from somebody who worked there at the time, who estimated that 1 in 6 of the men held, this was in the early days when there were at least 600 prisoners there, were subjected to a regime of torture, which involved, for example, what was euphemistically called the frequent flyer program. So this was a form of sleep deprivation, where what they did was they moved prisoners from cell to cell every few hours. And they did this sometimes for days, sometimes for weeks, sometimes for months. This was not the only aspect of it. What they also did as part of this program was that they would turn up the air conditioning or turn it down so that it was either boiling hot or freezing cold. They subjected prisoners to forced nudity, to painful shackling and stress positions. They found out what their weaknesses were, so they would use inappropriate sexual behavior, or they would threaten people with dogs. They used extremely loud music as well as part of the process. Grave, Jeffrey Miller. And it ended fundamentally when the United States government under George W. Bush became aware that the Supreme Court was likely to grant a hugely important ruling in the prisoner's favor, which happened in June 2004 in Rasul v. Bush, which was the decision that the prisoners had habeas corpus rights. Actually, what happened was that Congress was then persuaded to overturn the impact of that ruling fundamentally, and it took another 4 years before the Supreme Court again granted, this time constitutionally guaranteed, habeas corpus rights to the prisoners, and that led to the only golden period for the law in Guantanamo's history, when around 36 men were released as a result of having had their habeas petitions granted by a US court. But in 2004, what it did crucially was it allowed the men at Guantanamo to have attorneys represent them. And as soon as outsiders were able to get into Guantanamo who were lawyers, then the veil of secrecy, which had pretty much encased Guantanamo up till that point, behind which the United States government was free to do what it wanted to the men that it held without rights, with impunity, came to an end. So that particular torture program, I would say it's appropriate to say that it lasted over a period of about 2 years. But then, of course, that's, you know, there are other forms of torture that have taken place in Guantanamo as well as this, you know, low-level, open-ended arbitrary detention case, and then what it does to the mental health of prisoners, which I think it's crucially important for everyone concerned with Guantanamo to recognize that. But then, sporadically throughout Guantanamo's history as well, I would say that we need to keep in mind the hunger strikes that have taken place, that have sometimes erupted into hunger strikes that have involved almost all the men held at Guantanamo, and the ways in which those have been dealt with by the authorities, and the ways in which the force feeding of prisoners can also be clearly recognized as a form of torture. So I'll stop now, having hopefully given quite a good overview there of some of the elements of torture that have been involved in Guantanamo's long and sordid history. And you know, and I hope that anyone who is listening to this, if you're not involved in trying to do your own little part in working to get Guantanamo closed, that you will do, because we're now on the 4th president, Joe Biden, and we're close to what will be the 20th anniversary of the opening of Guantanamo, which is in January next year, January the 11th, an absolutely shameful anniversary for any nation to have to commemorate. But particularly, I think, for a country that hypocritically, like the United States, claims to uphold the rule of law. Thank you. Deepa, you're on mute.
Thank you. I thought I had unmuted myself. I probably pressed it twice. Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Andy, for that contribution. As our next speaker, I was hoping to invite Mohamedou, but I can imagine, I mean, I certainly have been in awe of his dignity and forbearance with everything. So if you would like to go after a little bit of a break, sorry, we're having a little bit of a problem with, there we go. Mats is here as well. Welcome, Mats. Maybe I'm going to, thank you. Yeah, I'm just going to mute your microphone, Mats, because for some reason my thing is echoing quite a lot. Thank you. And Mohamedou, would you like to go next, or shall I go to Craig and then come back to you?
I'm ready when you are, but that's up to you.
Okay. Well, in that case, because it fits in so well with what Andy was talking about, perhaps you would like to go next.
This Whistleblowing Dissent Accountability International Festival. You know, I feel at home because everything that my good brother and friend Andy was talking about happened in the darkness. So for those who don't know me, my name is Mohamedou Salah. I come from Mauritania, that is a country with very small population, about 4 million in West Africa. I grew up in very poor conditions. I tell you a story about me growing up. I was about 9 years of age, and I was trying to catch my class of 3 p.m. 30 p.m. to catch my class. It was a little bit away from home, I mean from my house. I think it's about 2 kilometers. I don't remember exactly, but it takes me about half an hour, you know, to walk briskly or run sometime. But there was problem. I did not have shoes. And whoever has been to Africa knows how hot, you know, and how hot sometimes it can be. And then it was so hot and so painful that I used to dash from one structure to the next, trees to cool down my feet and continue on my journey to school. Our neighbor who did better saw me in this condition and she stopped. I didn't wear my shoes. And I found myself in a dilemma. I couldn't tell her that we didn't have money to buy shoes. And I couldn't also, there was no out of her scolding me. So I had to hear the scolding, and then I decided to tell her that I'm going back to get my shoes. I went back home, and then I took another route to avoid the scolding of the woman. I loved school a lot, and I tried to do my best, you know, and I hated weekends, you know. I think, I don't know whether there is a Swedish person here, but I think they call weekends hell. From school, and so I did well in school, and then I won a scholarship to study electrical engineering in Germany. And you know, this was a very different culture, and there where I learned for the first time the rule of law. So I discovered, growing up in a democracy, that people could talk, people could criticize the government, and I enjoyed that so much. It was like black and white, you know, kind of. In one of my vacation, so because of a phone call that my cousin made to me when I finished my school in Germany, I was working, trying to make a life. My cousin called me because I was sick to Mauritania. He was calling from Sudan using a phone that belonged to the late Osama bin Laden. I was unaware of all of this. I had no clue. But the phone call was family enough. So it was just a phone call asking me to his father. The phone call was intercepted by some agencies. After that, everything I did or said was interpreted as a hostile act against the United States of America. He tried to find some evidence, unbeknownst to me, in Germany, and later on when I moved to Canada, but there was no evidence because there was no act to have evidence. But they decided nonetheless to lure me outside of the country and kidnap me. That's exactly what happened. We talked to the using my mother. She called me, she said she was sick. Then I purchased my ticket and came to Mauritania. I was kidnapped in Senegal, put in a plane, January 21st of 2000. I was put in prison, interrogated. They found nothing, yet they stripped me of my passport, putting a hold on my life. Until after 9/11, I was put in a plane and kidnapped to Jordan in an operation that involved Jordan, Mauritania, Canada, the United States of America, of course, and Cyprus. My plane landed in Cyprus. And I was praying and hoping, you know, praying and hoping that some immigration officer comes to the plane. Because I said, no, but no one came because everybody was on it. And this is the irony. For an African young man to get a visa for Europe, it's very hard. But if you are kidnapped by the most powerful country, you can go to any European country for torture. And this all happened. If something like this, whistleblowing, Dissent, accountability, this kind of kidnapping outside the law would be very hard. And I'm so happy because I think it's too late for me, but for the young people from my part of the world, it's very important that they understand that they're being treated with human dignity and within the law. And this is the best way to combat violence, to combat extremism. The people, and they are being treated, no one can do anything to them. I remember when the cops came to me to take me, I was with my mother. And I never understood that pain in her eyes until I had my son Ahmed, who is 2 years old. I can't imagine someone coming to me and taking away my son with no reason. I mean, it's painful enough if my son committed a crime. I would kind of understand, but it would still be painful. But if someone comes to you and take your son, you know, MI5 comes to your house and take away your son, just imagine the pain and suffering goes through. I remember her looking and praying. I could see her in the rearview mirror, and she was frantically praying, using his, from my view, forever. I never saw her again. I spent more than 15 years between Guantanamo Bay and other secret prison, and 5 years in house arrest. This all happened when they know I was 100% innocent. We know this because we have the record of 2005, you know, black on white, stating from my former prosecutor, Mo Davis, that all the agencies were unanimous. There was no evidence I did anything against the United States of America. I think, like Andy said, of course I was tortured, like, because it was on record. I was beaten. They broke my ribs. I almost died in the cold room. Mohammed Gul died in the cold room I described. Daliwor died in background because of the beating. It's very harsh. And I was sexually assaulted on many occasions. And I don't think that American people deserve these kinds of treatment to others. American people are by and large decent people. And using this label of terrorism, which by the way should never be a crime because it's abuse. In my part of the world, if you want to crush political dissent, just call them terrorists. It's a way to collectively punish innocent people. And it cannot stand in a democracy. And countries don't agree on what is terrorism. So if you kill someone in Mauritania, you take the life of someone. If you destroy property, this is very evident. But if they call you terrorist, you don't need any evidence. You can do everything and anything to that person. And there are still 40 people in Guantanamo Bay awaiting trial. Awaiting nothing, indefinite. Some of them have been cleared for release. Some more than 10 years ago. Release meaning the US government said they don't need them in Guantanamo. Why is this happening? Is it a crime to be born in Africa? Is it a crime to be a Muslim person? Is it a crime to be a brown person? No, it is not a crime. And this needs to stop. And people in Africa and the Middle East, powerful countries like the United States of America, like Germany, like the UK, to stand with the people in this part of the world and to protect their rights, instead of colluding with authoritarian regimes and helping and promoting violence, this cycle of violence, endless cycle of violence in this part of the world. Thank you very much again for inviting me. And I have to say one last thing. Telling my story does not mean I'm not forgiving everyone. Indeed, I forgive every single person, those who kidnapped me, those who tortured me, and those who sexually assaulted me. I'm doing this because I believe in reconciliation. I believe in democracy. And I believe that people everywhere, regardless of their background, should be brothers and sisters.
Be ready to show your support. And go to http://challengePowerInfo and stay updated.
The climate.
Take action.
Our planet, protecting our planet. That's our challenge as human beings. And thank you very much again.
I think if we were in a real hall, Mamadou, there would be a number of us, or maybe all of us, standing up to admire you. Thank you for reliving your pain to share it with us. And could I now invite Mats Ananas?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Mats, when I first knew him,
Oh, yeah, because like the whole.
I hadn't realized that this quite academic was
this
also
is weird.
somebody who was jetting around the world, inspecting prisons and places
what's
where
good,
people were
anonymous
detained in the
worldwide
most
audience?
horrendous conditions. Huge degree of respect. As years later, I realized how important and vital his work is. Mats used to chair the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention. Mats, if
Hear you over the
please
damn like
introduce yourself
techno
and,
music, so I was trying to figure out how to fucking like.
Thank you very much, Deepa. So I'm a law professor at the University of Oslo, and for 6 years I was the UN chair rapporteur of the working group of arbitrary detention. And as you understand, very much of torture in the traditional way takes place in detention. And how do you fight torture? I expect that all the different supervisory mechanisms you find in the international human rights system should focus where they can on torture. And that's what the working group did. As a UN human rights mechanism dealing with detention, it has, through its history from the 1990s, dealt with torture as a matter of priority. And at a formal level, in the sense that the working group established very early on that if conditions in prison amounted to torture or the treatment in some other way constituted torture, detention was arbitrary and a matter for the UN through the working group on arbitrary detention. Now, if you deal with detention again, you walk through prisons. We inspected prisons all over the world, and normal in many countries, what is not so out of the ordinary in terms of prison conditions would be such a gross violation of international standards that the detention was arbitrary. But in a surprising number of instances, we found that the way prisoners were punished or dealt with, also outside punishment, constituted they were in a situation where they were subjected to violations which constituted torture. And then we know that the concept, the legal concept, when we think about torture, is a very simple one. It's a state official who wants to extract information or some other purpose, and then subjects an individual to torture. And that could then typically be physical mistreatment. The challenges then when you deal with international human rights work is to see how you can use those concepts to make them meaningful and actually then deter and sanction acts of torture. And it is immensely important that one then does not let states take in too much. Well, one communicates with states, of course, but one must be very clear about the independence of the international human rights bodies so that they can make their work more effective. And as I said, the working group then earlier said that established that if the treatment of a prisoner amounted to torture, then the detention was arbitrary, and the UN working group could then take action and bring this up in relation to the state, but also in relation to the human rights system. The major recent challenges in the human rights system has been around psychological torture. It is clear that the torture that happened at Guantanamo Bay, for instance, had a very strong physical side. At the same time, there was psychological torture, which was highly sophisticated and developed by state bodies with the use of the most competent psychological experts. And the challenge then is for those who work in the human rights system to analyze, to react, and to develop a system for assessing and for categorizing these forms of torture as what they are, torture. And no matter what ingeniousness the people on the side of the state shows, that they cannot manage through methods which then seem to lie outside the traditional forms of torture, that they are allowed to develop new forms of torture which will serve much of the same purposes, perhaps even be more effective than the traditional ways of torture. And what particularly the Guantanamo Bay situation has shown, and the war on terror has shown, is the lack of any sense of justice or of restraint on bodies of state when they can achieve something through what is torture, how you develop ways of putting pressure on people, which seems to be lie outside the letter of the law and outside the literal interpretation of the authorities you have. Well, first of all, in the conventions, but also in the practice of courts and international tribunals. And today, it's no doubt that the most important contribution we've had the last couple of years is from Nils Melzer, the Special Rapporteur on torture, who has focused on psychological torture and who has given us the tools in his report to assess that torture for what it is and not be taken in. Now, you may then ask, the work that international bodies do is, of course, in a way marginal. You would have thought that it was the national legal systems which should be the powerful forces against torture. But again, that you're in a state which adheres in other respects to the ideals of rule of law, like the US, that it could be the jurisdiction in which you have developed such ingenious, such highly sophisticated forms of torture is, I would have thought for most of us, surprising. But it also shows that the idea that you could leave even to a sophisticated system like the US to leave it to the remedies you have in the national system to fight these forms of torture in general, and also the development of new forms of torture, the new psychological torture, is wrong. You need an international system, and you need to strengthen it. It is not so that the international, the UN system has provided effective remedies against torture that has taken place in the so-called war on terror. But the consequence of that is should be a very simple one. You have to step up and strengthen the international systems, and where they have failed, because they did so to a large extent, for instance, in relation to Guantanamo Bay, well, then you have to step up and make them more effective. One last point. this is my last point, is that when many national systems in the collaboration with the United States gave way and said 11th of September, the day that changed everything and allowed rule of law guarantees to be pushed aside, the international human rights system never did that. The UN Human Rights Council, the different supervisory bodies, they did maintain that there were international standards, and they very early on pursued an active line against the torture that took place, and which still takes place. Were these reactions effective? To a large extent, they were not. But on the other hand, that is the system that stood up to what took place in the war on terror. It was not the national systems, it was the UN system, and the consequence again must be that you strengthen that system, and that is must be a high priority. Thank you, Deepa.
Thank you, Mats. Grateful for your insights. If I may, Marjorie, would you be happy to go next? Marjorie Cohen is a well-regarded, well-respected jurist who's done a phenomenal amount of work on a range of different areas. So when we were thinking about this festival, it was difficult for me to decide which panel Marjorie might best contribute to, because there were so many different areas she's worked on, and so many important areas which are important for us and our understanding of justice. Marjorie, if you would say a couple of sentences about yourself, and then you have about 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Please unmute yourself, Marjorie.
Okay, Marjorie, you're unmuted now, so if you speak now, we'll just check if it's working. We can't hear you. Yes, now we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Yes, thank you so much for inviting me to be on this important panel with my incredible fellow panelists, some of whom I know and some of whom I'm meeting for the first time. I am Professor Emerita at Thomas Jefferson School of Law and past president of the National Lawyers Guild in the United States. And I have written a number of articles about torture and Guantanamo, and edited and contributed to the book United States and Torture, Interrogation, Incarceration, and Abuse. The US government has a sordid history of torture, from the genocide of First Nation peoples to slavery to Jim Crow to the systemic racist violence against Black people by police that persists today. The CIA wrote manuals training strongmen in Latin American dictatorships, how to maintain control through torture, and torture reached its zenith during the Bush administration. Using 9/11 as a pretext in the so-called global war on terror, the US government tortured and abused men and boys at Guantanamo, Afghanistan, Iraq, and the CIA black sites. In 2014, the US Senate issued a report. Only 500 pages of the 6,700-page report were made public, but they documented torture in these areas that I've mentioned. Waterboarding, which constitutes a war crime. The US tried, convicted, and hung Japanese military leaders for torture after World War II. One man in the so-called global war on terror was waterboarded 183 times,
I don't even
another
know if I'm allowed
83
to talk about
times.
how cool
Other so-called enhanced interrogation
Okay.
techniques
Am I?
included being
I,
slammed into walls,
I-
hung from the ceiling, kept in total darkness, sleep deprivation, forced standing, sometimes on broken limbs, threatened with mock execution, confined in a coffin-like box, bathed in ice water, dressed in diapers, and rectal hydration and rectal feeding. The report documents the torture and cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment which violate U.S. and international law. The War Crimes Act in the U.S. punishes torture as a war crime, and the U.S. also has a federal law called the Torture Statute. The United States ratified the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. And by ratifying that convention and the Geneva Conventions, the U.S. promised to prosecute or extradite those who commit or are complicit in the commission against torture. And these treaties are part of U.S. law under the U.S. Constitution.
Nice.
To his credit, after he was inaugurated, Barack Obama signed an executive order banning torture, but continued force-feeding hunger strikers at Guantanamo, a practice that violates the Torture Convention, according to the Committee Against Torture. In 2009, Obama's Attorney General Eric Holder undertook an investigation of torture and determined that he would really only possibly pursue two egregious instances of torture against Gul Rahman and Manadel al-Jamadi. But he made clear that no one else would be held accountable. Rahman froze to death in 2002 after being stripped and shackled to a cold cement floor in the secret Afghan prison known as the Salt Pit. And al-Jamadi died after he was suspended from the ceiling by his wrists bound behind his back. A military autopsy determined it was homicide. Nevertheless, Eric Holder decided that he would not pursue prosecution because there was not sufficient evidence to obtain a conviction. The torture was managed by George W. Bush, Vice President Dick Cheney, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, and Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. And under the well-established doctrine of command responsibility, commanders all the way up the chain of command to the commander-in-chief are liable for torture if they knew or should have known their subordinates would be committing torture and they did nothing to stop or prevent it. The Senate report contains example after example of why the use of the CIA's so-called enhanced interrogation techniques, a euphemism for torture, was not an effective means of obtaining information. The most critical information that interrogators received were a product of humane techniques and relationship building and not torture. And nevertheless, the officials in the U.S. government relied on memos, the so-called torture memos, from the Department of Justice's Office of Legal Counsel, John Yoo, who was in the Bush administration, who is now a professor of constitutional law at Berkeley Law School, and Jay Bybee, who was also in the Bush administration, who is now has a lifetime appointment as a federal court judge. Their memos contained twisted legal reasoning purporting to define torture more narrowly than U.S. and international law allow. And these memos advised high Bush officials how to avoid criminal liability under the War Crimes Act. The Convention Against Torture is unequivocal. No exceptional circumstances whatsoever, whether a state of war or a threat of war, internal political instability, or any other public emergency may be invoked as a justification for torture. Nevertheless, these lawyers knew that necessity and self-defense are not defenses to torture, but they use them anyway in the torture memos. Also, the extraordinary rendition program, where men and boys, and this is Mamadou talked about this, were kidnapped and sent to other countries where they were tortured, is also illegal under the Convention Against Torture in its provision for non-refoulement, which says that it is forbidden to send someone to a country where there's a substantial likelihood that they would be subjected to torture. The grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions constitute war crimes. They include torture, willful killing, inhumane treatment, willfully causing great suffering or serious injury to body or health. And although the United States is not a party to the Rome Statute for the International Criminal Court, this torture took place in other countries that were parties to the Rome Statute. And in fact, in a very, very significant development, the International Criminal Court has launched a formal investigation into U.S. officials who authorized torture in Afghanistan, much to the dismay and opposition of the Trump administration. In 2006, the UN Human Rights Commission reported that the violent force feeding of detainees at Guantanamo amounts to torture. And also there were health professionals and psychologists participating in the force feeding, violating international declarations of Tokyo and Malta, the World Medical Association and the American Medical Association, as well as the International Committee of the Red Cross. But the Bush administration force-fed the hunger strikers for political reasons. If any of the Guantanamo prisoners who were hopeless that they would ever be released and therefore engaged in hunger strikes were to die, it would be an embarrassment to the Bush administration, and that's why they continued the force feeding, and the Obama administration did as well. The Human Rights Commission filed a report recommending that the U.S. close Guantanamo without delay, transfer the detainees to facilities where they would not be tortured, and refrain from any torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. The Bush administration rejected that recommendation, and there are still, as has been noted, 40 men still at Guantanamo. Now, it was Julian Assange and WikiLeaks' publication of evidence of U.S. war crimes, including torture, that led to the indictment of Julian Assange. Significantly, WikiLeaks published the Iraq war logs, including evidence of Iraqi torture centers the U.S. had established. And that publication by WikiLeaks actually saved lives, because after the Iraqi government saw the evidence that WikiLeaks had published of these torture centers, it refused to grant civil or criminal immunity to U.S. forces remaining in Iraq, and Obama was forced to withdraw forces from Iraq. Chelsea Manning, one of the most prominent whistleblowers in addition to Julian Assange, but Chelsea Manning was arrested in 2010 for providing documents to WikiLeaks, and she was held in solitary confinement for 23 hours a day for 11 months. Solitary confinement is a form of torture. It can lead to catatonia, hallucinations, and even suicide. She was forced to stand nude during inspections, and a former UN Special Rapporteur on Torture said her treatment was cruel, inhuman, and degrading, and possibly constituted torture. She was eventually released by Obama as he was leaving office, sentenced to the 7 years for time served. In 2019, Niels Melzer, the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, released a letter he had sent to the US government expressing serious concern about the use of coercive measures against Ms. Manning, particularly given the history of her previous conviction and ill treatment in detention, and said that her incarceration amounted to torture. Meltzer also said that after extensive investigation and meeting with Julian Assange while he was in the Ecuadorian embassy in London under a grant of asylum, Meltzer said that he had been subjected to repeated psychological torture. And at Julian Assange's extradition hearing, there was evidence from US authorities that if he is extradited to the United States to stand trial on the indictment under the Espionage Act, which could gain him 175 years in prison, he would be held in a supermax prison where he would be held in solitary confinement for 23 hours a day. And it was that conclusion that the US government could not keep him from committing suicide that led the judge in London to deny extradition. Now, the Trump administration and now the Biden administration are appealing that ruling, and so Biden continues to try to get Julian Assange extradited to the United States for trial. Daniel Hale, another prominent whistleblower, a former Air Force intelligence analyst who pleaded guilty to sharing classified documents about drone strikes, is facing sentencing under one charge of the Espionage Act. He's facing up to 10 years in prison, and he is also reportedly being held in solitary confinement, which amounts to torture. So I am very grateful to be part of this panel, and I think that it is critical that people be educated about what the US government has done and the lack of accountability, and what the US government is now doing to prosecute whistleblowers who are revealing evidence of US war crimes. And hopefully that education will arm people with information they need to continue litigation and activism to stop this torture, to stop this lack of accountability, and hold these war criminals in the US government to account for their crimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Marjorie. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but thank you, Marjorie, for that. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you.
When we were deciding, how we compose panels, we were looking for someone who has been affected by the situation, someone who's a whistleblower, someone who's an activist who's engaged with, like Andy is with shutting things down and getting things sorted, or like Lisa Longstaff is campaigning on issues of equality. And we also thought one lawyer, a journalist, a politician, and perhaps a whistleblower. And I'm afraid I've had to roll three into one with Craig, because Craig's both is a whistleblower, an exceptional journalist, as you will have seen from his honesty and his coverage of various injustices, and also an activist, and has been Britain's ambassador to Uzbekistan, amongst other things. And we are so glad to have you here, Craig. Over to you. If you could say a couple of words about yourself, and then perhaps your contribution about torture in Uzbekistan and your experience of whistleblowing, and of course, perhaps about your friend Julian Assange.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deepa. Yes, when we discussed my appearing today, which we weren't quite sure if I'd be able to, but when we discussed my appearance today, we thought that rather than any of the things I've been campaigning on for the last decade or more, we might actually go back to my whistleblowing experience, which was now 18 years ago, which is quite far back into early history. There are people at university today who weren't born when I was a whistleblower, and time periods seem shorter as we get older. It's always good for me to realize that almost anybody under 30 has not the slightest idea who I am. So I think repeating an older story is probably worthwhile, and it's good for me to revisit it as well, and with perhaps increased perspective. I think what I particularly want to focus on is the way that people within governmental administrations are persuaded to go along with doing terrible things when they are not necessarily terrible people. So I was appointed British ambassador in Uzbekistan back in 2001. At that time, of course, immediately after 9/11, Uzbekistan suddenly became terrifically important because it has a border with Afghanistan immediately to the south, and for the invasion of Afghanistan, the United States and also Germany established air bases in the country. There had already been a great deal of American interest in Central Asia and interest in the possibility of putting a pipeline over Afghanistan to get Central Asian gas down to the Arabian Sea, and the possibility, if you like, of beating Russia in the market to corner the gas resources of Central Asia. So it was quite a complex situation to land myself in, and one in which, particularly post 9/11, the Uzbek government, which was very much a Soviet-style government, was seen as a close and important ally of the United States. But it was, a terrible government, a government practicing every kind of egregious human rights abuse, including torture on a huge scale. And the torture chambers belonging to the regime happened before it occurred to the CIA they were a resource it could use. I became aware very early on in my tenure as ambassador of the dreadful human rights situation and the extreme torture that was happening in the regime's torture chambers. And it didn't take me long to put together that the CIA intelligence reports, and of course MI6 and CIA share intelligence reports, so I was seeing the CIA intelligence reports, but the CIA intelligence reports emanating out of Uzbekistan were coming from the regime's torture chambers. And we confirmed that with the American embassy, who basically said, yes, we don't see what the problem is with that. The gloves are off. It's a war on terror. Now, this is a point I want to get over to you. I was horrified that we were receiving intelligence from the torture chambers. I genuinely believed that this could only be happening because we were in Uzbekistan in the middle of nowhere, and senior officials and ministers must not be aware it was happening. That was why I thought, if people realize that people are being immersed in boiling liquid or being raped with objects or having family members raped in front of them to obtain this intelligence, then ministers would want to stop getting it. I genuinely thought this is only a question of me explaining to London what is happening and making them believe it, because it's so outlandish, getting them to believe this is happening will be difficult. Once they understand what is happening, then they will want to stop it. And at that time, the Labour Party was in government in the UK, a supposedly more left-wing party, and there were figures in government who I knew, people like Peter Hain, who had been a tremendous anti-apartheid campaigner, was now a Foreign Office minister. I thought, well, if Peter, I'd been, as a young man, I'd known Peter in the Young Liberals. We used to play football together. I thought if Peter knew about this, he would want to stop it, for example. And I sent back reports detailing the torture, the extreme torture, detailing evidence that we were getting intelligence from the torture. And I expected that would stop it. But I didn't get any reply to my telegrams. You call them cables in the States. In the UK, we call them telegrams. My diplomatic communications on the subject, which were top secret. They were classified top secret. I got no response at all. Nobody replied to me. I tried again through to the spring of 2003. Then I got a phone call telling me I had to come back to London immediately. And that basically I was in trouble. And I thought, oh, okay, fine. I realized what it was about. And I was told I had to call on the head of a diplomatic service. And I was told no minister wanted to see me. I returned back to London for that meeting, which took place, I believe, in February 2003. And in fact, the head of the diplomatic service also decided better not to meet me. He delegated it to a female director. And I had a meeting with her and the chief legal advisor of the Foreign Office, Sir Michael Wood, and a representative from MI6. And at that meeting, the chief legal advisor, Michael Wood, who again, I should state, was a friend of mine, and I regard and is one of the most respected international lawyers in the world, and I had always regarded as a decent person, and I had assumed would be on my side, up with arguments to justify receiving intelligence from the most appalling torture. And I just couldn't believe that this man who I knew and liked would be doing this. And that really continued. It continued to the stage where I was told to shut up about it. I was told, you've been told the policy. You've been told the policy. Be quiet. And I refused to be quiet. I got back and I should